Good morning. Hold on. Morning. Okay. My children are still getting ready for school, so I am doubling up a little bit to this morning. Well, every morning. That's why I don't go live this early. Y'all watched the jail calls? Y'all heard Miss Tasha? Not look who it is. Starting trouble already. I don't want to watch the trial anywhere, and I'm so happy you joined this morning. I'm echoing. That's my mama, y'all. I'm echoing. This my morning hair. I'll take it out.
I'm ready. Did you watch my?
To make an account, yes, beans, rice, and dry cake on trial, 40 years with 15 years probation, plus factual acknowledgments, including how dry and terrible they taste. I think that's the general consensus. I miss, you know what? Somebody, listen, I done got DMs on TikTok. I done got messages on Twitter. Where are your recaps? I want to recap today. Every time I want to do it, I actually have the clips to recap yesterday. But I just was feeling like, I don't know. Sometimes those videos don't perform, so it gives me no motivation to do them if they're not like, if nobody's watching them. It's like, why do I keep doing these? So thank you for telling me that. Yes, we are gin popping it. Gin popping it. I know they are talking about detective investigator Viverito, Marissa Viverito, who is one of the key investigators, according to Thugger Daily, to like bring on this RICO. You guys, I am pretty sure I saw her when I went to court also in the hallway. I stared at her for like 2 minutes, like, bruh, I think that's her. But I know that she does not want to be shown on camera, and the state doesn't want her to be shown on camera. But the media and I believe the defense are all arguing that she should be. She is easily searchable. She is, on the internet. You can definitely see her face and see who she is. So I know that they are going back and forth about that. Definitely missed the TikTok recap videos. Thank you for saying it. Let me take this. Yeah, I'm actually not sure the specific reason. I know we've talked before about, like if you're an undercover investigator, detective, officer, that makes sense. We getting started? My girl's in here. Good morning. Good morning, Katie. Hey, thanks, Krista, for joining from the Law and Crime chat. Are we hearing audio?
First-hand knowledge as a fact witness. Other testimony will be so-called fact information gleaned during the witness's investigation. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make clear when they're asking for or when the witness is giving expert opinion versus fact testimony. I'll just recall to you the instructions previously given about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is any from this witness, and expert opinion testimony. Y'all want anything beyond that? Okay, great.
Oh, they're talking about what they're going to tell the jury regarding Viverito, since she's an expert witness. Not my fellow slime. Okay, Blue is saying they want to make her a fact witness and expert witness. Got it.
Are we ready for the jury? Okay.
Mel has put us on other cases, really breaking it down. Keep going, Mel, because these other channels will become extinct once YSL is done, but not you. We support you being genuine, and I appreciate that. I definitely am working on something I hope is fun and interesting. I'm working on something soon. Thanks, Love Jones. First of all, I love this name.
Yeah, I think as soon as they come out, I'll do that. You can tender, then we'll get the witness and I'll give those instructions and off we'll go.
Off we'll go. Let's do it. Let me pull it up. I gotta have my. Give me a second to do this poll. She's gonna be up there. How long will the Viverito be on the stand? Let's say finish today. Finish tomorrow. Let's do mid next week. Oh, I should have done my last option, another option. Oh, Kristen is saying, I don't think we're on the last witness. You think there's more beyond the burrito? I thought Sprinkle finished. Is he not done? I think Sprinkle's done.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a guilty plea conviction is about to be admitted in this case. A guilty plea conviction of Mr. Kendrick will be admitted for your consideration, and it may be considered by you only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to counts 1 and 63. And let me also take this opportunity to instruct you about the guilty plea convictions of Mr. Stillwell, which had already previously been admitted for your consideration. Those convictions may be considered by you only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to counts 1, 52, and 64. You may not use the conviction of Mr. Kendrick in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Stillwell. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Stillwell. And likewise, you may not use the convictions of Mr. Stillwell in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Kendrick. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Kendrick. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him, not by what may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else. And there were also guilty plea convictions of Mr. Nichols admitted previously. For the reasons that I just explained, those convictions would have been admissible only against Mr. Nichols and not any other defendant. And because Mr. Nichols is no longer a part of this prosecution and his convictions would have only been admissible against him, there is no longer a reason for them to be in evidence, and you are not to consider them for any reason in your deliberations and in reaching your verdict. And you also heard testimony about a guilty plea by Mr. Winfrey. Whether Mr. Winfrey pled guilty to something is also not to be considered against any of these defendants. This proposition is true about the guilty plea convictions of any co-defendant. And again, that's because each defendant has the right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him and not by what may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 438 VV pursuant to 24-9-902, which is a self-authenticating certified copy of conviction of Mr. Diamante Kendrick in indictment 15 SC 140116, where Mr. Kendrick pled guilty to participation in criminal street gang activity, conspiracy to commit a crime, possession of a firearm or knife during the commission of or attempt to commit certain felonies, theft by receiving stolen property, VGCSA for the purchase, possession of a controlled substance in Schedule 1 or Schedule 2, driving, fleeing, and attempting to elude, and possession of a marijuana less than an ounce.
All right, that is admitted. And you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Investigator M. Viverito.
All right. And while that investigator is making her way to the stand, I'm going to give you another instruction. And this is kind of just a reminder instruction. So some of the testimony you're about to hear from this witness will be the witness's opinion as an expert based on training and experience, not her knowledge as a fact witness. But other testimony she's going to give will be so-called fact information gleaned during the witness's investigation. I've instructed this, go ahead. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make it clear when they're asking for or when the witness is giving expert opinion versus fact testimony. And I'll just recall to you the instructions that were previously given before another expert's testimony that was going to testify in a dual capacity about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is going to be any from this witness, and then expert opinion testimony. All right, thank you. And if you can swear the witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
State and spell your first and last name for the courts. I'm sorry. First initial, last name for the courts, okay?
Sure. It would be M. Viverito, Viverito.
And good morning, Investigator Viverito. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well.
Where do you work?
The City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Since February of 2023.
And what are your current job duties and responsibilities with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Currently, I hold the rank of investigator, and my position is unique. It's the first of its kind for the Atlanta Police Department. It's a move towards intelligence-led investigations. So my official title is an investigative gang analyst. That is where it's basically a hybrid between a detective and a criminal intelligence analyst. So you're fusing the best parts of both worlds to move investigations forward, especially in the gang world.
And when you said intelligence-led investigation, just tell the jury briefly, what do you mean?
Intelligence-led investigations where you think outside the box. So it's not just, okay, maybe some camera footage, talking to some people. You're using everything at your disposal, whether it be social media accounts, jail calls, phone extractions, wiretaps, everything. You're going to try and get everything you can from the intelligence world and do your research and bring that all in together than just traditional investigative techniques.
Prior to working at Atlanta Police Department, where did you work?
Start from the beginning.
No, just
Okay.
immediately prior.
Prior to the Atlanta Police Department, I was with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in their gang unit. I was a senior investigator, and then I was ultimately promoted to a lieutenant in the high-profile case unit.
And let's first talk about your time as a senior investigator. Tell the jury about your job duties and responsibilities as a senior investigator in the gang unit.
So I would work with various attorneys in the unit, and I would review cases that were coming up for trial or being prepared for indictment. And I'd take a look at the file, and we'd see if there was anything that was needed to push the case forward. We may go talk to people. We may locate witnesses. We may secure additional search warrants. and just get the case ready and be trial ready for when it ultimately goes to trial or takes a plea.
And as a lieutenant, what did you do when you were with the high profile unit?
It was things of a similar nature, but it was a little bit more, again, as the title would allude to, high profile cases, media cases, cases that involve difficult witnesses, in cases that were a little bit more complex.
Now, prior to working at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
I did.
If you could tell the jury about your career in law enforcement.
Sure. I graduated from the University of Tampa with a bachelor's degree in criminology. I did about a year down in Tampa working at a juvenile facility to get some experience. Then after that, I moved to Atlanta. I started my career with the Georgia Department of Corrections as a felony probation officer. While I was there, my career has exclusively been in the city of Atlanta. While I was there, I started out with a normal caseload. Shortly after that, they started a program, what was called the Atlanta Community Impact Program. It was a pilot program driven to reduce recidivism for people returning back to the community from prison. So somebody may get sentenced to a prison sentence that includes probation. So they partnered us with, every day we were partnered with Atlanta police officers. We would ride with them. They would come with us to do home visits. So we'd get a list of returning citizens from prison, and we'd offer wraparound services. So if you need a job, if you need housing, if you need clothing, if you need education, if you need anything you need, we offer it there as like kind of a one-stop shop in an effort to reduce recidivism. So on the other hand, then, if you want to get out of prison and say, you know what, not interested, I'd like to engage in a crime spree, thanks. We have the Atlanta Police Department with us every day to say, okay, we're going to stop that before you get hurt or before anybody else gets hurt. Anybody in the community is
I want you to
victimized.
slow down a little because you are going so
Sorry.
fast, and I will ask a different question
Okay.
further. All right. While you were with probation, did you ever have an opportunity to work with the GBI?
Yes, later on in my career.
Okay. So when did you work with the GBI later on in your career?
Okay, several years later, I was promoted to probation and parole has there are different ranks. I was promoted to a criminal investigator. So what's that? You don't have a caseload. You're operating as a
Slow down.
sorry. You're operating as a law enforcement officer within probation and parole. Typically, you're assigned to the Special Operations Division, and then you're assigned to either a federal task force. In my case, I was assigned to the GBI Gang Task Force. That's the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It's a statewide gang task force.
And what did you do when you were part of the GBI Gang Task Force?
Although we were statewide, my experience was here in the city of Atlanta. So I took on
You're right. This is her training to qualify her as an expert in gang.
Do you want to stipulate to it? To her expertise? I mean, you may.
I see why, because if she's an expert, this is, them giving the information for the jury to appreciate her expertise, but also get to it. Get to it, girl. We're ready. We've been waiting for you for 12 months. They don't prep anybody. My child is here. Oh, let me see what y'all are voting. Will there be a motion for mistrial during Viperito's testimony? 77% of you are saying absolutely. And 6% are saying that Hilton's outfit is nice. I like it. I like it. Uh-oh, Keon saying this is how Genesis' testimony started. Here we go. This little girl. How long till she says she's not meant to? And the pride in her voice. She's very, very proud of her work and talking very fast. Yeah, girl, where you been? It's the final witness for the state, to be clear. This is just final. Oh,
May I resume, Your Honor? Okay, so specifically going into what you were doing with the GBI Gang Task Force. You can continue.
Okay. So we had agents some agents like to work in North Georgia, some South Georgia. I was familiar with the city of Atlanta. So during my time there, I investigated several complex multi-defendant gang cases that were focused on violence within the city of Atlanta.
And in additional, do you have any formal training that you've taken to assist you in identifying gangs here in the city of Atlanta?
Sure. Back when I first started, there's a 40-hour course down at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center that you take as kind of a introductory course down there. I completed that. I'm also a member of the Georgia Gang Investigators Association and completed the beginner and intermediate certification through them. I attend there. They have a biannual conference, a summer and a winter typically, where it's a week full of just training. Every year the topics vary. They bring people in from all over the country to teach. I attend both of those. I attend various trainings throughout the year and just keeping myself abreast of the topics and trends in the gang world.
And just briefly tell the jurors, what type of courses are you taking in these training sessions?
It just depends what they offer at the time. It could be best practices in gang investigations. It could be technology focused. It could be narcotics focused. It could be focused on street crime enforcement. They try to keep a good variety so their members are well versed and have a well-rounded training background.
Yeah. Can you pull that? Yeah, it worked great for a minute and I don't know what happened, but just pull that mic
Got it.
towards you. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
In addition to your formal training, do you have any other training or experience to assist you in identifying criminal street gangs and determining gang culture?
I'd say my experience here in the city of Atlanta, working here, my career has been exclusively here. Probation and parole gave me a great knowledge base to start my career. I do have a lot of in custody and custodial, non-custodial interviews with people. I like to talk to people. People talk to me. And I do listen to a lot of jail calls. I feel they're great to get information, phone extractions, wiretap calls. You kind of learn from the gangs themselves.
And you just talked about speaking with individuals. At your time, have you had the opportunity to speak with gang members and or their family members while you've been working in law enforcement?
Yes. Multiple times I've talked to gang members. I've talked to the mothers of their children, their mothers, their grandmothers, brothers, sisters. Sometimes I remember one time recently I was out at a crime scene and somebody's sister came up to me and said, "Hey, how you doing?"
Sustain.
Let me ask you this. Do you gain information to assist you in your investigations with your cases?
Absolutely.
And then you talked about jail calls and wiretaps, and listening to those jail calls and information you get from the wiretaps or intercepted calls. Does that help provide you information, assist you with your knowledge of gangs and gang investigation?
It does.
Now, as your time as an investigator and working in all of your law enforcement capacities, have you had the opportunity to use social media to assist you in your investigation?
I have.
How does social media assist you in your investigations?
So typically in the past with gangs, graffiti used to kind of be the newspaper for the gang. You go to neighborhoods and you look at graffiti and see who's been dead or who they're disrespecting, who's claiming the territory. Now, modern day, that's all basically shifted to social media. It allows you to still do that and not assume much of the risk that you have standing out there doing those kind of things. Gangs love social media, and it's probably one of the most important things you need to pay attention to in gang investigations.
Now, do you use certain tools in order to assist you with investigation that the general public does not have access to?
Yes.
What are some of those tools?
Of course, we have our jail call system. We have phone extractions are a huge, huge thing. So any cell phones that we recover during arrests and we secure a search warrant, I'll have them extracted by a qualified examiner. Interviews that wouldn't be available to the general public, the access to certain people. There's a lot of people that I've talked to that not everybody has access to talk to. So there's several things.
As a gang detective with Atlanta Police Department, were you trained in the method and protocol of the Atlanta Police Department in determining whether or not a person is in either associated or a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes.
Now, when you were with the other agencies, were you trained in other methods or protocols to determine whether or not a person is either associated with or a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes, the different agencies have their different methods, but yes.
As an investigator, have you had the opportunity through your work in Atlanta to interact with persons who claimed association with a gang called Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury generally about your interactions with individuals regarding the Young Slime Life gang?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Let me just ask generally, then I'll go specifically. Have you had conversations with individuals who are a member of Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity or occasion to review social media accounts of individuals who claim affiliation with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to intercept phone calls with individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, through your work as well in Atlanta, have you had the opportunity to interact with individuals who claimed association with a gang called YFN?
Yes, I have.
And I asked the same series of questions. Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with YFN?
Yes, I helped investigate and was part of the team for the YFN RICO indictment, and jail calls were an integral part of our investigation.
And we're going to talk about that indictment in a moment. Have you had the opportunity to look at social media of individuals who claim affiliation with YFN?
Yes.
And what about interception of cellular phone calls? Have you had that opportunity with individuals associated with YFN?
Not as YFN as the target, but it's happened with other cases.
And when you say not with YFN as a target, what do you mean?
When you intercept phone calls, you have a target phone number that you're intercepting the calls from. I haven't had a wiretap case. I've done a few of them. I haven't had one where a YFN person was a target.
Now, through your work working with YSL and YFN, have you had the occasion to learn about alliances with both YFN and YSL?
Yes.
Now, I think you mentioned briefly GGIA, but if you can explain to the jury, what is GGIA?
That's the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Many of us are members and we attend the conferences. They offer great trainings and certifications throughout the year. And like I said, they have a winter and a summer conference. You can go there, you can meet gang experts from throughout the country will come present and just learn from a variety of experienced individuals.
And I think briefly you mentioned, have you had the opportunity to teach courses in gangs?
I have.
What type of courses have you taught?
I serve as an adjunct instructor for the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Typically, I teach social media investigations and advanced investigative techniques.
Now, you talked about the fact that you listen to a lot of jail calls, you've intercepted cellular calls on wiretaps. I mean, you've had the ability to review cell phone data that's been extracted from cell phones. Did those interactions with technology and communication with gang members, looking at jail calls and those items, did that help you gain any knowledge into coded languages that gang members may use?
Absolutely.
Have you had any training on gangs and music?
I've had at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, I believe a few years ago, they had some blocks on music and gangs.
And have you had the occasion in your experience to investigate gangs with people who have ties to the music industry?
I have in Atlanta. It is very common.
And is YSL and YFN both of those gangs that you've been able to investigate?
Yes,
And have you listened to music of individuals associated with both those gangs, both YSL and YFN?
I have.
And are you familiar with gang references in music?
I am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Investigator Viverito as a witness, excuse me, as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity, Your Honor.
All right. She's so qualified and may testify as an expert in those areas.
Now, while you've either been at Atlanta Police Department or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, have you had the opportunity to lead any gang investigations?
I have.
And specifically, I want to direct your attention to this particular case, this indictment here, where you wanted to lead investigators on this indictment when you were at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, I was.
Now, as an investigator on this case, did you have the occasion to investigate any crimes involving an individual by the name of Marquavius Huey?
I did.
And specifically, did you investigate an armed robbery that occurred in October of 2020?
I did.
All right. How did you get involved in that investigation?
Prior to coming to the DA's office, when I was at the GBI Gang Task Force, my office was at the Atlanta Police Department's headquarters in their gang unit. So I was very familiar with all the detectives and the different units up there. I was approached by a detective, Jeffrey Henderson, from the robbery unit regarding a robbery case involving Mr. Huey that he had.
And when he approached you, what, if any, steps did you assist him when he approached you?
I did.
What if steps did you take to assist him with that investigation?
Just identifying Mr. Huey's gang involvement, who he was affiliated with, who he would have had alliances with, who he would have had rivalries with, things of that nature.
And how did you go about assisting to identify Huey's relationships with any gang involvement?
Well, the first thing I did was review Mr. Huey's social media accounts. The name has changed a few times, but when I reviewed it, it was Mr. Huey's very proud of his affiliation with Young Slime Life.
Yep.
So-
Sustained. Don't provide commentary like that, okay? Just, if you're testifying to facts, just give us the facts. Disregard that last comment.
So just, what were some of his names?
JBS Quay for Jonesboro South Quay. I can't remember the rest of them off the top of my head, but he would change. It changed a few times.
And when you looked at his social media, did you also do any other investigation to assist Investigator Henderson?
When Investigator Henderson, following Mr. Huey's arrest, obtained his cellular devices, Investigator Henderson did a search warrant for his devices with a scope of 30 days. So what that means is when the phone is extracted, it's permissible to review 30 days worth of data. I think the time frame was just around the time of the robbery. Within that time frame, there were additional crimes and evidence in the phone. I secured search warrants to expand the scope of what was allowed to be searched to the entire phone on 2 phones.
And once you were able to secure a search warrant, did you then look into the phone, the expanded phone?
I did.
And in preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to look at some of the contents in that phone?
I have.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
Commissioner,
You may.
thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 227 VV2A, 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D. If you can look at those and tell me if you recognize those items.
Sure. Yes, I recognize them.
And how do you recognize them?
They are text messages that were extracted from Mr. Huey's phone, his phones, as well as two contacts that were stored in the phone.
And those appear to be accurate depictions of text messages and the context that were in the phone that you reviewed back in 2020.
They do.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 227 VV2A, 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D into evidence.
Admitted.
Now, Investigator Viverito, when looking through the phone, well, let me ask you this. Prior to getting involved with this investigation with Marquavius Huey, did you have any knowledge of any beef between YFN and YSL?
Yes, since 2015, YSL and YFN had an ongoing conflict.
Overruled.
And when you were working with the GBI task force in 2020, did you have knowledge of that beef?
I did.
Now, when you looked inside of Mr. Huey's phone, did you see any conversations in his phone regarding an individual by the name of Lucci?
I did.
Okay. And generally, what information was in the phone that you saw about an individual Lucci? What did you see in the phone?
I would see that when Lucci or Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, when Mr. Bennett would have, there was a handful of performances or appearances within the city of Atlanta. The flyer would be shared either by Mr. Williams or Mr. Huey. And Mr. Huey would talk about going to handle that. And would be told or asked to go handle that.
And you said he would be talking to Mr. Williams. How did you know, when you're saying Mr. Williams, who are you referring to?
Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug.
How did you know he was speaking with Jeffrey Williams?
Based on the phone numbers that he was in communication with, as well as how they were named in the phone, but the phone numbers themselves.
I'm going to first show you what's been admitted as 227 VV2C.
Okay.
And it should come up on your screen in a moment. Now, first, looking at 227 VV2C, what is the jury looking at?
You're looking at when you extract a phone. If you go to your address book in your phone, you'll pull up contacts or a contact card. This is what it looks like when the phone is extracted. When you receive it back on a hard drive and you're going through the phone, this is what it's going to appear as. So you may have mom, a phone number, and that information. This is how it appears in a forensic phone extraction.
And for 227 VV2C, do you see a name associated with this contact?
Yes.
And what is the name?
It's named Slime, and it has some emojis with the name.
And are you able to tell what the emojis are?
It looks like a snake emoji, And I don't know if you guys can see, should be like the iPhone emoji.
And then in this phone, when it says deleted, do you know what that means?
I would assume that I don't see it on my copy where it says deleted.
Where it says deleted in the left-hand column?
Oh, okay, there you go. So yeah, that would be, I would assume that means that contact was deleted or removed from the device at some point, but still stored in the memory of the device somewhere.
Okay. And where it has other, what is in the other category?
That would be the number associated with that contact.
All right. And then for the created category, what's the created category?
That's going to be the date that the contact was added to the phone. So say you meet somebody, you add their contact to your phone, you put them in your address book, that's going to be that date.
Okay. And then if it was modified, what does that mean?
Modified could be you change their name, you add a last name, you delete the contact, or you modify the number in any way.
All right. And what was the phone number associated with this contact in the phone?
213-910-1192.
Now I'm going to also show you 227 VV2D.
Okay.
First, I want to start with the other. What is the phone number associated with this contact?
213-910-1192.
And is that the same phone number from 227 VV2C?
It is.
Right. And when you look at the name, what is in the name section?
So here it's going to appear as almost like a bug type emoji, but I had a chance to review the physical device. It is a spider emoji. That's just how it translates to, I don't know if you have friends, if you have an iPhone, your friends, the Android, sometimes the emojis don't translate correctly. When you extract the phone, that's what happens here. So when you look at the physical device, it's going to be a spider.
And then what was the created and modified date on 227 VV2D?
March 1st of 2019 is created and modified November 22nd of 2020.
And through your investigation, did you associate this contact with an individual?
I did.
And who was that?
Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Now I'm going to publish 227 VV2A.
Okay.
And I want to go to slide 2. What's being depicted in slide 2? And if we can zoom in, because I know it's pretty tiny.
So just like in your phone, when you send a message, typically the message you're sending is going to be in green for iPhones, blue if they have the recipient has an iPhone. It's going to be on the right-hand side of the conversation. What that is going to be is it's a flyer for a YFN performance or appearance.
Okay. And who sent the flyer, and to whom did the flyer get sent to?
Mr. Huey sent that flyer to Mr. Williams.
And looking at slide 3, in the middle, what is in the middle? Is that the attachment of what the flyer is?
Yes.
Now looking at slide number 3, is that the attachment?
It is.
All right. And for the record, what does the attachment say?
It is a flyer. I think it was a performance or an appearance. It was a mixtape release for Mr. Bennett at the Diamond Club, which from my experience with other investigations is a YFN stronghold.
And if you need to, you can use the screen
Okay.
to help point out as well.
Yeah, so you'll see it's just he's saying he has a mixtape release, and this is at the Diamond Club on Northside Drive.
Now looking at slide 3, 4, excuse me. Starting at slide 4. And if you can either read from the screen behind you or from your paper, or read from the screen behind you, and so we can show the jury. Tell the jurors about the conversation that is happening as a result of this flyer.
So it's a little confusing, but at the time, if you look at the time and dates these messages are sent, the flyer and the initial conversation is started on Mr. Williams' phone that has a 213 area code or a Los Angeles area code. Once the flyer is sent by Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams switches to his Atlanta phone number and they engage in conversation to where Mr. Williams tells him, handle that tonight, and files it up with SLAT. And then Mr. Huey responds, SLAT.
And you said that this was Mr. Williams' Atlanta number. On the left-hand side, it says Slime. Would that be the contact, how the contact is saved in Mr. Huey's phone?
Yes, that's how it would appear in the phone.
And what is the Atlanta phone number?
It is 404-789-1371.
And what is the date, roughly the date and times of these text messages?
January 19th, 2020.
Now going to page 5. What is being depicted on slide 5 of this PowerPoint?
That is Mr. Williams using his Atlanta number to tell Mr. Huey on August 15th of 2020, go handle that, and he responds, SLAT.
Now, looking at page 6, or slide 6, excuse me. Now, this September 2nd, 2020.
It is.
Okay. And what is occurring in this text message conversation beginning on September 2nd, 2020?
Okay, so several months later, Mr. Huey is going to send another flyer for a YFN Lucci appearance or performance. And Mr. Williams responds, where's that at? Mr. Huey tells him, Claremont. Mr. Williams responds and says, Slatty, handle, stay very low. And Mr. Huey says, Slat, for sure, I've been out the way.
And looking at the next slide, is this a copy of that flyer?
Yes, it is.
And when is the date of the appearance that Mr. Bennett is advertising?
September 6th.
Now going to the next slide. Does that conversation continue?
It does.
Okay. And if you could say for the record what the conversation is as it continues.
Mr. Huey tells Mr. Williams, I appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. He sends the 100 emoji, which kind of means like, I'm for real about it. Mr. Williams says, Slat, handle that, I got you. Mr. Huey responds, Slat.
Now, going to the next slide, is there some additional conversation now with the 213 number that's identified as Spider or Mr. Williams?
There is.
Okay. And when is this conversation?
July 20th of 2020.
Okay. So this is after the first Lucci conversation, but before the second Lucci conversation.
Yes.
All right. And what is occurring in this conversation?
Mr. Huey sends in the first message, you see an attachment. It's a video clip of a friend that wanted really bad he was like trying to get his career off the ground as a rapper here in Atlanta. He says, post this for me, my brother. And then he uses a derogatory term for somebody and says, that person's out here in LA, twin. Not referring to his friend, he's referring to somebody else, somebody of the opposition, it appears.
Your Honor, I'm speculation.
Sustained.
Yes. And is that just generally the context of this conversation?
Correct.
All right. I want to move to the next slide. I'm sorry, the next slide. Specifically, on this slide, do you see a message with an individual by the name of Javon Fleetwood?
I do.
And are you familiar with that individual?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that individual?
He's a member of YSL.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, have you had the occasion to investigate a shooting involving Mr. Fleetwood, where he is been charged with aggravated assault?
Yeah, I wasn't the lead investigator, but I had a chance to review the investigation.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to prep that case for trial at any point?
I did.
What were the charges that he was preparing for to go to trial on?
I believe it was aggravated assault.
Okay. And do you know the approximate date of the incident in which he was being charged with?
I believe it was May 10th of 2019.
And in that May 10th, 2019, was there a vehicle associated with that ag assault?
There was.
Well, we haven't heard it yet, but avoid hearsay.
Yes. As a part of your investigation, when you were investigating that case for trial,
I'm gonna get the hearsay.
Don't elicit hearsay,
I won't listen here say.
because right now it sounds like she's testifying as a fact witness, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you get social media account for Mr. Fleetwood
I didn't obtain records for it, but I reviewed some posts from his account.
from his public account?
Correct.
And have you had the opportunity to view those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 479 VV. Tell me if you recognize 479 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 479 VV?
That's a photo of Mr. Javon Fleetwood from his Instagram account.
And is that from his public Instagram account?
It is.
Right. And was that pulled in preparation for this indictment here that we are referencing, 22 SC 183572?
It was.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit 478 VV into evidence.
Noted.
Admitted.
Oh, excuse me, 479 VV.
All right. Admitted.
And we'll publish that in a moment. Based on your investigation, do you know if Mr. Huey and Mr. Fleetwood had a friendship?
Yes.
And had you seen any public social media accounts with both Mr. Fleetwood and Mr. Huey in those together?
I believe there were a few posts of them together that I reviewed.
Right. Now, I want to go to, I think, slide 10. And we're going to now publish 469 VV. Four 471, 479 VV. That's not it. And is that Mr. Fleetwood?
That is
Okay. And what was his Instagram name?
_TV World.
And I want to zoom into his face. Do you see any tattoos? Do you see any tattoos on Mr. Fleetwood's face?
I do.
And specifically, do you see the tattoo with the star?
I do.
What is the tattoo next to the tattoo with the star?
So down the right side of his face by his temple, you'll see he has YSL tattooed on the right side of his face.
And now I'll go back to the next set of the former. State's Exhibit 227 VV2A. Now I want to go to this conversation that starts on February 25th, 2020.
Okay.
Who is Mr. Huey speaking with?
Mr. Williams using his Los Angeles area code phone number.
And looking at this post, generally, what is the context of this text message conversation?
He sends a social media post of somebody else to Mr. Williams and says, "What's up with him? Is he cool?"
Okay. And then what was his next message to Mr. Williams' phone?
He's inquiring if the gentleman is cool. It looks because he says he posted that racial expletive, Bloody J.
And are you familiar with that name or individual, Bloody J?
Yes.
And are you aware if he's associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He's associated with the YFN or Atlanta Blood Gang, criminal street gangs.
And do you know Bloody J's given name?
Yes, it's Justin Ushery.
And have you had any investigation involving Mr. Usher?
I have.
And then did Mr. Williams respond to his to Mr. Hugh's inquiry?
He says, "Who is that?" To which Mr. Hugh responds, "Duct Tape Dave."
And are you familiar with the individual by the name of Duct Tape Dave?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that name?
He's a pretty prominent guy within the duct tape criminal street gang.
There's a criminal
And
street.
then was there a response to that?
It was.
Oh, and what was that?
Mr. Williams says, "He's a buster too." To which Mr. Huey responds, "Slat." And he tells Mr. Williams, "I told him, fuck them, racial expletive. He hit me back laughing and shit."
All right. Now I want to go to a tweet that begins on March 12th, 2020.
Okay.
Now, what is going on within this group of text messages on March 12th, 2020?
Mr. Williams initiates a conversation with Mr. Huey.
Okay. And what does Mr. Williams say in his initiation?
What y'all got going on?
And then is there a response?
He says, "Them, racial expletive. No, I ain't play no part in that slime."
And then is there a response from Mr. Williams back to Mr. Huey?
He says, "Take that shit back."
And is there a response from Mr. Huey back to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Huey says, "I ain't get nothing out of that. I ain't even pull no gun on nobody. I'm finna tell them though."
All right. And does Does he make another response?
He said, I told him I ain't finna do that shit. He went on and did it. I couldn't stop him.
And then does Mr. Williams respond to that?
Mr. Williams says, if he don't take it back, he's gonna die.
And looking at this text message, without going into detail, were you aware of any police reports around this event of March 12, 2020?
Objection, I hear, sir.
Overruled.
Were you aware of any police reports regarding any incidents around this date?
I was.
Okay. Now, I want to go to 227 VV 2B. And in looking at 227 VV 2B, was there a text message on November 14, 2021?
There was.
Okay. And who sent the message?
Mr. Huey sends the message to Mr. Williams' LA area code phone number.
Okay. And what does the message say?
It says, you know, I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama.
Now I'm going to approach, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 428 VV. Tell me if you recognize Stacey Dibbitt 428 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize Stacey Dibbitt 428 VV?
This is a photo from Mr. Huey's public Instagram account.
And is that, what was his account name?
__ Quay1.
And were you familiar with that Instagram post for Mr. Huey?
I was.
And were you able to pull that Instagram post in preparation for this case here today?
I was.
You know, at this time, the state would like to tender tender 428 VV into evidence.
I'm sorry, 28,
428
Okay.
VV
admitted.
and permission to
You
publish.
may.
And who is depicted in this picture?
That's gonna be Mr. Huey standing with Mr. Williams.
And is there a caption?
There is.
What's the caption?
It reads, from lockdown to a jet, slap biz.
And is there a date to that post?
September 4th.
Now, in looking at Mr. Huey's phone, we talked about there being this ongoing beef with YFN since about 2015. And in Mr. Huey's phone, there is information about Mr. Huey going to go handle business and sending those flyers.
Correct?
Between 2019 and 2020, was there any ongoing conflict or continuous ongoing conflict between YFN and YSL?
Yes.
And through your investigation, were you made aware of incidents that occurred between 2019 and 2020 between those two groups?
Yes, several.
How did you learn about those incidents?
In 2019, when I was working, at that time, I wasn't yet promoted to the gang task force. So I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit as a probation officer with a gang caseload. So I worked on their investigations with them. And then in 2020, when I was with the GBI gang task force, I worked some of the actual investigations.
Specifically, did you ever work an investigation regarding a May 2019 incident involving YFN Lucio, Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I was aware of the incident, but I was not an investigator on it.
Okay. Did you investigate any shots fired call from May 22nd, 2019 in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How were you involved in that investigation?
Can I refer to a timeline?
Yes.
That was an incident where shots fired at the YSL stronghold located at 151 Cleveland Ave.
Sounds like we're reading off the report, and I'm gonna ask you to please.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
How are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
That's a known location where YSL members hang out, sell narcotics, congregate.
And have you had your own opportunity to investigate crimes that occurred in that area of 151 Cleveland?
I have.
Now, I want to take you to 2020. Did you have the occasion to investigate any specific incidents involving YFN incidents towards YSL members or YSL members towards YFN members?
I did.
In 2020, how many such incidents did you yourself were part of the investigation?
There were numerous incidents that we worked on as a team.
And in 2020, were there a lot of back and forth shootings between those two groups or associates of those two groups?
Yes, almost daily.
In 2020, were there also social media posts of antagonizing between one group posting on social media, antagonizing the other group?
Yes.
Do you know of an individual by the name of Tinquarius Mender?
I do.
How are you, how do you know that individual? How are you aware of that individual?
I want to make sure I answer that. Is it okay to answer?
Let me ask you this. Is Mr. Mender associated with YSL?
He is.
Have you seen social media posts of Mr. Mender driving around in YFN territory?
Yes, he would post himself driving around and he would tag, in case you didn't recognize it from sight, he would tag Summerhill.
And why would that be considered antagonizing for Mr. Mender to be driving around in Summerhill?
Because Mr. Member was also a member of YSL.
In 2020, did you have the occasion to investigate a case involving Mr. Mender and Mr. Diamante Thomas at Greenbrier Mall?
Yes, but I think it was Dontavius.
Excuse me, Dontavius
Yeah.
Thomas. Are you aware if Dontavius Thomas is related to Donovan Thomas?
Yes,
How are they related?
I believe it's his brother.
How were you involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Mender and Dontavius Thomas?
At that time, like I said, there was a conflict. The conflict had reignited. So almost daily, every day we had incidents happening. I remember that day we were at work, we got a call about a vehicle that was fired upon while it was driving on the highway. And it had flipped over, had two victims inside the vehicle. Myself and investigator Storno of the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit began to look deeper into that case and realized that the victims on the case were Dontavius Thomas and Reginald Carter, the brother and cousin of Donovan Thomas.
And you said you began to dig deeper. What else did you do as a part of that investigation?
Once we got into the investigation, we located a suspect vehicle that I knew to be associated with Mr. Mender and his cousin, Wayne Alford.
And what else did you do as a part of the investigation?
We would pull phone records, we got video, we spoke to witnesses, and ultimately were able to charge that case appropriately.
Were there other conflicts that occurred in 2020?
Yes, following that case, I mean, it was, like I said, it was daily. It was constant shootings back and forth between the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta and some of the other areas where the YSL associates would hang out. It resulted in murders. It resulted in aggravated assaults. There were numerous incidents.
Now, in 2021, did you learn of the arrest of Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
Okay. And when he was arrested, where was he housed?
At the Fulton County Jail.
And while he was in the Fulton County Jail, did you learn of a stabbing of Mr. Lucci in February of 2022?
I did.
How did you become aware of that incident?
I believe one of the investigators from the Fulton County Jail had mentioned it to me.
And once you learned about the incident, what, if anything, did you do?
Once I learned about the incident, I inquired about who the suspect was, and I found out that it was a Mr. Jaden Myrick.
When you found out it was Jaden Myrick, what did you do at that point?
I was familiar with Mr. Myrick, so I began to listen to his jail phone calls and look at his jail. In the jail, I don't know if they still do, they used to have tablets they could rent, and they could text friends and family members through the system with the tablets. So I began to review his text messages as well.
And you said you were familiar with Mr. Myrick. How were you familiar with him?
His involvements in the case that we had at the office,
And we say the office, talking about the Fulton
the
County.
Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And in your understanding of who Mr. Myrick was, did you know if he was associated with any gang?
I knew he was a blood gang member that was associated with YSL.
Now, you said that you started looking at their tablets. Were you able to get the contents of that tablet?
No.
The text messages of the tablet?
Well, when you log into the system, you can review their text messages. So I was able to review some of the text messages from that relevant time period.
And have you had the opportunity to review some of those text messages in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
And let me ask you this. When you first learned that Jaden Myrick was the person who stabbed him, did you know if there was a plan to stab Lucci? Did you know anything about what led up to the actual stabbing?
I did not, which is what led me to review his phone calls and text messages because I was trying to see what had happened.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 5TT. Tell me if you recognize Stacy Exhibit 5TT.
I do.
How do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 5TT?
These are some of Mr. Myrick's text messages from the jail system.
And were these some of the messages that you looked at when you found out or learned of the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
They are.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of some of the messages that you reviewed once you started investigating or looking into the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Stacy Exhibit 5TT into evidence.
Admitted.
Once you started looking at these messages, what, if anything, did you learn or glean from these messages?
It appeared to me that Mr. Myrick's girlfriend, Ashley Ellison, was acting as a third party for communication with somebody else.
And once you started looking at determining Ms. Ellison might be serving as a third party, what did you do at that point?
I began to try and identify the third party and a phone number associated with that party.
And how did you go about doing that?
There were context clues from the text messages. On a text message from February 6th, she says, "Your folks," this message is from your folks, 706, which is an area code that I know. So I think, okay, maybe that's a clue. Maybe that's the person has a 706 area code. Okay.
And what did the text say?
It does. So Miss Ellison is conveying the message from the 706 area code to Mr. Myrick. And she says, and the person is telling her to tell him, "Tell Lil Bro, I talked to the biggest just now waiting on the news. He thinks we're flexing. I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud. My name is on the line on this one, so don't make me look bad."
And what was the date and time of that message?
February 9th, 2020 at 11:32 p.m.
Is it 2020?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Okay. And in reading that, did you have an understanding of what they were even talking about?
A basic understanding, yes.
What was your understanding of it?
That they were waiting for confirmation that the act had happened, saying that we think we're flexing. He thinks that we're trying to get one over on them. And they think that they were kidding because I guess they'd been housed together for a little while and nothing had happened up until that point. He tells them he put the food on the table, like he gave him the opportunity and make me proud.
And once you saw that message, how did you go about determining if 706 was a phone number or what 706 was?
I reviewed Mr. Myrick's jail calls. You can pull jail calls by the inmate themselves. And I looked at his jail calls to see if there are any phone numbers that he had called with a 706 area code.
And were there any phone numbers he had called with the 706 area code?
Yes, there was one.
Now, once you saw the phone number that he had called, what, if anything, did you do about the phone number?
I requested the records for the phone number. I learned that it was a Verizon phone number. When you have Verizon, they retain what is called text message data. As long as it's not an iPhone, if you have an iPhone, as long as it's not iMessage and it's Android to Android or iPhone to Android, for 7 days, they will retain the contents of those text messages. So I secured a search warrant and requested the call records as well as the text message content for that phone number from Verizon.
And were you able to get that information?
I was.
And once you received the information, what, if anything, did you do?
I tried to, it just comes in as a big spreadsheet. So I went through and sorted and identified the calls. The texts and read through them.
And when you said you sorted, how did you go about sorting and identifying the text messages?
To make it comprehensible and able to be read, I color coded the messages from each person so people could kind of track and follow along with what was being said.
And have you had an opportunity to review a copy of a demonstrative showing how you kind of color coded those text messages to help determine what people were talking?
I have.
Showing you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 1 TTB. Do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
I do.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
This is the color-coded version of the spreadsheet that I had made.
And I'm going to show you here State's Exhibit 1 TTC1, 1 TTC2, 1 TTC3, and 1 TTC4. Do those appear to be enlarged versions of your color-coded copy of your text message?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit first State's Exhibit 1 TTB and 1 TTC 1 through 4. B as evidence and C 1 through 4 as demonstrative.
Y'all eyes ain't got big.
All
One
right.
Yeah.
Those are admitted.
listening to this.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Not one time. Y'all lost? Okay, I've been waiting. I've been waiting.
Yes, you may.
Okay, let's watch this. Did I got stuff to say.
So first, orient the jurors as to the colors and who, when you have dark green, who are you highlighting, light green, the pinks, and the reds. So first, orient the jurors.
So the greens are going to
And
be,
talk loud so that everyone can hear you.
okay. So the greens are going to be members of, or somebody associated would appear to be YSL. So make it easy, associated does that stuff with green.
Why did you say that it appeared that they were associated with YSL?
Based on the context of the conversation, what was being discussed, how people were being referred to, things like that. Okay. The red.
Okay, I'm not gonna take a long time. First of all, she just said the text messages on the screen. Anyone that is green is YSL. That's hilarious, making them green. So, first of all, there was a lot of conversation about Huey and Thug. Huey low key was the silent one. We didn't hear a lot of stuff about him. He got like he had 19 charges. Obviously, he took a plea, but Huey seemed to be on the undercover tip with texting Thug, according to the state. Let me be clear. This is all alleged and according to the state. He's texting Thug and he's sending all of these messages regarding YF and Lucci, right? And so he is essentially trying to pull up on and handle things with Lucci. And what the state is saying is that in response to all of these flyers about where Lucci is, Thug is allegedly responding, handle that, handle that, handle that. Okay. And so then you fast forward to obviously what happens for Lucci getting stabbed in jail. We heard some phone calls the other day where it wasn't Myrick though, but it was another, I forgot who it was, but in the call, and I'm in PC with Lucci and we trying to, handle some things. And then Myrick ends up stabbing him on February 9th, right? Where these conversations are going back and forth. The state is Eppinger. Thank you. It was Eppinger. And then the state just says that Thug, there's these text messages and they're to Thug saying, or from Thug, where Thug is saying, basically, I gave y'all the opportunity, make me proud, and ain't nothing happened to that boy. Y'all in there with Lucci, and ain't nobody touched Lucci yet. Why? I said do it, and nobody has touched Lucci, is essentially what they're saying, which would indicate that he has given a go-ahead to handle that. So again, I keep saying, yeah, it was Obama and Eppinger. Thank you. I don't got all my notes. But what I think the context of what you need to remember as you're listening to all of this is that RICO allows other defendants to be held responsible. I'm using quotes here, but to be held responsible for the actions of the other people in your organization. And so, yes, Thug is gone. Yes, Huey's gone. Yes, all of these people are gone. But one of the questions I asked was, has the state established that there was a gang war? If we start putting into evidence that there is a beef, some kind of issue between YSL and YFN, and there are hits and there are shootings and there are retaliation things happening against YFN, that would indicate that is YSL actually a criminal street gang? And again, when you talk about overt acts, right? When you talk about all of these things, actions happening, were they done to further YSL? So if there's a beef between YSL and YFN and Lucci is stabbed, what the state is saying is it was done in furtherance of YSL. They did it on behalf of YSL. We don't like you. We have a war. So any action I do was done in furtherance of the gang. Now, does that go? I'm gonna be quick in 2 seconds. Think back to Shymel Drinks, right? And I'm not saying they've proven this fully, but just follow the theory and the analogy here. If Shymel Drinks is then a part or associated with YFN, and the state has shown that there's a beef between YSL and YFN, these two gangs, and then Shymel Drinks is killed, that would indicate that it was done again in furtherance of YSL. This is all count one. We all back to count one. This is them establishing YSL is a gang. There were actions done on behalf and in furtherance of YSL. And so any of these two co-defendants that are left can essentially be held responsible. I'm using that lightly, but get where I'm going, right? So this stuff, even though these people are not in the courtroom, it does matter. It does matter. Does that make sense? It does matter. It's not all 403. Of course, the jurors have to follow all of this, and I'm not saying they're following it all. Okay, I got notepads and I'm paying attention and I can rewind. So I'm not saying that they're following it all, but the state is laying their case here. I'm not sure why it took a year, but this is what they're doing. Again, I'm not saying it's 100%. I'm just, and okay, last thing. And a lot of this, the whole point, y'all sound like defense attorneys because a lot of this, the defense's whole job is to say, just because it says slime don't mean it was really him. How you know who had the phone? But what I'm saying is, do you have a heart next to the love of your life in your phone? Or do you have an angry devil face? Is it realistic? And this is the reasonable doubt part, right? Okay, reasonable doubt coming in. Is it reasonable that most people put misleading emojis next to the person in their phone? Or do you typically put something that actually reflects who that person is to you in your phone? Somebody said I put a baseball because they were a parent of my son's baseball team. So if you're typically, okay, reasonably, if most people in your experience are putting emojis that reflect who that person is, okay, to you, that is essentially what they're setting up. I'm not saying it's 100%. I'm just trying to lay it out for you. Okay. I hope that makes sense. Don't hate me. I'm not saying they're going to be guilty. I'm not saying they're going to be innocent, but this is the basic. Okay. All right. I'm done. Let's catch up.
Is going to be a conversation with Ashley Ellison, that's Mr. Myrick's girlfriend. So the darker red is the originating member. It's going to be Mr. Myrick. And then the lighter, the pink is going to be Ms. Ellison. And then the yellow was an unknown number that was inserted into the conversation. Still the bottom.
And when you went back and started investigating the case, what do you recall what day the stabbing occurred?
February 9th.
So when you went back, why did you start at February 6th, 2022?
Because that's what the jail text messages, that's kind of when they had started. So I wanted to go back to get, usually when a crime happens, sometimes premeditated, sometimes it's not. But I wanted to catch the planning phase if there was any planning phase.
And did you ever associate any of the other phone numbers, for example, this 404-293-3244, did you ever at some point identify that phone number?
I did.
And who did you identify that phone number to belong to?
That belonged to Demikian Garlington.
And did Demikian Garlington have a nickname?
D for Little League.
And were you ever familiar with his social media accounts?
I was.
And did he ever go by the social media account Scarface?
He did.
So let's start with on February 6, 2022, is there a text message from the phone associated with Demikian Garlington to that 706 number?
No, it's going to come from the 706 number to Mr. Garlington.
Okay. And thank you for clarifying that for me. The 706 number, let me ask you this. Did you ever identify that individual?
I did.
And who was that?
That's going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Cleve Adams. He's an inmate with the Georgia Department of Corrections. He also goes by the name Bobby Hunt. That's his nickname, his moniker he likes to go by.
And based on your investigation, was he conducting these text messages while he was incarcerated in prison?
He was.
All right. Now, looking at the first message, what is the date and time of the first message?
February 6, 2022 at 10:22 a.m.
10:20 or 19?
19:20, sorry.
Okay, so that's 7:20 p.m.?
Yes.
All
I
right.
think they're away from the mic.
It says, yo,
And is there a response from the phone associate Mr. Garlington to the phone associate Mr. Adams or Bobby?
yes, Mr. Garlington says, who is this? Who's this?
All right. And is there a response?
He says, Hunt.
Now, you have a red call here. What does that signify?
That's going to be a text message from Ashley Ellison, Mr. Myrick's girlfriend.
And who is she communicating with?
She's sending a message to Mr. Hunt, the gentleman in prison.
And what does she say?
She said, hey, Red, Cedric Ruby, can you talk? He wanted me to call you.
Now, Cedric, do you know who that is?
Mr. Meyer, that's the nickname he goes by, Cedric.
And have you ever heard the term, this is Red Cedric Ruby? Do you have heard of that term before?
Yeah, Ruby is a slang term or a name that's given to a female friend or associate of the blood gang. They go by a Ruby. That's who we Ruby.
And at any point did Mr. Adams respond to her?
Yes, a little bit more than one.
Okay, and just to make it easier, when did he respond to her and what was his response?
When I call you, it might have gone through the jail messages. It's hard to explain.
Okay, so then next, on February 6th, 2022 at 1951, is there a conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and Mr. Garland's phone?
Yes.
Okay, and just go through that conversation, the next set of conversation.
So, Mr. Garlington says, "What it do, twin?" Mr. Adams, who's been in communication with Mr. Myrick, says, "My little man right there with the FUCK, racial expletive." And Mr. Garlington says, "Oh yeah, where about?" Mr. Adams says, "You know which I'm talking about, right? The singer." And Mr. Garlington says, "Who's locked up?" And Mr. Adams says, 650. To which I know that to be a nickname from Mr. Bennett. He will wear a 650 chain. It referred, he goes by 650 Luke. He has music. He has a Maybach, 650 Maybach. That's where it comes from. So Mr. Garlington responds.
Okay, let me not be loud. I don't know what happened to the audio. I'm gonna refresh it, but I didn't touch any audio buttons. Let me refresh.
Racial expletive, got to see it to believe it. And Chris being in there is all the confirmation that's going to be needed.
So is that also using some code of language as well?
Some.
And what is your understanding of what's happening in this text?
Basically tell him focus on the task at hand, and that people are going to get confirmation of it because Eppinger's in there. He's going to be able to vouch for it and say, "No, it's happened. I'm here. It actually happened."
And then does that generally the context that's happening between Ms. Allison passing messages to Myrick from Adam in this February 8th conversation?
It is.
All right. Now going to February 9th, is there any messages between Mr. Adams and Mr. Garland?
He just reaches out to him. To me, it appears that maybe Mr. Garlington may have attempted to call him and he couldn't answer. And he says, "Yo, 12 is on the floor." 12 being a slang term for police. When you're in the prison system, the guards should come around, do rounds. If that's happening, he wouldn't have been able to answer his phone if the call came in.
And then are there conversations between Allison and Adam beginning on February, also now on February 9th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the general, what's the conversation happening here on February 9th, 2022?
Mr. Adams is engaged in a conversation with Miss Ellison, and he says, "Yo," and she says, "What's up?" And he says, "Tell little bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. They think we're flexing." And she says, "Okay, I'll text this to him."
And go ahead.
And then Mr. Adams says, "My name's on the line on this one. Don't make me look bad." Oh, it's a follow-up. So yeah, my name's on this line. I'm sorry, the text messages, sometimes they come in a little bit out of order. It says, "My name is on the line. So on this one, don't make me look bad." He said, "I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive is in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud."
Now, is this similar to the same text message that you saw in the JK system when you were first just trying to pull the case? Is that same text message in the JK system?
Yes.
And is that the same text message you read a few moments ago?
Yes.
All right. And is there any further conversation between Ellison and Adams and her passing that?
It looks like there was based on the context, there was I think, and there's a phone call that happens where there's a three-way call that's attempting to happen. Isn't great service in most of these prisons. So he wasn't able to hear him. So they're trying to get the message across about what had happened in the payment and things like that. And you'll even see he texted this yellow number. He says, nothing, just trying to get confirmation of this thing.
And is that confirmation, is your understanding that's a confirmation of the stabbing?
Correct.
And what day does the stabbing occur?
May 9th.
May 9th?
I'm sorry, February 9th.
So these are from February 10th. He stabbed February 9th, and some of them before February 8th, February 9th, leading up to Lucci being stabbed in the gym.
Now, on February 10th, is there some conversation between Ellison's phone and Adam's phone?
There is.
Okay, if you can give the general context of what is now occurring on February 10th, and is this the day after the stabbing?
Yes.
All right, what is happening on the day after the stabbing?
Mr. Myrick, coupled with phone calls, Mr. Myrick is eager to be paid for what he did for stabbing Mr. Bennett. So Ms. Ellison is texting.
Yeah, I mean, I already instructed you once to not include your commentary and just provide the facts.
Can I lay some foundation? Were you able to listen to the jail calls yourself?
I was.
And were you able to pick up tone and manner and demeanor in the calls that you were listening to?
Yes.
And
All right. And so that would be your lay opinion that he, okay.
Yeah.
And based on that, is that how you were determining that he was eager to get paid for what he did to Mr. Bennett?
Correct. That was the purpose of his phone calls, were to seek payment for what he had done.
And were there multiple phone calls for him seeking payment for what he did?
Yes.
And with that, Your Honor, with that.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, looking at February 10th, 2022, just go through what that conversation was on February 10th, 2022.
She said, do you need the bros to verify? He said, that's all. Should be no talking on the phone right now anyway.
And for you as an investigator, was that significant?
It was.
Why?
Because he was seeking payment and talking about, does it need to be verified to secure payment? And they were talking about not talking on the phone right now because of what had just happened.
It being the stabbing that just happened.
Correct.
All right. And when you say not talking on the phone, for that, not talking on the jail phone?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Continue.
He's asking, Ms. Ellison said, Mr. Myrick is asking to get something to eat now. He's hungry. And then he again utilizes an outside person to send like $80 to Mr. Myrick.
And that's generally the conversation here, them just trying to get this money, get paid.
Correct.
All right. Now, skipping down to February 10th, is there now some conversation between Garlington and Adams?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about what's happening between Garlington and Adams on February 10th as well.
Mr. Adams is reaching out to Mr. Garlington regarding what appears to possibly be payment for Mr. Myrick for the stabbing.
And just go through the text.
Okay. Mr. Adams says, get at me. 3 step 5. And he says, Mr. Garlington says, okay, when I get off your phone. Mr. Adams says, I'm on your ass. You tried to play me to the left. Then one says, yo. The other says, yo. Mr. Adams says, what you got going? Mr. Garlington says, put him down. And he says, for sure. Like, did he put him down? And he says, are you for sure? Simon says, yo, twin. And again, Mr. Adams reaches out and says, look, just keep me posted so I can make sure little bro gets something because he's on my top bad. And I told him I was going to get him the back end for his show. Got to pay him a couple racks myself to make sure he's in gang. I recognize when they say Jeezy typically means good. I ain't looking for nothing for me. I'm just invested in my artist. Smell me. I need me and mines. Looks like gone. Gonna get it done for sure. Slat. I'm out here. Hit me gang. And then Mr. Garlington responds, it's hard to get in touch with him. I just be seeing him when I go up there to the yo. You know, I understand that shit, gang. I'm with you, slat.
Miss Hilton, you don't have to do it right now, but be kind of thinking about when a good lunch break would be.
This is the last one, so I
All
put it
right.
right here.
Sounds good.
All right. And while we wrap this up, we'll go to lunch. So what is this still on the February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it's a continuation.
Okay, and just go through the last bit of that conversation between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Adams on February 10th.
Mr. Garlington says, okay. And Mr. Adams says, for sure. I know it's going to take time, bro. Bro is bigger than big, and he got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to 4-4 ever. Slime, I'm rocking, and mine's going with me. It's all hands on deck.
And does that text message repeat itself?
It does.
All right. And from your investigation and understanding, when he says, for sure, I know it's going to take time, bro, bigger than big, and got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to forever slime. Who did you understand they were talking about, given your investigation and content of this text message?
From my investigation and my knowledge, it sounded like somebody in a leadership role with YSL.
Did you know specifically who?
It appeared to be Mr. Williams.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
And a motion to strike, move to strike.
Can I lay some sound?
You can try.
Okay. How long had you been working back and forth with the YSL gang?
Since 2019, at least, if not 2017.
And when you were working with these cases, did you ever have any other evidence in which individuals from YSL, from your own investigation, attempted to conceal Mr. Williams' identity?
Yes.
And how have you seen that occur?
With the use of FaceTime to conceal his identity, so text messages or phone calls go undetected.
Okay. Have you ever seen in your investigation or listening to jail calls that individual YSL would try not to use his name?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever seen through social media where individuals will try to conceal and say, don't say his name, say a different name?
Correct.
And in having that knowledge and reading this text message, is that how you determine, it is of your expert opinion, that this could be potentially could be talking about Mr. Williams?
Well, objection to leading, and it's also a misstatement of what was said initially. In her opinion, it's Mr. Williams, and
All right.
it could be Mr. Williams.
I'm going to let you clear that up on cross.
I
May
originally said
answer.
somebody with a leadership role. I can't definitively say Mr. Williams. I said somebody within a leadership role, so that's who is in the highest leadership role. So
No, I think this would be a good time.
Okay. Let's take our lunch break and let's plan to be back at 1:15, please.
I'm about to talk. Bring your audio down.
Right, just stay where you are for a minute. Is there anything we need to take up before we break for lunch? Okay, we're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's nothing to take up, but I printed, and was gonna bring to defense counsel and the court, two cases the state wants to provide counsel support for issues that may come up
Okay,
during this discussion.
thanks.
Okay, there we go. So we are on break until lunch is over. We are not done with the direct examination of Viverito. I should do a poll. How y'all think she's doing? How is she doing? The female on the stand is Marissa. Like you, girl. It's you, girl. It's Marissa Viverito. Her name is Marissa Viverito. She is the last witness for the state. And right now she's on direct examination and she is laying out, it seems she's not, I mean, she kind of went back, but they really are starting with 2020, 21, 22. And this YF and Lucci thing particularly. And I mean, it would have been interesting for Steele to be here because to see him address the good thing about Cross is that it can always make stuff look different. So they are doing, their job right now, but we will see what happens on Cross. Obviously, Max Sharp is on top of everything. He is objecting. He is making sure that hearsay and the speculations, all that stuff stays out. I think it's important too, because her being able to speak very definitively about stuff could be problematic. If she's up there and she's able to say, it was Jeffrey Williams and he is the leader of the gang. You can't do that, girl. The state has to prove that. And then the jury decides if that, they are the fact finders, that the state prove that he was the leader or not. Obviously, Doug is pled out, so that charge don't matter anymore. But I think, Sharp is on it with these objections and trying to make sure some of this stuff stays out. And then, of course, what questions he's going to ask and poke holes when it's his turn for Cross. I think it's important to just highlight, I think some of the stuff y'all are saying in the chat, which is like some of this stuff can be left for interpretation and what actually makes a gang expert, and all of that, and painting things in a different light, which is what, defense attorneys are supposed to do. But I think the other side of it, kind of what I was saying before, is how it's reasonable doubt, and so and again, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but as a reasonable person, if you're reasonable, if you're not, don't include yourself in this, but as a reasonable person, based on all the evidence you hear, if you see a snake and the state is saying that number is Jeffrey Williams, and again, we haven't got to Cross yet, but if they're saying that number is Jeffrey Williams, and based on everything that they've presented throughout this case, are you at this point able to be like, that really might be Jeffrey Williams' phone number? Or are you like, no, that I still don't see, that it is, and that means nothing? And, we've heard, how many times have we heard the state and Miss Love ask the witnesses, what does SLAT mean? What does slime mean? What does this mean? What does YSL mean? And so we've heard SLAT means slime love all the time. And so when you see some text messages about Lucci, who is YFN, and then allegedly Jeffrey Williams is saying handle that, and then he's saying SLAT, is that reinforcing what the state has alleged to be the situation here, to be the case here? So I think those are all the things, I think it's very interesting, but I always love to wait for Cross because we can see what they are saying is actually happening. So, Katie, you keep talking about Atkins' big ass head. It's so funny to me. Did they also say Thug had a bunch of phones and numbers that he gave to other people? I think that's the other thing. Thug is, at this point, is a celebrity. Let me just say this, because she brought this up at the end where she is talking about the way they talked about Thug indicates that he's the leader of the gang. And again, this is where interpretation comes in, because I would think when you're talking about he's big and he got to be hands off and we can't mention his name, I think that I could interpret that more to do with his celebrity status and not necessarily his status within YSL. Like, if you have a celebrity doing something shady, because they're known, you have to be extra careful, not necessarily like leadership role in the gang, but I don't know. I mean, that's just what Tiffany said Thug is just the holder of the family plan. He the only one with good credit. So we all had phones under his name, but that don't mean it was actually him texting. Remember, it's reasonable doubt, not belief. State has to prove things that happen. Defense doesn't have to disprove. That is very true. That is very true. The defense just got to poke holes. They don't have to prove, they don't have to disprove it. You are 100% correct. That is facts. To making it count says, what I've taken from this trial thus far is that inmates are not safe in custody. That is true, because the amount of people, the fact that you can be in a jail and any of this could be happening, if it's true, is a lot. Where are the guards? Somebody do something. That's the other thing. They were burners. Well, some of them are burners. Some of them are straight up jail calls. Listen, I hope none of you in this chat have gone to jail or will go to jail. I hope that is not in your future. However, if you just so happen to find yourself behind somebody's bars, when you pick up that phone and they say, this call is recorded, believe that part, okay? Believe that it's recorded. So don't get on there talking about, I'm in here with the ops boy. Who? The ops boy. Who? Lucci, nigga. You can't do that. You can't do that. Because then when the state gets up here and they say Lucci is the ops, and your defense attorneys are like, what's the ops? Who said Lucci? He's not the ops. And then you played the phone record where you like, the ops boy. Who? The ops boy. That's not gonna bode well. Okay. So if you just so happen to find yourself on one end or the other of a jail call, you got to be smarter than that. Just be smarter than that part. Don't get on there thinking you smarter than everybody, talking about you trying to use nicknames that are very obvious. Okay. Don't use nicknames that are obvious. Like, if you talking about me, don't be like, that girl that's not a lawyer. Who? That girl that's not a lawyer. Who? Male. Don't do that. Don't do that. Call me a lawyer. Let's be smarter. However, I think this is a good point too. I think I keep hitting all your comments, Tiffany. The judge, it seems like she's not here for the shenanigans. Judge Page said, now, I done told you one time, honey. You keep playing with me if you want to. Whitaker said, don't get on here acting silly. So that's going to be interesting too. As long as she got a tight rope. Don't get on there acting crazy. Oh man. And then even the talk about Bloody J, which that makes my mind go back to, remember when Woody, he said he didn't get beat up. He said that they hit him. He said, I forgot how he worded it, but that had to do with Bloody J in there too. They went outside and they're jumping on Bloody J. Like, again, if you are the jurors and you've been paying attention and you care at all at this point, because it's been a year, if you care at all, the question is, are any of these pieces from today landing? They've laid a ton of groundwork that, listen, I'm not a lawyer, but the state probably could have cut the first 10 months out of this trial. I would say, this is so rude, but everything that has happened since Love has been gone has actually been more meaningful, in my opinion, to the trial than everything that happened for the first 10 months. It is only the last 6 to 8 weeks that I would say actually that could have been the whole trial. And this is the other thing too. Yes. And I think this is if Steele was here, I imagine this would have been brought up, because there's all these messages, right? Where Huey, I want to talk to Huey, but Huey is sending flyers of Lucci to Thug, right? Like, yo, and he handle that, sending Thug, yo, handle that, Thug. So all these things, but nothing happened to Lucci at the shows. So y'all are just bad at this? Are you guys bad criminals, or were these really not go-aheads to go do something to Lucci. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are there continuing to be flyer? This man is on tour. He's at performances, so y'all know where he's gonna be. Thug is allegedly saying handle that, but nothing's happening. That's why I'm being funny. Okay. But that's why when y'all in the same cell block and nothing still ain't happening to Lucci, the man, if Thug or whoever's on the line is like, y'all are flexing because y'all keep being around this man and ain't nothing happened. So as a defense attorney, you exploit that. So, you know, there's all these threats, but obviously nothing's happening. So are y'all really not about this life, or it's giving y'all are not really about it? Anyway, let me read some of y'all comments because I'm just yapping. Terrence is saying, I feel like that since they knew they couldn't prove certain things, they resorted to an abundance of circumstantial evidence. I mean, this for sure is, much of it is circumstantial. There has not been a single fingerprint. And the video surveillance that we have, both of the videos, they have video surveillance for Shymel Drinks and they have video surveillance for Donovan Thomas. The two murders in this trial, they have video surveillance, and it's not good enough. It's not even 100%. That's what's crazy. How do you have these and it doesn't even... They started covering Nuts case in like February. They started in November, but they started laying the groundwork, I would say. But the reason I'm saying only the last 2 months, because what they showed in February, imagine that. They started in February and didn't close those loops until October. That's why I'm saying they really could have started, even for Donovan Thomas, they really could have started in October. The evidence that they talked about and started pulling stuff together really is October. That February stuff was like, it didn't place it all the way. They didn't tie it up that good. It's always the dumb, smart person. Why say or text we can't be on the phone? As Jill Scott said, just be silent. And here's another interpretation. Handle that. Does that mean maybe he owes him some money? And that's what defense attorneys and cross-examination is for. What are other instances in which you say handle that? That doesn't mean go kill somebody, right? Like, it could mean handle that. Go get her number. Hey, you gonna handle that? That's your girl. It could mean a lot of different things. And that's, of course. Vicky, a lot of people have been asking about love. And the thing about it is, there's the only official wording we got. This is what's funny. Fonnie Willis wrote that letter that she knew was going to be read in court to Attorney Love, which I'm not mad at it. Do your thing. You write a letter to say, Love, you are doing an amazing job. And I want you to know that I am so proud of you, and let the haters hate. And then she's gone. Okay. So that starts to feel like, I'm not going to embarrass you in public, but behind closed doors, you're going to have to sit down. What Huey say? I'll sit down behind y'all. Yeah, that's what it's giving. It's giving, and not necessarily that she got in trouble. I'm not saying that, obviously. And I don't know. We don't know the inside scoop. But the fact that she is like glaringly missing and is not, this is like a very important witness, obviously. She's not doing the questioning for it. She's not even in the courtroom. Is interesting. I think you can start to assume certain things, or at least wonder, like, why is she not here? So anyway, it does. I think Love said, Judge Whitaker said it the other day, right? Like, you got to have money to go to war, and they was broke. The only person who had money, Thug. Yeah. They're coming back. Sorry, Chrissy, I'm just seeing your message, but they're coming back at 1:15, so about 45 minutes. And that's something that we've seen a ton too in this case. There have been a ton of instances, right? Which makes sense, but that's why he's always like, for completeness, let's show the rest of the text messages. And I think when you start seeing those individual messages, right, you see this chart that's green that Viverito has done and the state is putting across. I wouldn't be surprised if on the defense on cross-examination, the defense opens those text messages up and you start to see other things that start to put into context some of these messages. I wouldn't be surprised because that happens all the time and has happened a ton in this case, where you can just pull. When I edit videos, I really have you can make things be the way you want them to be. I don't do that, but I realize, like, bruh, I can make this look different than it actually looked very easily. So I think, yeah, that's true. Tiffany says, if I'm Max, I'm saying the two snake means they love Taylor Swift. It appears that this entire case is circumstantial. They should have had Viv coming in throughout the trial to provide context for each crime. It is, listen, what it Shark College strategery. I'm learning the strategery. This is an interesting strategery choice, the way that they have had her come. I think this too. In many ways, it does feel like in some instances they were so focused, right? They wanted the quote big fish in the words of Woody, that when things could look another way, they wouldn't even entertain it because their eye is where it's at. I don't even live in ATL, but I want y'all tax money back. Listen. Just so you know, Dirk is charged federally, so there will not be a long crime stream for Dirk's trial because federal cases do not have cameras in there. Although they should. They need to be streamed, if not more than the state. Yeah, that's exactly what was happening in the beginning. Do you think at this point it's too late for the state to make a case? I don't think it's ever too late because it's jurors, right? Like it matter. It's hard to make a blanket statement like that because I think the jurors decide that. If all the jurors have checked out, then yeah, it's too late. But I mean, think about, because I'm a little bit nerdy in this stuff, I probably would be the only juror and they're like, oh, yeah, but you're pulling, okay, I see. But if all the rest of the jurors are like, bruh, nobody cares about this, you guys are lying, you guys are terrible, like, then it's too late. It doesn't matter. What you say? Wait, are they doing a press conference on the jail right now? Are they? Katie, am I missing something? Let me check. I'm over here talking. I ain't checked let me check everything to make sure we're not missing anything that we could be watching. I hate the way Twitter works now. It'll never give me new stuff. Was the Walter Murphy gas station shooting ever connected? Oh, is that the guy whose head was shot? That's what you're talking about? I don't think they did a good job for that one either. That wasn't like, I don't think so. But I don't think they personally did a good job connecting that to YFN. They tried, but I was like, bruh, this has nothing to do with, I took that to be, they were just menaces out here doing things, but I don't think they did a good job personally. Other people can feel otherwise, but I personally don't think they did a good job connecting that one. Ashley, I don't think I said, hey, girl. It really bothers me. The info is all in an Excel sheet. That's not even read only. That is so editable. That's true. Oh. Too Tall says, once a leader says handle that, it means to handle it, but nothing happens. So no, that's the one, right? If this my organization and I'm running stuff and I'm like, yo, go do that, and then nothing happens, I would feel like nobody respects me. Didn't I tell y'all to do stuff? It's like if I tell my kids to clean my house and then they just sit there and stare at me, I would be like, who is this? Am I the mom? How come nobody cares when I'm talking? Yeah. I'm about to get Chick-fil-A. Remember that officer? He said, I was hungry. So then the chase was happening. I got back in line because I was still hungry. And Chick-fil-A was taking so long to give me my food. This case. Keon, that's not nice. That is not nice. Okay. It's a live press conference about Fulton County major civil rights announcement in reference to the jail on Fox 5. Okay, let me pull it up. Thank you. Thank you for the heads up. Let's look at Fox 5. Atlanta.
We relish the opportunity to fight for the rule of law, for the safety of our citizens, and for the civil rights of every human being who lives in the Northern District of Georgia. We do so because our Constitution and our mission mandate equal justice under the law for everyone. Thank you.
At this time, we'll open the press conference.
Oh, yeah, we missed the whole thing.
Just listening to everything that you guys laid out, what is your recommendation? It sounds like Fulton County Jail needs to be shut down. Do you recommend Fulton County Jail be shut down immediately?
Our report actually sets forth the remedial measures that we think that the jail can put in place to cure the violations that we have identified. They are set forth in the back section of our report. They include improving staffing and security, using a housing and classification system, reducing contraband through increased oversight, improving the physical conditions of the jail, ensuring that medical and mental health care is constitutionally adequate, and ensuring appropriate use of restrictive housing to avoid serious risks associated with isolation. So in short, we can fix these problems, and we are pleased that Fulton County has pledged to cooperate with us in doing so in the road ahead.
We've heard a lot of back and forth between the Fulton County Sheriff and the Commissioners about who is ultimately responsible for these problems. Were you guys identifying kind of a point person who needs to lead these charges? Is it a funding issue? Is it a sheriff issue?
Well, we're looking forward to working with Fulton County and the Fulton County Sheriff's Department to negotiate a resolution. And we recognize that this is an important issue for the community, and they will certainly play an important part in the process.
They're one more responsible, or I guess ultimately responsible for the well-being of these inmates.
I think all officials have a role here, and look forward to working with both the county and the Sheriff's Department in the road ahead.
What's your specific time frame, and then how will your office proceed based on the efforts of the county to address this issue?
We are hoping to turn the page today. We've provided our findings to the county and look forward to moving swiftly to address the violations that we have identified. This is a life and death matter for many, given the severity of the violations that we have uncovered.
Have they been given a time frame to address it?
No specific time frame, but we are ready to roll up our sleeves and work now with the county to address these serious issues.
Okay, let's hear the serious issue.
Justice Department has completed a comprehensive investigation into conditions at the Fulton County Jail here in Fulton County, Georgia. Our investigation finds longstanding unconstitutional, unlawful, and dangerous conditions that jeopardize the lives and well-being of the people held there. We cannot turn a blind eye to the inhumane, violent, and hazardous conditions that people are subjected to inside the Fulton County Jail.
Wow.
Detention in the Fulton County Jail has amounted to a death sentence for dozens of people who have been murdered or who died as a result of the atrocious conditions inside the facility. It's not just adults, but also young people who are subjected to conditions and treatment that violate the Constitution and defy federal law. Many people held in jails in our country have not been convicted. They are awaiting hearings, trial dates, or are serving short sentences for misdemeanors. We find that the Fulton County Jail does not adequately protect incarcerated people from violence, such as stabbing, sexual abuse, or even murder. Physical deficiencies in the environment, such as unlocked doors and large holes in the walls, permit and even facilitate the brutality. Incarcerated people use makeshift weapons built out of jail fixtures to attack others, including vulnerable people with mental health needs and 17-year-old young people. In 2023 alone, we identified 314 stabbings and more than 1,000 assaults. This rate of violence exceeds what we've seen in other cities across the country. The Fulton County Jail had as many stabbings in a single month as the Miami-Dade County Jail had all year.
Wow.
And that's a facility with 1.5 times more people. Since 2022, 6 people in the jail have lost their lives to violence. I'll walk through additional core findings set forth in the report that we're issuing today. Living conditions at the jail are hazardous and unsanitary.
Wow.
Housing units are flooded from broken toilets. Roaches, rodents, and pests abound. Standing water, exposed wiring, and vermin make living areas unsafe. The jail does not provide enough food, leaving people severely malnourished. The jail fails to provide constitutionally adequate medical and mental health care to people at the jail, exposing people to preventable bad outcomes, including injury, seriousness, illness, pain and suffering, mental health decline, and even death. The lack of security staff and failure to prioritize health services impede access to care. Medical emergencies do not receive appropriate medical responses. People at risk of suicide do not receive sufficient protection, and people with serious mental health needs do not receive adequate treatment. The jail uses solitary confinement, also known as restrictive housing, in discriminatory and unconstitutional ways that expose people, particularly 17-year-olds and people with mental health disabilities, to risk of harm, including acute mental illness and self-injury. The jail uses lengthy confinement in restrictive housing as punishment without written explanation, which violates due process. As Georgia is one of only 4 states where the juvenile justice system's jurisdiction ends at 16, there are 17-year-old boys and girls also held at the jail. And these 17-year-old boys and girls are exposed to particular harm. The jail does not provide special educational services to 17-year-olds who are entitled to them under a federal law known as the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. It fails to protect these children from violence, including sexual abuse, and it uses isolation to punish them, which both violates their rights and contradicts clear research that such isolation uniquely harms our young people. The jail staff also uses excessive force. This includes deploying tasers without reasonable cause, For example, detention officers tased a man after he said he felt like hurting himself and needed to see a mental health specialist. Such violations stem from understaffing, poor policies, and lack of training and supervisory failures. The summary that I have just shared is harrowing enough, but individual experiences are gut-wrenching. For example, LaShawn Thompson, a Black man with serious mental illness, entered the jail on low-level charges and was confined to the mental health housing unit. 3 months later, staff found him dead in his cell, infested with lice, and as a medical examiner concluded, neglected to death. Several months before that, another Black man with serious mental illness died after he stopped taking his medication. 2 more Black men with mental health disabilities were murdered by their cellmates. Weeks after we opened our investigation, 6 more Black men died at the jail. All of this is a racial justice issue. 91% of the people living in these abhorrent, unconstitutional conditions are Black, as compared to 45% of Fulton County's overall population. It's also important to note that the vast majority of the approximately 2,000 people held at the jail have not been convicted of a crime. They are awaiting hearings and have yet to be tried, many of them. There are also a significant number of people with mental health disabilities. During our investigation, we worked closely with correctional, medical, mental health, and educational experts. We physically inspected the jail and observed housing units. We visited medical and mental health service areas. We reviewed thousands of pages of documents and interviewed dozens of jail staff and leadership. And we listened to the people held inside the jail and their advocates and their family members. We thank officials for their cooperation, and we thank all of those who provided valuable information and whose advocacy predates this investigation. I'll note that officials have taken preliminary steps to improve conditions, but they simply are not enough. We hope our findings report sounds an alarm that will prompt the Fulton County Board of Commissioners and the Sheriff's Office to swiftly implement the comprehensive reforms necessary to ensure constitutional conditions going forward. At the end of the day, people do not abandon their civil and constitutional rights at the jailhouse door. Jails and prisons across the country must protect people from the kind of gross violations and unconstitutional conditions that we have uncovered here. I'll now turn the floor over to U.S. Attorney Buchanan.
Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Buchanan, and I'm the United States Attorney here in the Northern District of Georgia. 1974, Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall wrote, "When the prison gates slam behind an inmate, he does not lose his human quality, his mind does not become closed to ideas, his yearning for self-respect does not end, nor is his quest for self-realization concluded." 50 years later, our comprehensive investigation into the conditions of confinement at the Fulton County Jail has, at its basic level, revealed that the men and women and young people who find themselves housed at the jail are often left to wonder whether their humanity remained intact once they crossed the threshold of the jail facilities. Whether at the main jail, which is known to many in our community as Rice Street, or at its annex facilities, people in custody in Fulton County who are accused of crimes or awaiting formal charges or trials must protect themselves from brutal physical attacks by other detainees, subjected to frequent excessive force, manage their well-being with inadequate food and unsanitary living conditions, and hope that they can find access to a strained medical and mental health care program. The most obvious casualties of the civil rights violations occurring in the jail are those who leave the jail in body bags. but our investigation has revealed hundreds more injured, traumatized, and dehumanized people, all of whom are just as deserving of the protections of the Constitution as all of us in this room. Since we announced our investigation in July of 2023, the United States Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Georgia and the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice have worked diligently to meet our shared mission: to advance the public safety, to uphold the rule of law, and to protect civil rights. There is no greater example of this mission at work than protecting and vindicating the rights of those who are under the custody and control of jail authorities, who themselves are duty-bound to protect the public and those in their custody. We began our investigation after LaShawn Thompson was found in his cell, neglected to death, covered in lice. But in the time since his death, several more young men detained in the jail have died, and many died violent deaths. Our investigation revealed unacceptably high incidents of assaults and stabbings, and in some cases, most disturbingly, jail staff witnessed and allowed the attacks without intervention. 2023 alone, there were over 1,000 assaults and more than 300 stabbings in the Fulton County Jail. It outpaces the rate of similar assaults in other major city jails, almost 2 to 1. Those numbers only reflect the reported attacks. Many detainees told our team that they explained that they feared for their safety. They were reported that they had been stabbed or assaulted. One such detainee was left untreated for multiple stab wounds for a week until our team alerted the jail of his injuries. Also unaccounted for in these disturbing numbers are numerous allegations of violent rape, sexual assault, and harassment. The crisis of violence in the Fulton County Jail has resulted in part because of the lack of effective classification and housing planning, which allows for extremely violent individuals and gang members to be housed with vulnerable and low-risk individuals. And particularly, vulnerable individuals are most subject to violence in the jail, including people with serious mental illness, gay and transgender detainees, and 17-year-olds. In addition, the Fulton County Jail employs too few guards relative to the number of detainees to keep people safe, and poor maintenance of basic fixtures allows violence to go unchecked. But numbers aside, jail staff are often unaware of violence because they conduct inadequate security rounds. We uncovered incidents where hours or even days passed before victims of assaults were discovered by staff. In one shocking case, while an officer sat in an observation tower, a man was killed with his hands and his feet bound. It's not found until his body was extremely cold. Additionally, hundreds of broken light fixtures and cell doors allow violent detainees to move about at will in the shadows, and sometimes through the very walls of the facility. Equally alarming, men and women in the Fulton County Jail also experience violence from the staff. Our investigation showed that the crisis of violence, the lack of security at the Fulton County Jail, is paired with staff that resort to the use of force too quickly and too often. We found that staff were regularly deploying tasers and pepper spray without any warning, and for minor rule infractions like failing to hang up a phone quickly enough, yelling, or not putting items away as instructed. The rampant use of tasers is particularly disturbing. The risk of cavalier deployment of tasers is not just the temporary pain of electrocution. Detainees have been hospitalized for serious injuries caused by probes that are embedded in sensitive parts of the body, like the neck and even in the bone. The excessive use of force in the jail is not confined to a few bad actors. Officers lack policy and training guidance on whether and when force is appropriate, and when officers cross the line, the jail rarely holds them to account. In some cases, the policy is glaringly inconsistent with established use of force techniques. Written policies explicitly state that staff may deploy their tasers against suicidal or emotionally disturbed persons without any assessment of danger to themselves or to others. Staff are permitted to use force when a person interrupts their work, and the use of force reports and supervisor reviews bear this out. Supervisors rarely assess a need for the use of force if they do it at all. Perhaps most concerning, our investigation showed that even when the jail determines that an officer used excessive force, discipline is virtually non-existent. Those officers go back to their jobs to repeat the same conduct. Aside from the glaring risk of violence, detainees face the insidious threat of unsafe living conditions, constant exposure to rodents and pests, and an unsettling disregard for food safety. Detainees in the Fulton County Jail lack basic necessities like working toilets and sinks, and are exposed to flooding, standing water, mold, and what can only be described as filth. Pests carrying bacteria and disease not only run rampant in food preparation areas, but have infested the bodies of the people in the jail, people like LaShawn Thompson. Earlier this year, our team was evacuated from a housing unit in the jail because of a lice outbreak. Given the high incidence of violence in the jail, the need for adequate medical and mental health care is critical. But Fulton County Jail has failed to provide constitutionally adequate care to the men, women, and young people in the custody of the Fulton County Jail in virtually all respects. For a time, because of the unsafe conditions in the jail, Fulton County's health care provider, NAFCare, nearly terminated its contract to provide medical and mental health services for fear that their staff would become victims of the dangerous environment without proper security escorts. The lack of security left an entire floor of the jail without adequate access to care because it was simply too dangerous for the healthcare workers to go inside. Medication and treatment are often impeded by flooding in a unit, power outages, and the unavailability of officer escorts. This lack of care in the Fulton County Jail has led to at least 17 non-homicide, non-suicide deaths in 2022 and 2023, a rate that is more than twice the national average since 2019. A detainee who reported chest pain later died of a heart attack. Jail failed to assess a man for rapid weight loss before he died, much like LaShawn Thompson, who died after losing over 30 pounds in 3 months. These figures likely underreport the true death toll of people who were transported out of the jail to Grady Hospital and died outside of the jail walls. Someone dies in the jail, there's little or no effort by the jail to determine the root cause of their death. 75% of the people who have died in Fulton County Jail since 2021 had a current mental health diagnosis or a history of mental illness. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the mental health treatment options and suicide prevention practices are grossly inadequate in Fulton County Jail. Our team observed firsthand how custody staff deprioritize mental health issues and fail to respond appropriately to concerns. Requests for mental health treatment are delayed or ignored, and mental health staff are simply unable to provide the minimum standard of care for those who need it. Daily medication is often unavailable, and suicidal detainees are often isolated and locked in restrictive housing in lieu of treatment. And when people are released from the Fulton County Jail, they are frequently left without the medication needed to sustain their health, without notice to their families, and sometimes actively experiencing a mental health episode. This is not a recipe for ensuring the safety of these individuals upon release or the safety of our community, and it is constitutionally unacceptable. Finally, I'd like to speak about a population in the Fulton County Jail that many may not know exists, a population of 17-year-old boys and girls. All of the constitutional violations that I've discussed today apply with equal force to the young people housed at Rice Street and the annex facilities. The average stay of a 17-year-old in the Fulton County Jail is 392 days. In that time, they are particularly and uniquely at risk for violence, lack of access to mental health care, risk of suicide while in isolation in restrictive housing. During the team's tour of the South Annex, they learned the boys there were held in their cells for 22 hours or more frequently. The girls housed at Rice Street fare no better. And to the extent that these young people require a kind of specialized educational programs that are called for by federal law, they are not getting them. In fact, no educational services of any kind are provided to the 17-year-old detainees in Fulton County. These young people deserve better. You see that our report lays out the bare minimum measures the Fulton County Jail must take to comply with its obligations under the Constitution and federal law. We are appreciative of the cooperation of Fulton County Sheriff thus far, and we look forward to working with them going forward to remedy these civil rights violations in the weeks and months to come. The Northern District of Georgia prioritizes the protection and enforcement of civil rights for our district's most vulnerable residents. We are grateful for the impactful partnership of our colleagues from the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division. We would not be here today without their collaboration. 2022, when I became U.S. Attorney, we formalized our tradition of civil rights work in this office. It's a tradition that dates back to the very first United States Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. We did so by formally establishing a public integrity and civil rights section. This talented, dedicated team of assistant U.S. attorneys, investigators, paralegals, legal assistants, and even interns are to be commended for this work. This team is comprised of people who are citizens of this district, people who live in Fulton County and work every day in Fulton County. They have spent countless hours in the Fulton County Jail speaking with the men, women, and young people housed at the Fulton County Jail. I'm proud to be their colleague. I'm grateful for their relentless effort in upholding the rule of law, advancing the public safety, and protecting civil rights. That's our mission. We relish the opportunity to fight for the rule of law, for the safety of our citizens, and for the civil rights of every human being who lives in the Northern District of Georgia. We do so because our Constitution and our mission mandate equal justice under the law for everyone. Thank you.
To roll up our sleeves and work now with the county to address these serious issues.
And you've listed a number of civil rights violations. Is anybody being held accountable for the actions that have happened thus far, be it charges, legal action? Who's being held accountable? Is anybody being held accountable for what's happened?
It's an important question. We have heard the calls for accountability. This is a civil investigation carried out pursuant to a federal law known as the Civil Rights of Institutionalized Persons Act. What we're seeking to do here is put in place the systemic reforms needed to ensure the safety of those housed at the Fulton County Jail going forward.
I know things are laid out in the report, black and white, but did you know it was going to be this bad, this inhumane, unconstitutional when you went in? And does any of this shock you?
Of course, it's shocking. People have died. We started in July of 2023 after the tragic death of LaShawn Thompson. Obviously, when you start something where someone has died, you're already at, in many respects, rock bottom. And so we continued to investigate. Unfortunately, we found that LaShawn Thompson was not the only person who died as a result of these conditions. And then if you scale back beyond just those who died, but those who I mentioned were traumatized, dehumanized, and the like, you come up with a situation that we believe is just unacceptable for our community. And so all of the atrocities that are listed in this report are disturbing, all warrant prompt attention by the Fulton County authorities, and we look forward to working with them as quickly as possible to provide a remedy.
Have you been in contact with LaShawn Thompson's family? They've been very vocal about his death, held protests, all kinds of things. Have you guys personally reached out, or the team reached out to the Thompson family?
We've been in touch with a number of families, a number of advocates, and people housed at the jail, all who shared their testimony and those stories and lived experiences of people housed at the Fulton County Jail very much informed the findings that we issue today.
Next question. Is there any kind of action you guys can take to ensure that these recommendations become reality or become reality in an efficient manner?
Well, as I said, we are prepared to roll up our sleeves and begin working today with Fulton County officials to address these violations. But we hope our findings report sends a loud message to other officials across the country about the need to ensure that conditions for people housed in jails in our country need to comply with the Constitution and need to comply with federal law. I'm hopeful at the end of the day that Fulton County can put in place the reforms, measures, and best practices necessary so that it might stand as a model for other institutions across the country.
But there's no fines or anything if they weren't able to comply or anything like that?
This is a civil investigation, and the remedial measures set forth in our report include policy changes, trainings, staffing measures, and other action steps necessary to cure the violations. Thank you.
Ciao. That is absolutely insane. And I think completely illustrates Max Shart's point. The reason he spends 20 minutes with every single co-defendant or witness that took a plea deal and is on the stand, asking them about the conditions of Fulton County and if that was a motivating factor and why they accepted a plea and wanted to get out. Like, that is why. That is why. I mean, inhumane. If you follow me on TikTok, last year after LaShawn's death, I did I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 videos on inmates who died in Fulton County. So if you're on TikTok, I don't even know if I have a playlist, but I did some recaps on some of the inmates who died in this jail, because it is insane. Like, it really is insane. I think that we just had an election, and many of these positions we get to vote for. You get to vote for, right? Your sheriffs, right? Those are people you get to vote for. And the way you get, it's important. I think sometimes, like, even me, right? Like, you can disconnect, like, oh, I'm voting, whatever. But like, being into trials and things like this, you start to connect pieces. Oh, I'm voting for this position. And I just watched that trial where they said, this is what's happening in the jail, and this is the position that is in charge of that. Let me make sure I do my research and make sure I'm actually informed, right? Like, let me make sure I'm paying attention. That kind of stuff matters, because yeah, people are in jail and some of them are terrible people, some of them. Okay. But there are rights. You are innocent until proven guilty. There are bond. We saw Judge Glanville deny everybody bond, and yet people who accepted pleas were given probation and were let out that same day. So think about the men who are in this trial who every day are going back to these jails, right? When Woody's up there talking about nut juice, it's hilarious, but that's the reality of the situation. When they're talking about broken toilets, we just saw the video of Lucci, and the guy was on the stand, and I think Sharp said, this is PC. He said, even on I'm in PC. That's called protective custody. How the hell you in protective custody and the person that's in the rival gang that even the state is saying is a rival is an op? How is he able to just walk around how is that possible? How is that possible? We're in protective custody and the man who's trying to kill me is just walking around with me while I'm on the phone. Those are the kind of things, right? Like, this trial has been insane in a number of ways, but I also think that it is shining light on things that are happening in that jail. But just because it's shining light on that jail, don't mean it's not happening in your own city and state, child. There's more than one jail like Fulton County. I just read the recap for YNW Melly, and I just did that whole lawsuit because he has been in solitary confinement, is getting doors not open, is like, and I think to the point that, you know, they have made, there's a mental impact, right? Like there is an impact to your mental health, to your sanity when these kind of things are happening. They say we've heard the people testify about how terrible the food is. And they just said, not only basically is the food bad, there's not even enough of the bad food to feed people. People are straight up malnourished. There used to be a time, and I'm being funny, but not being funny. There used to be a time where homeless people, unhoused people, people in general who didn't have food and shelter would on purpose go to jail because at least you would be housed and have food. They don't even have enough food to house you here. Bruh, this is crazy. This is crazy. And we know these prison systems, they be for profit. There is money on the other end of this stuff. And people just get treated like this. This is the kind of stuff. Yes, this is why y'all heard Brian Steele. Brian Steele kept saying, Your Honor, he is eating processed foods out of a bag. And when you don't have the context, when you hear that, you're like, that's hilarious. Like, my kids are eating processed food out of a bag too, girl, because that's how I live my life. But then when you hear stuff like this and it puts it into context, you're like, hold on, what's happening? It really is crazy. Yes, Miles, yes. This is happening in more than just Fulton County. Yes. Daily Quick Bites. If service members did this to POWs, prisoners of war, it would be war crimes and crimes against humanity. Yes. There's even rules to that. And yet we are treating people who have not been proven guilty yet like this. I would make a plea too. All I got to say is I did it and y'all going to let me home. I get to go home. I get to eat. I get to have a bed. And again, the safety aspect. They talked about 17-year-olds and the safety aspect. Think about the paranoia of not being able to close your eyes because you're scared something's going to happen to you. And the guards are in the room watching it on the monitor, chilling. That man saying he was stabbed and they didn't know for a week. And they about to start in a minute. Let me get off my high horse. They didn't know for a week somebody was stabbed? Bruh, what are y'all doing? What is happening? Somebody is stabbed. Bruh, somebody got stabbed and they didn't know for a week. Think about that. Think about that. What? What are y'all doing? Y'all have monitors and cameras everywhere. Y'all not watching them? Obviously. That's crazy. That's really sad. It really is sad. And it really, what Max Sharp is saying, even though he said it 30 times, It's the truth, and it has to be said, because that is motivating factors for people to accept pleas. That it is inhumane. When you think about Little Rod going to jail, I think he was first arrested when he was 15. And then entering into a system, and it becomes the conversation of, what is the point of the prison system? Are we trying to rehabilitate, or are we trying to punish? Right? And I think sometimes it's just punishment, but sometimes I think it is about rehabilitation. And if that's what we standing on, rehabilitation, that's not how you rehabilitate anybody. You're going to get out and be more upset. I think that's true. Think about Muntu. Before she sent him off, she said, I hope this doesn't set you back. Well, and to be fair, we're talking about Fulton County Jail, Rice Street, and he is off to prison. So that's different. However, think about having to go to a place like this and somebody telling you, I hope it don't set you back. Sure, girl. Define what you mean by setback, because that's crazy. That's crazy. I can't imagine being housed in a jail. And I mean, we're talking about brick walls, metal stuff. I mean, the whole environment itself. And you gonna house me in there with my rifle, with my op, with somebody who wants, and then you're in the back on a camera? Let me make sure we caught up and I'm not behind, because that'll happen to me sometimes. That's really sad. That was sad. Mold. I think this is true, Erica. Rehabilitation is the campaign, but punishment is the goal. Low key, that's put some respect on Steele for him to say he was going about, like, yeah, I'm down. Yeah, that's the other doors ain't locked. Ain't the whole point of jail is that the doors are locked? How are we not locking doors? I don't. Oh my gosh, imagine during COVID. That's what she said. I don't know if it was him or her, but they said that the health insurance people, the people who are coming to service the inmates when there are health issues, they stopped coming because they said, this is too much. Y'all are going to make us sick. This is so bad. We not coming because we scared of what's going to happen to us, the workers, the people who are trying to help the sick people. We going to get too sick. We can't be here. That's insane. That's like a firefighter seeing a house on fire and being like, that's too much fire. I can't mess with that. That's too much fire. Bro, what? Who's coming to save us? Somebody do help us. This is crazy. Imagine having a loved one in there. That's why I told Miss Tasha, Yak's mama, she said, everybody in there know me. I come, my son said his head hurt. So who is coming to help him with his head is hurting? She said she'd be talking to everybody in there, and I understand. I understand. Them guards did walk out. But are they the ones in there not doing their job? Yo, somebody has to be held accountable. Somebody do something. I had a couple highlights I was supposed to do. I'll be bad at this. I'll start to talking. Shout out to Cheryl Balicki. I want your last name to be Blicky because never mind. Anyway, new member. Shout out to you. Thanks for joining. Overcoming the Flesh said, we love you, Mel. Just go ahead and obtain your law degree. No. But thanks for being here. Boss Man Bambino, I think I missed this earlier. Duct Tape is East Atlanta, Alley Boy, and Trouble, Big Bang, etc. They was hot about 2010. Dave passed a few months ago. Well, thanks for the context. I'm sad I missed this when you sent it much earlier. And then I think we thanked Here Comes Drama for the memberships. Thank you. And then Mixed Chick for joining out here. Thank you. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. There was somebody asked a question right before we got into that. I want to see if I can find it because it was like serious question. It was a good question. But anyway, that was sad. That was really sad to watch. Wait, Blue said there's a man that might say I dated him. He worked at Rice Street. It definitely changes from over a decade ago. Yeah. We imagine if you was in a house with Mo, you would be throwing a fit. And we just be having people who are, I think the problem is, right? And we can all be guilty of it. When you hear somebody's in jail, that's why you have to be reminded that people are innocent until proven guilty. And so people can be dismissed and discredited and forgotten about and not cared about because it's like, oh, they in jail. They probably did something. And it is innocent until proven guilty. And so you don't just get to the state, right? We got the right person, throw them in jail, deny them bond. Okay. You know your case is weak. You know, you have, and you just are okay with throwing him in jail and knowing that they're until you have a trial. And then think about the whole justice system. Don't get me started, but it's like many times people don't have enough to pay for a lawyer, so they get a court appointed lawyer. It's expensive. It's so many things that may impact or influence you. And it impacts, it could change the rest of your life. Don't get me. The Khalif Browder story is the saddest story. Oh my gosh. That story affects me so much because there were so many problems that should have been stopped. So many problems, so many things, so many steps. And then Glanville gonna sit up there and deny all the bond. Everybody's denied. Just leave them in there. Yeah. Anyway. And that's, yes, Celeste. Even guilty people should be treated humanely. Mary Thomas, good point. People awaiting trial should be housed somewhere else. I bet they wouldn't have as many pleas. That's the jail. The problem is that's jail. Jail is the people awaiting trial. And this is what it's become. My cousin was a CO in Rikers juvie section. It was terrible. The system is not set up to keep you out of jail once you get released. Jobs, the probation system. So some who want to do better find it tough if there's no support. The system is set up to hurt you, not help you. That's 100. Let's keep it 100. They say, well, the jail is probably better conditions for us than outside. That's what they think. The county jail is the place for those awaiting trial. I really want to get a court-appointed, what am I trying to say? Oh, excuse me. Attorney. I want to talk to them. Your boy Glitchy says, but to Max's point, they want them housed right there, so they will take any plea. Mm-hmm. Get you. It's the leverage. You have the leverage to get them to do what you want. That's true. Pleas are what make the system profitable. It wouldn't work if they had to. If they had to try every single person, it would break. Absolutely. Oh, okay. Well, don't let me get to being wrong. Mary says, I thought anything under a year is for people in jail. If you're sentenced a year and a day, you go to prison. I'm not sure of the specifics of that, and I don't want to be incorrect. So, public defender. Thank you. Why was my brain not working, Ms. Crawford? Why my brain wouldn't say public defender? All I can say is court. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. I really want to speak to a public defender and have an interview, have them on the debrief. Okay, and Brandy's agreeing. Jail is also people who were sentenced less than 365. Nino says, I know I'm chatty patty, but working in the jail was a lot. Oh, did you say more things that I missed? Because your perspective would be interesting. Oops.
All right, you can go ahead, Ms. Fulton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, investigative reason, when we left off, we talked about the February 9th, 2022 stabbing of Mr. Bennett. Just going back to 2019, when you were working with the probation department and you were working with Atlanta Police Department, when you were working with them, what exactly was your roles and responsibilities when you were working with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was assigned full-time to the Atlanta Police Department. I had a caseload of, I would say, high-risk gang members that were assigned to me. And we would monitor and provide investigative assistance to other units when there were cases involving gang members, cases in gang areas, and we'd help out along the way with those cases as they come up.
And when you say you would monitor them, tell us exactly what would you do?
We could all just be sitting in the office and we have the radio going and we may hear an address pop up and they say, okay, we have a person shot at this address. One of us might respond out there. We may call that unit and say, hey, what do you guys have? We might pull the reports later on. We could check and see. I'm not sure if you guys have heard, NIBIN leads the ballistics testing. When shell casings match, we might say, okay, let's see if this matches something. And then we'd go dialogue with the investigator and say, hey, take a look at this. This might be a motive. These are your parties. These are your players, and do things like that.
And in your doing that in 2019, we discussed briefly, did you come to find cases in which YFN members or YFN locations were either the targets of some type of crime, or YSL members or YSL locations were the targets of some crime?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to certain dates. On May 10th of 2019, did you become aware during that time of an incident that happened at 1600 Pryor Road?
Yes.
And 1600 Pryor Road, is that in any particular territory?
It borders on what would be the Summerhill neighborhood, leading to the Summerhill neighborhood, which is where YFN would be frequenting.
And as a part of knowing about that investigation, did you learn there was a victim in that case?
There was.
Okay, who was the victim?
A gentleman named Milton Howard.
And were you familiar through your investigation with an individual by the name of Milton Howard?
Once I took a look at the case and spoke with the investigators, I learned that.
Sustained.
Okay. Without telling me what you learned or what anyone told you, did you determine if that person was associated with a gang?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang was Milton Howard associated with?
YFN.
And was anyone ever arrested for that incident?
Yes.
Who?
Javon Fleetwood.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood that had the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Also in 2019, in that same role that you had, did you become aware or did you receive police reports about an incident that happened on Cruz Street?
Yes.
Is Cruz Street in any particular gang territory or neighborhood?
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
Say that one more time.
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
And is that the neighborhood affiliated with YFN?
Yes.
Do you know that location specifically of 1040 Crew Street?
Can you define?
Do you know, is it a store? Is it a house? Is it a shopping center? Do you know what it is?
That was over 5. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
And were there any victims at the location?
I believe there were.
You want to rephrase?
Yes. Sitting here today, are you familiar specifically with that incident?
Can I look at my notes to refresh my
Do you
recollection?
have notes regarding a timeline of events that occurred in 2019?
I do.
Will looking at your notes help refresh your memory as to that particular incident?
It would.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Sorry, I have to do my child's hair. I need a second. So we sit for a minute.
Oh.
And as soon as we get that, we're looking at that, help refresh your memory.
It would.
All right. Just look at it without saying anything. If it refreshes your memory, look at it and look at it when you're finished.
Okay.
Okay. Did that help refresh your memory as to whether or not there were any victims at the location?
Yes.
Was YFN Lucci at that location?
I learned through the investigation that he was present. He'd been seen at the location. Yes.
And was that incident on May 22nd, 2019?
It was.
On that same day, did you learn of, or did you have the case to investigate a shooting at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I learned that there was shots fired there. Yes.
Okay. And was that also on May 22nd, 2019?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, that's in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Correct.
Again, back in 2019, was there this, again, kind of back and forth of shootings, back and forth between YSL areas and YFN areas?
Correct.
On May 25th, 2019, was there a shooting at 211 Cleveland Avenue?
I believe there was a shots fired call that came up at that location. Yes.
Yeah. And is that in the Cleveland Avenue YSL area?
It is.
Objection.
Okay.
YSL area.
Sustained.
Is 211 Cleveland Avenue in an area frequented by YSL members?
It is. It's in that neighborhood. Yes.
In May 27, 2019, was there another shooting at 355 Bellegarde Place?
There was.
And were there victims a part of that shooting?
I just need to
you
refresh
refresh
real quick.
your
There's
memory?
several incidents I want to misspeak or confuse them. That's all.
And were there victims in that shooting?
There were 2 people present. Nobody was struck, I believe.
Now, with the instance that we just referred to, outside of the one that happened on Pryor Road, for the Crew Street and the 2 Cleveland Avenues and the Belgar Place, was there anyone ever apprehended, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Now, taking you to June of 2019, did you ever learn of an incident in which the grave of Donovan Thompson was defaced?
Yes.
And was there a police report associated with that defacing?
I believe there was an information report taken.
What's the difference between an information report and a police report?
I mean, it's a type of police report where just information was given, and they wanted the incident documented.
And as a part of this investigation here in this indictment, did you pull any social media accounts from a social media website called the Shade Room?
I did.
Right. And why did you go into the Shade Room and see any type of social media posting?
I think just being on Instagram, I just so happened to see the posts come up, and it was relevant to what we had been working with.
And what was the post?
I believe it was a post that came from the account associated with Jeffrey Williams. And
why was it significant to you?
It was directed at Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci, saying that if I didn't like what you did for your mother and your kids, I would have been killed you.
And did you grab that? Did you do a screen grab of that posting?
I did.
Permission to approach, Ron?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as stated in 429 BV. Tell me if you recognize 429 BV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 429 BV?
This is a accurate depiction of what I had screen grabbed.
And does it appear to have any additions or deletions from what you screen grabbed as a part of your investigation?
Does not appear to, no.
Your Honor, this time state would like to admit 429 VV into evidence.
Okay. All right, that's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And what was the date of the post?
When it was posted on the Shade Room, I believe it was August 19th of 2019. That's the date that they had reposted it. And it's saying 46 minutes ago on the original post, but I can't give you an exact timing of the original post. This is when I saw this.
And you said August 19th. I see a date on there. It's August 18th.
18th, I'm sorry, 2019.
And do you know, to your knowledge at all, if that particular post was ever deleted from the actual account of Thugger Thugger One's account?
I believe it was.
And do you know if this was captured in a Shade Room just prior to it being deleted or before it was deleted off of the Thugger Thugger One account?
I believe right before it was.
And this is posted or around the time of August 2019. Is that towards the end of this back and forth that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, you talked about in 2020, there was some transition in employment or what you were doing initially in 2019, and then you transitioned to something, a new role in 2020. What was that transition in 2020? What was your new role?
So I had been promoted to criminal investigator, and I was sent to the special operations section, to where typically once you arrive there, you're assigned out to a task force. Could be the ATF, the FBI, the DEA. I went to the GBI gang task force. I then went through a police academy associated with that position. I graduated and then went to, because my whole career had been spent in Atlanta, I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department, and I worked out of their gang unit.
And what were you able to do now that you weren't able to do in 2019 with those 2019 cases? What were you able to do with the 2020 cases?
I was freed up from supervising an actual caseload, so I was free to, and now that I'd been through the academy with them, charge and work criminal cases.
And did you end up then working criminal cases, again, associated with the conflict that was happening between YSL and YFN?
I did.
I want to direct you to May 4th, 2020. Did you have the occasion to be a part of the investigation of an incident that occurred at 1220 Gun Club Road?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I believe that night we were out on the street working and we heard the 911 call come up for the incident.
Once you heard the 911 call come up, what was the incident that came up?
There was I think it was described on radio as like a active shootout up and down Gun Club Road happening at that moment.
Okay. What did you do once you received the call? Or heard the call over the radio?
I believe we reached out to the aggravated assault unit to find out who the victim suspects were.
And who were the victim suspects? Let me ask you this. Once you learned about who the victim suspects were, what did you do?
I looked at their social media accounts.
Whose social media account did you look at?
Mr. Tanquarius Mender.
And had that name come up before? Were you familiar with that name?
I was.
How were you familiar with Tanquarius Mender?
I'd worked with him previously in my other roles, and I'd spoken to him before in non-custodial settings, custodial settings. So I had a pretty decent rapport with him at that point.
And we spoke of him earlier. Was he associated with a gang?
Yes, YSL.
And did he have another association with another gang?
He did.
What was that?
The Rolling 60s Neighborhood Crips.
And did Mr. Mender have a nickname?
He had two.
What are his nicknames?
He would either go by Nard or Stunna.
Now, you said you looked at his social media. Did you look at anyone else's social media?
No, just his at that point.
Okay. Once you looked at Mr. Mender's social media, what, if anything, did you do next?
When I spoke with the aggravated assault unit, I let them know about a post I'd seen the day before.
What was the post?
Mr. Mender had been driving around Summerhill, tagging Summerhill, kind of laughing while he's driving around Summerhill.
Is that the post that you talked about earlier this morning?
It was.
Okay. Once you informed the ag assault detective, did you do anything else as related to this case?
No.
Right. Did you ever look in Marquavius Huey's phone around the time of this investigation?
No.
Was Mr. Mender the only person associated with this case on Gun Club Road?
At that time, yes.
Okay. When you say at that time, what do you mean?
Later on, I had reviewed Mr. Huey's cell phone extraction. I had learned about additional parties that were involved.
What additional parties?
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
Sustained.
Let me ask you, when did you look at Huey's phone?
I'd say right when I got them back, but it was pretty, there's a lot of things. So it took a while to take a real deep dive into the phone. So I had to do bits and pieces.
Did you look at Huey's phone around the same time when you were assisting Sergeant Henderson with his case in October 2020? Or had you looked at Huey's phone prior to that?
No, around October 2020.
Okay. So when you were looking through his phone in October 2020, is that when you saw information about some stuff that happened in May of 2020?
Correct.
All right. After looking through Mr. Huey's phone, did you ever look at Mr. Huey's social media account?
Yes.
Do you know an individual by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
I do.
How do you know Kenneth Copeland?
I was familiar with Mr. Copeland when I first started working in Atlanta, when he was part of the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang. And I'd supervised him throughout the years.
Were you familiar with his social media account?
I was.
In looking at Mr. Menders, Huey, and Mr. Copeland's social media account, did you see any pictures of any of them on each other's social media accounts?
Yes.
When looking at their social media, when did you see them starting to post or have interaction with each other?
April or May, probably, of 2020.
As it relates to the incident in May of 2020 at Gun Club Road, was there anyone ever arrested for that incident?
I don't believe so.
And was Mender the victim in that incident?
He was.
All right. Now, taking you to May 24th, 2020, were you aware of any shootings that occurred at 98 William H. Borders Road?
Yes.
That location, is that in any particular gang area?
That's an area that would be frequented by members of YFN.
Taking you to May 25th, 2020, did you investigate or have the occasion to investigate a case that happened at 411 Parkway Drive?
The unit worked on a team on that case, yes.
You said the unit worked as a team.
Yes.
Okay. How many other people were you working with?
Probably maybe 10. The unit as a whole, because there were so many cases, would split up and divide tasks on each case.
Were there any victims associated with that case?
Yes.
Who were the victims?
Reginald Thomas.
I'm going to object to your saying also when we vote.
You may.
Max's face, he looks so perplexed. He's like, oh. So we're going through the timeline of basically retaliation, right? Like this event is YSL and it's a shooting, and then next day it's another shooting and it's YFN, and then so we're essentially going through this timeline of events according to her and her investigation. Queen Valerie says Cross is going to be epic. Epic. Oh, that's my girl Valerie. Hey girl. You know what? The fact that, we played the police interview. So, we could get Cross tomorrow. We could. It would be interesting. Yeah, that was a part of what they were raising today, right? She isn't on camera. She's seen in the interrogation video. Obviously, they made that argument and the judge still denied it and said that she would not be seen. So that's where we are. I've been confused since she said that dude was a Crip, but also in YSL. Yeah, they have gone back and forth about this a number of times, about it being a hybrid gang and that people from other gangs can be a part, which I think Woody actually made a really good point when he was on the stand about the whole point is loyalty. One of the biggest parts of gang life is loyalty. Like, you got me, I got you, you ain't got. And so when you pledge allegiance to multiple gangs, if those gangs fight each other, where does your loyalty stand? So it feels very problematic to have a member of a gang be a part of multiple things, multiple gangs, because where do you stand? It seems like that would be like a mole, right? Like, you can't have somebody from that side over here because you have no loyalty. The other thing I just want to call out about social media is so interesting is that um in some ways, y'all can hate me, in some ways I think social media is valid, because when you're getting to know somebody, let's say you dating somebody, you just met somebody, you just met a friend, first thing you do is you want to go look at their social media, their Instagram, to kind of get an understanding of who they are, try to get some insight. The other side to that, though, that I think is important is people choose what they're going to put on social media. I'm not going to put a picture of me looking crazy on social media. I would never do that. I'm only going to put the things I want to be out there. So relying solely on social media, on Instagram, it's like you're not even allowing yourself any wiggle room. You're not even allowing yourself the space to recognize that this is choosing, this is a choice as to what's being out there. So I wouldn't dismiss completely social media, but to make it your whole case is like, that is what I feel like is crazy, because bruh, I could put a bunch of pictures on my social media of me with celebrities and you would think I'm a celebrity. Meanwhile, I have to stop my streams I am regular. I got to take my girl to the doctor's appointment, like it's all left to perception, and it's what I want you to know about me or see about me. So yeah, and it's really mostly good stuff, You can create the narrative you want on social media. You literally can create your own narrative. But, I gotta Lauren said my social media looks like I got friends when I really don't. I mean, honestly, right? Like, you can. So, I mean, to that point, let's say I grew up in Cleveland or Bleveland, hello. And I know that's where Thug is from. I might go to his concert, make it to the backstage because I know somebody. And every time I go to his concert, put pictures up. That may lead you to believe that I actually know Thug. And obviously I'm around his area. You may believe it. It may not be true.
Am I continuing, Your Honor? Who was the victim in that case? I'm sorry, and let me go back into 411 Parkway Drive. I apologize.
That's kind of can I explain it a little bit? It's kind of complicated.
Well, first tell me who the victims were, and then, okay, because of the other shooting that happened?
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
a twofold.
All right, let me ask you this. 411 Parkway Drive, are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with 411 Parkway Drive?
That is traditionally Rolling 60 Crip from my experience in Atlanta, Rolling 60 Crip territory in Atlanta. That's somewhere where you'd find them, especially on a nice day, hanging out in the parks, the areas throughout the 4th Ward.
And was there a shooting at that location?
There was.
Was there anyone ever arrested for that incident, for that shooting?
There was.
Who was arrested for that shooting?
The two that I can think of off the top of my head will be Reginald Thomas and Tydrekus Glass.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear it first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Reginald Thomas, Tydrekus Glass.
And with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Glass, were you familiar with those individuals?
I was.
And were they associated with any gang?
YFN.
And I think I asked earlier about Mender being a part of Rolling 60s Crips.
Correct.
Did Rolling 60s Crips have any association with any gang?
They had an alliance with YSL.
And I said association, you said alliance. Why did you give a distinction?
Because association would just say like, we're cool, we know each other. Alliance would be like, to me, from my investigative experience, means that they'll work together and they'll partner on things.
Now, I want to take you to May 26, 2020. Was there a shooting at 257 Trinity Street?
There was?
And was there a victim of that incident?
There was.
And who was that?
Marcus Sims.
And were you familiar with that individual?
I was.
How?
He was a friend of Tanquarius Mender.
And to your knowledge, do you know Mr. Sims was a part of any gang?
No, we'd classify him as an associate, but I wouldn't say he's a gang member.
And associate of what gang?
The Rolling 60 Crips.
Is that because of his relationship with Mr. Alford?
Both Mr. Mender, Mr. Alford.
On June 1st, 2020, was there an incident at 361 Edgewood?
There was.
Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that location?
That's an area frequented by members of YFN.
Was there anyone injured during that shooting?
I don't believe anybody was injured, but I think 2 people were shot at.
I want to take you to June 3rd, 2020. Was there an incident at 600 Martin Street?
There was.
And did you have any part of the investigation of that incident at 600 Martin Street?
May I just look quick to make sure we're speaking about the right incident?
Yes.
Yes.
What was your involvement?
That was a case handled by the aggravated assault unit, but based on the location of where it occurred, we assisted with some information on that investigation.
And what was significant about the location where it occurred?
It was the scene of a YFN Lucci video shoot.
And 600 Martin Street, is that where is 600 Martin Street?
In Summerhill.
And were there any victims in that case?
I'm unsure if there was a victim, but I know that there was a vehicle struck by gunfire.
And whose vehicle was struck by gunfire?
Mr. Bennett or Lucci.
I want to take you to June 4th, 2020. Was there an incident at 1044 Hank Aaron?
There was.
Okay. And where is 1044 Hank Aaron?
In the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta. It's an apartment complex.
And was there any apartments or homes shot at or shot up?
There was.
Who do you know whose home was shot at or shot up?
It was the home for a family home of Sabian Cluster, better known as YFN Fat.
And were there any shell cases found in that case?
There were.
And were there any shell cases found at the incident at 600 Martin Street on June 3rd?
There were.
And was that this incident just a day apart?
There were.
Was anyone ever arrested for those 2 incidents?
They were not.
And then I want to take you to June 30th, 2020. Was there an incident at 639 Parkway?
There was.
Okay. And is that in the same or similar location as the incident that happened on May 25th, 2020, near 411 Parkway Drive?
I'd say it's several, like maybe 6 or 7 blocks north of where that happened.
And would you still consider that area, the area of the Rolling 60s stronghold?
That was the area in the Fourth Ward neighborhood. That was the 600 block is the area that they liked the most.
Okay. And were there any victims for that particular shooting?
Yes, multiple.
Who were some of the victims?
There were multiple members of the Rolling 60s Crips, including Shadari Mitchell, Kenneth Long, Demario Franklin, and Marcus Sims was shot and killed that night.
Is that the same Marcus Sims that we talked about from the May 26, 2020 incident?
It is.
And as a result of that shooting, did you look at any social media?
I did.
Whose social media did you look at?
I believe I was reviewing the account for Tidricus Glass.
And was there anything of any significance that you found while reviewing that particular social media account?
There was a live video that I found interesting, yes.
Why did you find it interesting?
They were drinking and dancing around in like a kitchen or something, singing Drop a Op and We Celebrate.
And how soon after?
The answer to pronoun they.
Okay. Is that what the post said?
I believe that if I remember the video correctly, there should be like maybe two people in the scene, and one of the two YFN associated individuals, or whoever's in the photo, is singing out of their mouth, "Drop Op and We Celebrate." Well, they're like pouring shots, I think it was.
Okay. And throughout the rest of 2020, were there just other shootings that you, being a part of this unit, found of note to you?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of those shootings in both the YFN associated territory as well as the YSL associated territory?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to the stabbing of Mr. Bennett in February of 2022. Once you received the text messages and you reviewed them, what, if anything, did you do next as a part of your investigation in determining what was going on with the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I continued to monitor jail calls for any chatter that was going on within the jail because Mr. Bennett, of course, luckily was not killed, to make sure that nobody else was going to attempt anything or a way to harm Mr. Bennett.
And as you continue to review jail calls, did you find any additional jail calls of note to you regarding any stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
Okay. What was that? What did you find?
I found a phone call made by YSL member Christian Eppinger.
And what did you do once you learned or heard that call?
As far
like once you listened to the call, what, if anything, did you do?
Oh, again, it was a call where a female was acting as a middleman. So to identify the person that she was reaching out to, I obtained phone records for the female, identified the number that she called at that exact time that the jail call was taking place, and then was able to identify the person being called.
And who was the person being called?
A gentleman named Antonio Sumlin.
And did Antonio Sumlin have a nickname?
Obama.
Right. Once you heard that jail call or learned of that jail call, what, if anything, what steps did you take after that?
I then decided to apply for Wiretap applications for the phone lines of both Demekion Garlington and Antonio Sumlin.
Why did you make that? Why did you decide to apply for a wiretap?
Because we were fearful that until Mr. Bennett was severely harmed or killed, this plot would continue. So we felt that was the best course of action at that time.
And were you able to secure or be able to go and have a wiretap for both Mr. Garlington's phone and Mr. Solomon's phone?
Yes.
Now, tell the jury, what are the steps that happens once you secure a warrant and you're able to get a wiretap?
I was the case agent on the law enforcement side of things. Then we have like IT people or technical people that they take the paperwork you receive from the judge and they forward it to the phone company. And then usually it takes a couple hours. You have a wire room set up. It's a private, secure location. And I'd say within a couple of hours of submitting the paperwork to the phone company, you'll start receiving data coming in the wire room. You'll start receiving phone calls, text messages, and you'll see sometimes just data, like when you're browsing on your phone or making a video call, you'll see that stuff starts coming in and being registered.
And as far as the wire room, does that have to be maintained 24 hours a day?
It does.
And why is that?
Because you have to you're now responsible for monitoring what's coming in. You can't leave it unmonitored. Somebody has to be there monitoring.
Now, when you are monitoring those calls, are you able to listen to every call, or are there times you have to minimize or stop listening to the calls?
So everybody gets what's called a minimization training. They get informed of the basis of the case. They're passed out copies of the affidavit so they know what's going on, what allowed us to get there. They read through that. We conduct a meeting. Everybody's informed. We talk about what they should listen out for, what's going on. And then they're explained on minimization procedures. So if somebody calls their grandma, for example, and she's talking about what she's going to make for dinner, or what do you want for me to buy you this year for your birthday? You listen for 2 minutes. And if at the 2-minute mark, there's no criminal activity, you mute or you minimize for 1 minute. You give the full minute, you resume, you click back in, and you listen for another 2 minutes. If there's no criminal activity, you mute again. And I'm sorry, I say mute, I mean minimize. At that time, once you minimize, you cannot go back. The recording stops. And you do that. Now, if there's criminal activity heard that's related to your case, you can listen.
And when you got the warrant, do you remember when you got the initial warrants for both the phone from Mr. Garlington and Mr. Summer?
I want to say we went up on the line somewhere around like the first week of March. So it should have been around there, like the 10th, maybe years, somewhere around there.
As it relates to Mr. Garlington, were you able to initially listen to his calls?
No.
Why not? What happened?
Coincidentally, he had changed his phone number.
Once he had changed his phone number, what, if anything, did you do? Let me ask you, did you try to secure another number for Mr. Garlington?
I did.
How did you go about securing another number for Mr. Garlington?
I reached out to his probation officer to see if, to remain in compliance, he may have updated her with his new phone number.
And had he done that?
He had.
And then for Mr. Sumlin's line, were you able to go up on his phone immediately?
Yes.
How long were you on, how long did you have a wiretap on each of those phones?
The initial application goes for 30 days. So I know we had 30 days on both. And then I did renewals on both. So we did 60 days. I can't remember if Mr. Garlington went into custody before his 60 days was up or not, but we had authorization for 60 days ultimately on both.
Why did you choose to extend the first 30 days?
Because the criminal activity was still pretty active. There were still crimes being committed, still intelligence being gathered.
Now, I want to direct you to March of 2022.
Okay.
With the stabbing of Mr. Bennett inside the Fulton County Jail, did that information ever get released to the public?
It did, but it was delayed.
Okay. And when you said it was delayed, what happened?
I don't believe it hit the news until some court documentation was filed.
And what court documentation was filed?
An emergency motion for bond on Mr. Bennett's behalf.
And do you know when that documentation was filed?
I want to say the first few days of March, I believe.
Permission to approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6TT. Would I have a refresh your memory as to when that bond here, or when that motion was filed?
Yes,
Okay, when was that motion filed?
March 1st of 2022.
And after March 1st, 2022, did you start seeing public media posts about the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, several news outlets picked it up.
Once several news outlets began to pick it up, did you, as an investigator with the gang unit, have investigated this YFN, YSL conflict? Did anything about that report spark any investigation on your part about anything that you were going to do as it relates to the conflict between YFN and YSL?
Based on my experience with with these two groups and the conflicts, we were on heightened alert for any events that or shootings or incidents that may occur.
And by the time the media release occurred, were you already up on the wire, or did that come after the release of the information to the media?
I believe it came after.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022. Did you become aware of a shooting on I-75/85 northbound?
I did.
And did you become aware of who, if anyone, was killed as part of that incident?
I do.
Okay. And who was that?
That would be Christian McMiller and Darius Big Ford.
And do you know about what time that incident occurred?
I believe it happened around 3:30 a.m.
And have you had any involvement with any investigation as it relates to that case?
I have.
And is that still an open pending case at this juncture?
It is.
After that shooting on March 11, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting at 12 Atlanta?
Yes.
When was that shooting?
I believe that the incident on the highway took place at 3 a.m. Fast forward to about almost just before 10 o'clock, the shooting at 12 Atlanta took place.
10 o'clock a.m. or 10 o'clock
p.m.? I think the call for service came in around 9:47.
And where is 12 Atlanta?
In Summerhill.
And are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with that location?
I believe in 2019 and 2020, it was 12 Atlanta itself. The convenience store was the target of drive-by shootings.
And was there anyone injured on March 11, 2022?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe the gentleman's name is Cortez Houston. He's a YFN associate.
And has there been anyone arrested for that shooting?
Yes.
Who's that?
A gentleman named Stephen Harris.
And are you familiar with that name?
Yes.
How?
He's documented not by me, but another member of the gang unit as a member of YSL.
After that incident on March 12th, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting, without saying any name, of a shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Without saying any names, how did you become aware of the shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
I was in the wire room monitoring the calls in the wiretap, and we heard a shootout being described on the wiretap.
After hearing about that shooting on the wiretap, did you ever come to learn of a shooting on March 14th, 2022 at I-20 in Windsor?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first learn about that shooting?
I believe somebody from the gang unit that I work with had called and let me know that a shooting had come up in that area.
Okay. And once you learned about that information, what, if anything, did you do?
I spoke with investigator Flores, who I believe was the on-call gang investigator for that night.
And did you learn of the individual? Was someone killed at that location?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn of the name or the identity of that individual?
A gentleman by the name of Shamel Drinks.
Now, when you first heard that name, were you familiar with that individual at all?
I was not.
When you first heard that name, did you know at that time if this murder had anything to do with any gangs?
No.
And you say no, why is that?
Just because I did not recognize him, I didn't know him, so I had no reason to believe at that time it was.
After hearing about the shooting at I-20 and Windsor Road, did you look at any social media accounts?
I did the next day.
Why were you looking at social media?
Just in conjunction with The Wire, we were always monitoring what was going on just to be abreast of anything we may hear, just so we were aware of what was going on so we can understand the context of things we were hearing.
And as you were observing social media, did you see anything of note to you as you were perusing social media the next day after the March 14th killing of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
I saw several posts of a gentleman that matched the photo of what I saw of Shamel Drinks at the crime scene being made.
Okay. And when you say was being made, who was it being made by?
Members of YFN.
And about how many posts did you see when you were just kind of viewing and observing?
There were numerous posts. I don't think I could put a number on it.
And when you saw those posts, did you ever capture those posts?
I began capturing them just in case they were needed.
You said you captured just in case they were needed?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to approach you.
I'm going to be very quick, but essentially she just walked through, right? So what Lucci gets stabbed in jail in February, but it doesn't become public knowledge until March, which seems weird because if he's in jail and stabbed, it seems like his boys would know, but whatever. She's saying that it doesn't become public until March. March 1st, it becomes public because there's a bond. There's a motion for emergency bond because he got stabbed, so they're trying to get him out. Okay, and then March 11th, right? YSL, the stabbing happens. The next retaliatory thing that happens is that the two YSL members, McMiller and Ford, are killed, right? So then it's YSL members are killed. And then hours after those members are killed, there's a shooting against YFN, okay? And a YSL member is charged with that. And then days later, there's another shooting that happens on Cleveland Avenue. So this is YFN against YSL. And then after YFN against YSL, Shymel Drinks happens, which again would be YSL against YFN. So she just went through this back and forth things that happen. But again, she was linking it back to Lucci, which happens in February, and then it becomes public in March. That part is a little confusing because why wouldn't his people already know that he was stabbed? But anyway, let's get to it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey did at 465 BV, 467 BV, and 468 BV. Tell me if you recognize 465, 467, and 468.
I do.
And how do you recognize 465, 467, and 468 BV?
These are three of the several social media posts that I captured following the death of Mr. Drinks.
And are those three just some of the examples of what you were seeing being posted on the day after Mr. Drinks passed away?
Yes.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the social media accounts that you observed and that you screenshotted back in March of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 465, 467, and 468 BV into evidence.
And, just confirming that continuing objection.
I just don't understand
Permission to publish.
why they needed to wait though. Like if you stabbed my boy in February, why? I don't know that I'm understanding what you're saying. Maybe let me read some more so I can understand what y'all are saying.
Now showing you what's been admitted at 465 BV, is that Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is the person posting this picture?
That is a gentleman that goes by the name Kelvin Watts or Shell Kill.
Okay. And were you familiar with Shell Kill?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you familiar with Shell Kill?
From past investigations involving both of these groups.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you 467 BV. Who is the person? Is that also Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is posting that? Who made the post?
It's made by 44 Stevo, which I know to be Steven Johnson.
Okay, and I apologize. Going back to 465, what was Shell Kell's Instagram handle?
It's shellkel_nutlife.
All right. Now back to 467 BV. 44 Stevo, what's his given name?
Steven Johnson.
All right. And was he associated with YFN?
Yes.
All right. And next is 468 BV. Who made the post?
The username is going to be YFN-FAT14. That's going to be Sabian Cluster.
And is that the Sabian cluster that we talked about a few moments ago with the back and forth shooting?
It is.
All right. And what was that? What did that post say?
I don't feel right putting that behind your name nut with the broken heart.
Okay. Once you started seeing these posts and examples of these posts, what, if anything, did you do? Did you assist at all with this investigation at that time on March 15th?
I didn't, because when you're the affiant of a wire, it's a lot of things you have to do. You have to manage schedules and people in the room and review all the calls. So I was kind of sidetracked. So I was capturing these, working in the wire room, and then I went home to get some sleep.
Now I'm going to take you to March 16th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to a shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
And how did you get involved with responding to the shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
One of my partners, either Investigator Dabney or Investigator Flores, called and let me know that there was a shooting at the location.
And let me ask you this. Back in 2022, where were you working?
The Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And was that a common practice that members of the APD gang unit would reach out to you if there was a shooting that they were responding to?
If it was gang related and something that we had been working on, absolutely. I talk to them daily.
And did you respond to that location?
I did.
Sitting here today, do you recall what time you responded to that location?
I want to say I made it out there probably around 2 a.m. I believe.
You said about 2 a.m.?
Around 2 a.m. I believe.
Court condolence for one. Once you got to the house, what, if anything, did you do?
I met with my partner, Investigator Flores, and I spoke with the officers on scene, and they said they had several victims that were separated amongst different cars on scene while they were still sorting out what was going on. And I got the names of the people that were present.
Okay. And were you familiar with any of the individuals who were present?
Yes,
Okay. Who did you know?
I knew Mr. Garlington, of course, because he was one of my wiretap targets that we had running. And I knew Mr. Shannon Stillwell. I know Mr. Stillwell, I think he goes by Jackson also.
Okay. And how long have you known Mr. Garlington?
Probably say since 2014, if not longer.
Right. And how long had you known Mr. Jackson?
2013 or 2012.
All right. When you went out there, did you speak with Mr. Garlington or Mr. Jackson?
I spoke with both.
And were either of them able to provide you any information about what had occurred at their home at the home that night?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That motion.
Max ain't missing a thing today. Shannon Jackson Stillwell. As best as I know, one of them is his father, paternal side, last name. The other, which I believe he was probably assumedly given at birth, but he was raised by his grandmother. And so the other last name comes from his grandmother that he was raised by. So he uses that. So my understanding is that it just is a matter of the birth name he was given versus the person who raised him and using that last name.
Did you speak with Mr. Jackson Stillwell that evening?
I did.
Okay. And was he able to provide you any information regarding the shooting that had occurred that night?
Not anything of substance, really.
Was he able to give you any description of what happened that night?
If I remember correctly, he just said, I think when he arrived at the location, people just started shooting, but he didn't know what had happened or why.
And while you met with him, when you got to the scene, were there cars in the driveway?
Yes.
And was he able to identify a car that he was driving?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was it?
He said a white Audi.
And did he point out that Audi to you?
I don't know if he pointed it out. I think he may have said like that one over there. And I looked and there was one closest to the street. And there were cars parked in the yard on the right side of the house. And there was a white Audi that was like an Audi sedan closest to the street. There was an Audi SUV and an Audi sedan, and it was the sedan that was parked closer to the street.
And did you ever take pictures of that Audi? When you were investigator Flores, take pictures of that Audi?
One of us did, yes.
And did you take pictures of Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Stillwell?
One of us did, yes.
Were you familiar with an individual by the name of Miles Farley?
I had seen him, but I'd never interacted with him before.
Had you seen social media accounts for him?
Yeah, social media accounts, music videos. I'd seen him around with the guys.
Was he present on that morning of March 16, 2022?
He was.
And did you take pictures of him?
One of us, I think Investigator Flores may have.
Now, when you met with or spoke to Mr. Jackson, were they victims of the shooting?
Yes.
At that time, when you met or spoke with Mr. Jackson, Mr. Garlington, did you have any knowledge of who the suspects were in the March 14th murder?
No.
Had you on March 16th talked to Investigator Hogan about his homicide?
No.
Excuse me, was Investigator Hogan the lead detective on the homicide?
Yes.
Samel Drinks. When you spoke with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Jackson on March 16th, had you seen any surveillance video from the homicide on March 14th, 2022?
No.
When you met with or spoke with Mr. Jackson, did you have any knowledge of the suspect vehicle as related to that March 14th, 2022 homicide?
No. Other than the victim, I had no knowledge of the circumstances or anything with the investigation.
Did you eventually leave the location at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
You said this is about 2:00 in the morning.
Somewhere around there.
Did you at some point in time go to Atlanta Police Department on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
What was your purpose of going to the Atlanta Police Department?
I had to return to check on the wire. I got a few hours of sleep, maybe a couple hours of sleep, but I could. I returned to check on the wire room and also stopped by to see Detective Kevin Leonpacker. Stopped by his office to talk to him for a minute.
And would you work with Detective Leonpacker with your investigations?
All the time.
Okay. And just as a side note, what types of things would you ask Detective Leonpacker to do with your cases that you were working on?
I would bounce investigative ideas off him sometimes with cases that I had, but also most importantly, if throughout my investigations, I would obtain cell phones through search warrants and things like that, or in evidence, I would bring them to him with a search warrant for him to conduct a forensic extraction of the phones for me.
Okay. Now, going back to March 16, did you make it to APD?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, did you make it to Kevin Leonpacker's desk where he sits?
Yes.
Are there any investigators that sit close to him in the office?
Yes.
Is Detective Hogan one of those investigators?
It's Detective Leonpacker, empty cubicle, Detective Hogan.
Once you went to go speak with Detective Leonpacker on March 16, 2022, did you see Detective Hogan?
I did. On my way to his desk, I passed Hogan.
Okay. And what happened once you passed him? What happened?
When I walked past Hogan's desk, I said, "Hey, Hogan." I said, "Your victim," I said, "is being posted by some of the YFN guys. Just checking to see what you got. What do you got? Like, what's going on?" And then he said, "Well, I got some surveillance video and some people, but I don't know much else."
He said he didn't have much else.
Yeah, he just.
At that point in time, did he show you the surveillance video?
Yeah, I said, "Well, show me what you got. Let me see what you got." And he's pulled. I talked to Kevin for a second. He said, "Come on over," and I looked at the video that he had.
And what video did you look at?
It was video from a gas station that I recognized to be at Fulton and Windsor.
Okay. And what did you see on the surveillance video?
He showed me some individuals that he had identified as his suspects.
Okay. And when you saw the video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately recognized Mr. Stillwell from my interaction with him the night before because he was wearing the same clothes. And I recognized Mr. Farley on the video.
Okay. And you said the night before, were you at the office on March 16th as well?
Sorry, it was the same day. It was 2 a.m., sleep for a few hours, went to the office and met with them. So it was the same day.
And when you watched the surveillance video, was this surveillance video from March 14, 2022?
Yes.
And you had not just, but earlier that morning had seen Mr. Jackson or Stillwell Jackson in the same clothes that you saw him in on the video.
Correct.
And then you said you also recognized Miles Farley on the video.
Correct.
Once you recognized both Mr. Farley and Mr. Stillwell, what, if anything, did you do?
There was a third individual in the video that I knew to associate with him, but I didn't know his name. So I told investigator Hogan he may want to get with somebody else to get a name on that person. And then he showed me the vehicle associated with his case.
And did he show you the vehicle from the surveillance video or something else?
I believe it was a surveillance video.
And what, if anything, did you do when you saw the vehicle, his suspect vehicle?
I recognized it as the white Audi with the Maryland tags from the home at Waters Road that I'd seen hours prior.
Now, you said that you did not recognize the third individual in the surveillance video, and you directed Hogan to speak with someone else. Did you direct him to speak with anyone specifically?
Well, I recognized him by face. Just a name, I didn't have a name. So I think Investigator Belknap was either in the homicide office or he was upstairs, and I called either him to come to the desk or come downstairs to help Hogan.
And let me ask you this. I want to go back to March 16, 2022. When you spoke with Mr. Jackson about what happened that night, how did the conversation come up about what vehicle was his? Do you recall?
I believe that was prompted by when he said I just got here and they started shooting, or something like that. I just got here and they started shooting, or I pulled up and they started shooting. So I said, well, what vehicle were you in? I think that's what prompted that question.
And when you spoke with Mr. Jackson on March 16th, did he ever speak with you about where he was in the days prior to you seeing him on Waters Road?
No.
While you were meeting with, or not meeting with, but speaking with Mr. Jackson, did you ever speak with him about the homicide that had occurred on March 15th at I-20 on Windsor Road?
No.
Now, going back to later in the day when you were at APD, at any point after speaking with Hogan, did you take any steps to continue assisting him in his investigation?
I went upstairs and reviewed the wiretap data for that time.
And when you say that time, what time are you referencing?
The time that would encompass his homicide taking place.
And did you find any calls around the time of when the homicide took place?
I did.
And we'll come back to that. Once you went upstairs and reviewed and went to the wiretap room and kind of reviewed those calls, what, if anything, did you do next?
I think I just continued to let him know that I was available if he needed anything from our end, but.
Did you ever come to take out a search warrant for the home at 2830 Waters Road?
Oh, yes. When I was reviewing the calls, now that would be reviewing the calls for the night before. When I responded out at 2 a.m., I began to review those calls from that incident and learned some information that led me to obtain a Fulton County search warrant for the location at Waters Road.
And so let me understand clearly, you heard some information on the wiretap.
Correct.
And was that information on the wiretap from March 16th?
Correct. The time that we responded out there and I encountered Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And based upon what you heard on the wiretap, you then went and applied for a search warrant at Waters Road.
Correct.
Now, let me ask you this. When you got on the scene at Waters Road, did you go inside of the house on March 16th?
I may have peeked inside the house. I can't remember, but I don't think I did we didn't search it or anything.
And was there any reason why you did not search the home on March 16th when you responded?
They were victims at that time. I didn't have probable cause in my eyes to obtain a search warrant for the location.
All right. Now, were you able to obtain the search warrant to search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes,
And did you all search the home on March 17, 2022?
yes,
And did you have assistance from the Atlanta Police Department to execute that search warrant on March 17, 2022?
the gang unit in conjunction with the SWAT team, Detective Leon Packer came out to help. There's a bunch of people helping out.
You're on permission to approach. You.
She has been on the witness stand. Thank you, first of all, for the super chat, Carmela. She's been on. They started with Sprinkle this morning, and then it's been her. She's their last witness, so they're going through a lot of stuff that we've gone over, but she's piecing it together. So
We all think this would be a good time for a bathroom break. So let's take a restroom break. We'll be back in a few.
and they went from. So as we know, right, we have Lucci get stabbed in jail in February. March 11th, 2 YSL people are killed. Hours later, a YFN person is shot. And then that was 12. 2 days later, Shymel Drinks, YFN is, okay. Hours later, a YFN person is shot. Days later, there's a shooting on Cleveland Avenue, which would be YSL. The next day, Shymel Drinks, associated with YFN, is shot and killed. And then I think it was hours later, there's Waters Road incident, which is a YSL territory, that is shot. So they're still just going through the back and forth, and she's kind of going over the way she kind of pieced it together. So we know kind of the basics, but they're going through like how she came to find out about this stuff. She goes to the police station and she hears, oh my gosh, there's another shooting, and oh my gosh. And so it's just her kind of walkthrough of how she learned about all the stuff. But they just mentioned, I think, a phone call, because there's also these wiretaps. So these wiretaps that she's kind of gathering as these incidents are happening. That's essentially what they're going through. Hasn't been a ton of like new information. Max's face. It's when he got to turn on, he turned on. But I thought he was over there. He was like, he would look a little sleepy to me. Yes, as far as I know, they have court tomorrow. There has not been any mistrial motions made, although Shard is over there objecting. He's on his objections, but there have been no mistrials. She's being careful. The state is not done yet, but this is supposed to be their last witness. So after they will do their direct, we will, I'm sure, get some cross. You see Max Sharp taking all them notes. I wouldn't be surprised if there's redirect, maybe recross, and then we should expect to hear the state say that they rest. I imagine this will probably take us until, I wouldn't be surprised if we're doing this until next week, honestly. Because what is it on the East Coast? Almost 3. So she's probably going to go the rest of the day. We'll probably get to some cross tomorrow. It probably is going to take all day. So I'd imagine Monday we rest, or Tuesday. We'll see. I don't know how I get balloon. Wait, you mean on me? Not in the courtroom. I ain't seen no balloons in the courtroom. I don't know how people give me balloons on here. I get confused every time. It throws me off. I know I'm not the only one who saw other people saw balloons. Are you guys talking about in the courtroom? Tiara says, let's take a shot every time they approach the bench today. You're right. He was tapped, and he is charged. There were 4 people total charged for Shymel Drinks. Wait, okay. So you guys are talking about the balloons on here. The balloons pop up when Mel holds the peace sign for too long. That's not the truth. You just making me be silly. Are you doing that? I don't know how that works. Val said he's definitely not sleepy. I imagine he's ready to get up. but demise. Oh, Valerie thinks we'll get some cross today. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. We're all speculating. We'll see. Oh, and she'd be liking to go till 6 actually too. So there literally could be another 3 hours. So yeah, we could. We'll see. I'm gonna do it again. What is happening? How does it know? Are you guys? I feel like you guys are trolling me. Okay, so no, Jaleisha says it's Apple. When you make a certain hand gesture, it gives you animations. If you do a thumbs up, it'll show. Here's my thumbs up. Oh, what about a wave? Nothing. I'm just waving. Have I been doing the peace sign? But I haven't been doing the peace sign. I didn't know that, you guys. Thumbs up. 2 thumbs up? What? This is silly. Try making a heart shape with hands. You guys. Okay. Well, all of you guys knew this and I didn't know this. Ronnie finna take her daily nap, y'all. Okay, so we did the peace sign, the heart shape, 2 thumbs up. Oh, what about 2 thumbs down? Oh, it started raining. 1 thumbs down? Oh, okay. Shout out to Jessica being a new member on the channel. Thank you for joining. I don't do it intentionally. That's probably why I didn't recognize. I had no idea this was a thing. So thank you. That's funny. Okay, the fact that everybody knew this and I did not is hilarious to me. Wait, are you being funny? Oops, where did it go? Where did the comment go? She said, when you wipe your nose, a snake appears, which I think you're being funny, but that is hilarious. We should, Apple, do this to make a snake, because that's funny. Logo low with the super sticker. Thank you. We need a series of me discovering things. Some of y'all are not, you guys learned it too with me. Oh my gosh, I'm so behind on these comments. Okay. Funny. They do need, I need something for this because this is that's me reacting. That should be one of the member emojis. Is this when you're reacting with me? You need to put that in the chat. Okay, good. A lot of people are saying they didn't know too. Thank you. Anyway, I'm already Exhibit F. I had no idea this was a thing. And I didn't know that you guys could see it too. When it happens, I'm always like, I don't know what's happening. Tiffany says, are we going to have guest hosts on the debrief when Goolsby is on the road with Kev? We'll see. We'll see what happens. My mom says, I'm still devastated from the jail conference. That was really bad. I agree. That was quite heartbreaking. Thank you for this. Oops. Super sticker. Cali love. Are you in Cali currently? A little Cali love. Kiara says if you do this, it makes lasers appear. Are you being for real? Oh, because that's YSL. Isn't that the YSL thing? Let me stop playing with y'all. I really did think you guys were trolling me. What is the evidence that the state presented about Shamel unaliving that ties to SB and Yak? So Yak is not tied to the drinks thing, the drinks murder, I should say, killing directly. Shannon, they are saying, is more tied to it. That's funny. Val says, if you roll your eyes, Miss Love appears. Hilarious. But yeah, they had, the FedEx video footage, of course, they're saying with the pink hat and the white Audi. And obviously, Shannon Stillwell was in the driver's seat and he's the one driving. And then it pulls out after Shamel leaves the gas station. So that's what they're trying to say ties him. But if you watch the FedEx video, which I'm sure Shart is about to highlight again, where he says you don't see muzzle flashes because you don't, that the window was just tinted, but you're not supposed to roll it down or else there would be bubbles on it. So it's like all these, things. But according to the state, the video surveillance footage shows that ties Shannon Stillwell directly to this crime, which is why they charged him with it. So that is, their basis. That Lauren, that's funny. Lauren says when you use a snake emoji, you get a RICO indictment. Oh, turn your hand to black like this, not this. I don't want to do this. Oh, Bree says, not going to lie, you can roll that MF down and not see bubbles. Hours afterward? I've never tried it. Oh, Cassandra said stop. I gotta put my thumb. Jesus. This requires too much. I can't tell if y'all are being funny. Anyway, Joseph Lee is saying, also, Mel, there was a white Dodge Charger circling the gas station. The Charger shows up at the scene as well. Yes. And that is the thing, right? There is this other vehicle. I'm sure everybody, I didn't even make a video on it because everybody was making videos on it. So I'm sure you've seen the videos of what, people are pointing out in the FedEx video as far as what happens. There's a ton of theories about what's happening. So and that's Logo is saying you will see bubbles with that dark of a tint. It's much thicker. That's the other thing. That tint was black. You can't see a thing in there. Mimi Nicole says, I get tint all the time and I tried it just because and it messed up. So I think generally the idea is probably that you shouldn't. Hours after he got that 10 at 2 and this happened around 10 hours after. Oh, Jalisha's being funny. If you put your hand out, your merch will appear. Oh, so okay. See how y'all start to turn on me? I'm gonna listen. I will do the hand thing when I'm not on live with y'all, because y'all, in case in the event y'all are trying to play me, I'm gonna do it by myself. Let me make sure are we behind? Make sure we caught up. And I think the other thing to that point, Gaston is saying, listen, no GSR, very interesting. Because we watched that video and there's no gunshot residue. So it's like, how exactly what do y'all think happened? You think he opened the door now? I didn't see a door open. I didn't see that car door open on the video. So, yeah, that physical evidence starts to be, it does make you start wondering what the heck happened. Okay, I will Google. And you have to take into account the temperature when they got the tent. Georgia is humid, 100%. Somebody, I think, commented on, maybe even on my YouTube, and was like, I don't care what the temperature is, you cannot roll it down immediately. So Sean says it takes, Sean Burns, I don't think I've seen you in here before. It takes 48 to dry. Trust me, even if you even let it down the next day, the whole sheet of tent will come off. Some of y'all sound like y'all did this before. No, they never got the GSR. Never. There was none. The answer was negative. There was none. They just said a break. So maybe 10 or 15. Yeah, I think it's really interesting that there's none. That is really surprising. That door was a reach. That felt like what if the door was open? Like, girl, you didn't even think through that. I think because Max said it and the whole prosecution wasn't expecting it, I think she just threw a response out, but she didn't think through that wasn't a good answer. He ended up, so what happened is, right, Shannon Stillwell, after they're saying he committed this murder in this car, he actually extended the rental on the Audi. So he ended up extending it, and then it, of course, went to impound. So I don't know if, the rental company ever got their car back. I'm curious. And who foots that bill? Tatiana says, I'm late checking into the chat, but what is the point of this witness? What is this proving? The point, I think, is to tie up everything into a bow. She is the investigator who really helped piece everything together to be a RICO. There's been a couple of those kind of key people, and she's one of them. And so it seems like it's really to piece it all together, to kind of paint this story. She's been going back and forth about the retaliatory shootings that happened. We didn't go back to 2015. I think Gaither and Dennis handled 15. And then she has been really talking about the latter part of the things in this indictment. So 19, 20, 21, 22. And so we've been going over the things that led up to what happened to YFN Lucci in jail. And then the shootings that happened afterward, which is inclusive of Shimel Drinks, or Shamel Drinks, I think is how you say his name properly. Which I think, right, Dennis and Gaither talk about the early years, and that the big thing happens is Donovan Thomas, right? And then you bring in, what happens in the latter years, which is this witness, and she's talking about the retaliatory shooting. So it's kind of, I think, these kind of bookend murders that essentially happen between the two gangs. Oh, Miss Ma'am says that she hopped in Kayla B's live last night, and someone said that luxury cars like Audi will not drive or accelerate if the door is open. That's interesting. I personally have never tried it, but that makes sense. Mel, do you think the jury is not taking this expert serious because the state has put so many on the stand? I don't know. I think in general, Here's what I think. I think in general, jurors take being a juror seriously until they get to the point where they feel like this is a waste of my time, right? Like I feel like most grown American adults, citizens who understand jury duty, who like, I feel like you take that seriously. At some point, though, because they're all people like you and me, you could be one, I could be one. I think what happens is at some point, just like the rest of us, you start to feel like, bro, what are we doing here? What's happening? So it's a good question. What y'all talking about? That boy, know he clean, ain't he? He be clean. They're gonna stone me and block me and be mad. Oh, let me make sure my audio is on. Yeah. I think that obviously we know Woody and Kel had a beef. That has been made very clear. And what's been made clear is that those two people are associated with other people. I'm gonna stop right there so that I don't get blocked. Oh. Thank you. Galactus YSL Child is like a bad movie that is far too long. I agree with that. Miss Miles, I see you. You're in the Patreon. That's you good, girl. You good. Would he have beef with everyone?
No problem.
So I think we left off that you went to Waters Road and you went to search there.
Correct.
When you got to Waters Road on March 17th, 2022, did it look the same way that it looked when you were there on March 16th, 2022 around 12 a.m.?
You're talking about,
When you were at the house on March 16th, 2022.
yes?
When you went on March 17th, 2022, did the house look the same on March 17th than it did on March 16th?
I'm going to overrule that. I mean, go ahead. You can answer.
Are you talking about before or after entry was made?
After entry was made.
I mean, it's not a particularly clear question. That may be the problem.
On March 16th, when you went to the house, did it have TVs and video surveillance systems inside?
Calls for speculation based on the prior testimony.
Are you talking about the interior?
Yes. When you went on March 16th, did you see video surveillance inside of the house? On March 16th, when you responded and spoke to Mr. Jackson.
I watched body camera and I was able to see through the front.
Okay.
Hang on.
When you saw the house, did you go inside the house?
But if with the front door open, you could see from the front yard, there was a large monitor with feeds running.
Okay, so
Did you personally observe?
Yes, Your Honor.
So let me go back. When you got to the house on March 16th, were you able to see inside of the home?
Yes, from the front, the door was open, yes. I could see into the house.
And when you saw inside of the house, were you able to see television and video surveillance systems?
Yes.
Okay. When you went on March 17th, 2022, and after the search warrant, y'all made entry into the home, was that same surveillance camera system still at the house? Was it still there?
It had been removed.
Okay. When you got there on March 17th, 2022, were all of the cars that were present on March 16th, 2022 at the location?
No, I believe 3 were left at the location.
And on March 17th, 2022, did Detective Liam Parker video the search warrant and the contents that were recovered from the search warrant?
Yes, to assist me, he helped with videoing it.
Okay. And were you present during the execution of that search warrant?
I was.
All right. Now, as a part of your investigation, and let me ask you this, did you, between March 11th and March 17th, were you still observing and monitoring social media during this period of time?
I was.
And was that in conjunction with also listening to the wiretap?
Yes.
Okay. And why were you still observing and monitoring social media?
Because when you're in the midst of an investigation, you never know towards the end what may be relevant at a later time. So I was making sure to get the full picture of everything, better to have and not need, than need and not have. So I like to kind of make sure everything is together, because like you might get to the end of an investigation, something that seems so small is huge. So I was making sure to capture as much as I could.
And when you were going on social media, were you going on individual public accounts?
Yes.
Right. And during the course, I want to start with just initially, were you able to find social media posts of Shell Kell, his account?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have pictures of himself with Rayshawn Bennett or YFN Lucci?
Yes.
Okay. And on his account, did he also have pictures of himself with Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Approach the witness, I'm sorry. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 BV and 454 BV.
Why would you call her outfit white noise? That's silly.
Tell me if you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV.
I do.
How do you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV?
See, these are some of the posts that I collected during March of 2022.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of posts made by Shell Kell _Nutlife?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 440 BV and 454 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
I like her outfit, just to be clear. Y'all are terrible.
And looking at 440 VV, there's a post date of December 1st, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you capture the image?
Should have been sometime in March.
And who is depicted in the picture?
That is Kelvin Watts in the white t-shirt, and it's Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, who's shirtless.
And sitting here, do you know the area or where this picture is taken?
That appears to be the Trestle Tree Apartments.
And are you familiar with Trestle Tree Apartments?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Trestle Tree?
That's an area favored by the YFN criminal street gang.
Okay. Now looking at 454 BB. And looking at 454 VV, did you also capture this in March of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And who is in this picture?
That's Kelvin Watts in the camouflage jacket, and that's going to be Donovan Thomas with the varsity jacket on.
All right. And again, is this on Shell Kell's Instagram page?
Yes, this was on his story.
In the same way, did you also have the occasion to capture pictures with Darius Bigford as well as Christian McMain Miller with members, individuals associated with YSL?
Yes,
And did you capture those pictures as well?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 441 BV, 442 BV, 443 BV, and 451 BV. Take a moment, tell me if you recognize those images.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are also photos that I captured during March of 2022.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured while observing those public Instagram posts?
Yes,
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 441 BV, 442 VV, 443 BV, and 451 VV into evidence.
441 through 443, and then 451 BB.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, looking at 441 VV, what Instagram post, what Instagram handle is this?
the username is going to be real1_FR.
And do you know who that Instagram account is associated with?
That account is going to belong to Darius Ford.
And when was this originally posted?
October 13th of 2021.
And again, did you screen grab this though in March of 2022?
I did.
Right. And who is, do you recognize anyone inside the picture?
The gentleman with the orange hat is going to be Darius Ford. And then the gentleman next to him in the white shirt is going to be Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Next, going to 442 VV. Is that posted again from Mr. Ford's account?
It is.
And what is the date of this Instagram post?
February 17th of 2021.
And again, is that Mr. Williams depicted in this photo with Mr. Ford?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 443 BB. Are you familiar with this Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
It's would normally say Ocean Drive Slim, but the C has been replaced with a 5.
And when is the original date of this post?
March 29th, 2019.
And are you familiar with the individual depicted in the post?
I am.
And who's depicted in the post?
Christian McMiller in the green hoodie, Jeffrey Williams in the yellow, and 21 Savager, Mr. Shaya Joseph is in the white hoodie.
Okay. And are there any just emojis on this photo?
There's a green snake and a dagger emoji in the caption, and it says 4L.
All right. Next, looking at 451 VV. And is this also another post by the account belonging to Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the individuals inside of the picture?
I see Mr. McMiller in the blue hat with the orange hoodie. Looking at the back of Mr. Garlington with the blue hat with the white writing. I see Mr. Quantavious Greer. He also goes by Umfunk. And then I see Mr. Sumlin standing up with the white tank top with the white hoodie.
Now, while you were looking at social media, after the death of Mr. McMiller, Mr. Ford, did you see any social media accounts with anyone associated with YSL regarding the death of Mr. McMiller, Mr. Ford?
Yes, multiple accounts.
And did you screen grab those in the same way?
I did.
It's gonna be 4. Permission to approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 447 through 450 BV, then 452 to 453 BV, and then 463 BV. Take a moment and look at those.
Okay,
And do you recognize those images?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
There are additional social media images I pulled during March of 2022.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured back in March of 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 447 to 450 VV, 452 through 453 VV, and then 463 VV into evidence.
For 47 to 50, say them again for me.
Sure.
I was writing, but I think I got it wrong.
447 VV through 450 VV.
Yeah.
Then 452 VV
Okay.
through 453 VV. And then last is going to be 463 VV.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
did get it wrong. So those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, showing you what's been marked as 447 VV. Is this, whose Instagram post is this, excuse me?
That's going to be the account associated with Mr. Garlington.
And the picture in the account, does that appear to look similar to the location of where the picture that we just looked at was, the date, given the clothing, what Mr. McMiller is wearing?
It appears so.
Okay. And going to the next, 448 BV. Looking at 448 VV, are you familiar with the Instagram handle Bentley BZ4L?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's the Instagram account associated with Christian Eppinger.
All right. And again, is this another post of Christian Eppinger, or a post of Christian Eppinger posting both? Is that Mr. McMiller, Mr. Ford in that picture?
Correct.
All right. Going to 449 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram handle OOG_Tunk?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's a social media account associated with a gentleman named Antonio Sledge.
Okay. And what is depicted on the post that he posted?
Again, that will be Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Going to go to 450 VV. Is this another picture, or excuse me, another image by Mr. Garlington?
It is.
All right. Next, 452 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram account OG.BOOL_?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram account?
That's the social media account associated with Shannon Stillwell.
And is this a post that was posted on that account?
It was.
And what does it say?
Just rest, Mac. I got you, man.
And are there emojis?
There are.
What are the emojis?
A crying face, a broken heart, a bandaged chart, and the devil emoji.
All right. Next, going to 453 VV.
That is a post of Mr. Stillwell with Mr. Ford.
And is there an emoji on that post as well?
Yes, the bandage chart and the sad crying emoji.
All right. And the last 463 VV.
That's again a post from Mr. Stillwell's account.
And while we're getting that one to publish, and during this time, were you again listening to the wiretap in this kind of around March 11th of 2023? Excuse me, 2022.
I'm probably doing about 12 to 16 hours a day in the wire room.
And in preparation for trial, have you had opportunity to listen to some of those calls?
I have.
And now we have 463 VV. Is this a post from the account belonging to Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the post say?
I can hear Mac now still playing goddamn big. We let them suckers get us shit. Where the fuck boo at? Oh, sorry. That's what TF means, in case y'all didn't know. Boo at. And then it says, damn Mac, I miss you. I miss your ass preaching when I be on the bullshit.
All right.
And boo would be a reference to Quentin Porter.
Now, going to some of the wiretaps that were, I want to direct you to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. And is this with the wiretap? What was the phone number? Do you recall now the phone number associated with Mr. Robinson? Or the last four digits?
I can't. I know Mr. Sumlin's ended in, I think, 8711. And I just knew the other one was Mr. Garlington.
I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. from 27 seconds to 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Excuse me. After Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford were killed, were there Instagram posts disrespecting both Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford?
There were several.
And did you capture those those Instagram posts that were being posted?
Yes.
Right. And why did you capture those?
Just because of how inflammatory they were. I knew that they were going to be important because they were very, very disrespectful and inflammatory.
And have you had the opportunity to look at some of those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
And with social media, if posts are inflammatory, in your experience as a gang investigator, does that flame any potential beef or anything that may occur?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV.
She's of course trying to show the association between these people who were killed in like YSL, like their
Do
connection.
you recognize those pictures?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
Two are going to be from like fake accounts that were made to troll people in the wake of their death. And one is from an individual that I know from working in Atlanta.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you grabbed, again, in March of 2022?
Yes.
You're right, this time the state would like to admit 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV into evidence.
But the
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
the defense, of course, will show that people mourn their friends on social media. But her point is really showing these were members of YSL or associates, and that's why they were targeted in retaliation of YFN.
Now, looking at this exhibit, is this one of the fake Instagram accounts that you were referencing?
That's one of the ones that we couldn't identify who it belonged to, but it was very, very vocal about the disrespect.
Okay. And what does the post say?
New op pack just came in.
And in your experience as a gangbangers, have you heard the term op?
I have.
Okay. And what is your understanding of op?
It's short for opposition or rival.
And do you know, sitting here today, what day you screenshotted this particular post?
It would have been in the days immediately after the death of Mr. McMillan, and Mr. Ford.
And we're looking at a document with the screen grabs, help refresh your memory as to the dates of when you captured this post.
It would.
Mhm. And do you have a copy of this document here to help refresh your memory?
I do.
All right. If you would take that out, look at it as soon as your memory's refreshed, just look up and let me know.
That would be March 11th around 11:30 p.m.
And about what time did Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford pass away?
It was maybe several hours prior to that. So they got killed at 3 a.m. on March 11th, go through the day, and then that night at 11:30 p.m. this got posted.
We'll go to the next post. Now, looking at exhibit 457 VV, are you familiar with the Instagram handle 1ABG_Big Nick_?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I'm familiar with this individual. His name is Nicholas Johnson.
And does he have a nickname?
Usually it's Fat Nick or Big Nick, depending on what he changes his handle to. But he's a YFN member.
And why was this, what, if any, significance did this post have?
This was also posted several hours after Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan had been killed, and he posted a song on top of him, just moving around, saying, and the song was entitled Slime and Chalk, which is referring to like typically in the old crime scenes where they'd outline the body in chalk. So this was inflammatory in that nature. He's posting this kind of just making sure everybody saw it.
And when did you capture this post?
The capture time reads 3 hours ago. So if I can refer to the sheet just to get the posting time.
Yes.
It would post at 11:20 p.m. that day following the murders. So it means that it was captured at 11:20 p.m., which means 8:20 p.m. it was posted.
Go to the next exhibit. And while that's pulling up, have you ever heard of the term smoking an op pack?
I have.
Okay. What is your understanding when you've heard that terminology?
An op pack is a play on words, like when you talk about a pack of loud or like marijuana or drugs. So now when they come in, they'll say, we're smoking on this person that's dead. It's just another way of disrespecting the opposition when they get killed. So saying a new op pack just came in, they're smoking on these people. It's very, very common amongst gang language, especially when there's a murder that takes place.
And now looking at 462 VB, Joey _ Hurst 24, was that an actual page or was that a trolling page?
That was a page that was trolling pretty.
Sustained.
Okay. Were you familiar with that page?
I was not.
Okay. Were you familiar with anyone being associated with that page?
I was not.
Sitting here today, do you recall what the picture that's in the caption, what that said?
With the picture itself? Or
No, not
the profile
the
picture?
profile picture.
I can't see. It seems like a drawing or something of some sort.
And again, was this an example of some of the inflammatory posts that you were seeing that you captured?
Yes.
Okay. We can take a look.
Posting now you fatherless on a picture
Now I want to go back to
is wild.
Wiretap call. Permission to publish.
You may.
I'm breaking quickly just to say, I asked a while ago if y'all felt like that they had established that there's a rivalry, a beef between YSL, YFN. So again, all of this stuff is them trying to lay the foundation and show that there really was some back and forth. So obviously that first person, she said, we don't even know who that is. But when she's able to identify who some of these posts are that are disrespectful to a person who is alleged to be associate of YSL, they're dead. And then the YFN, the opposition, is posting pictures like, now you have no father. That is her again trying to lay, there is a beef, there is a beef. And so when it's YSL's turn to retaliate and we show you a picture of what we say is Shannon Stillwell in an Audi, and then it passes by a car that Shimel Drinks, who's associated with YFN, is in, and then he winds up dead. This is them trying to paint the picture. So it is, even when it feels like, what are you proving? Think about count one, and then think about, are you yet convinced that they have established that there's a rivalry? That's what they're trying to do. I'm not saying they're being successful, but that's what some of this stuff is really trying to go to.
I don't like, man. See, that was crazy.
Okay. Just a little behind.
Chris name.
Yeah, man.
That shit, that was crazy, boy.
Man, I'm just going through what I'm calling when I had them posts. He told me, man, tell Corey, I said, welcome home. I told you that.
Yeah, that's why I got that. I'm like, man, that shit, that's just too crazy.
But that's a fool. Boy, I'm like, damn, boy.
They hit him more though, this.
I don't know. See, I think he the one that got shot in the head. I don't, like, everybody been said he had and died first. Like, that's what they were saying at first. They were just like, bro was in critical condition for a minute.
I heard he got hit in the head.
Yeah, but Roger had and goddamn told me what happened to him. He had that DM me like, man, bro just died too. So we just turn on the video chat shit. But he was like, it came from, Roger said it came from Summer Hill, but Quay just said they got into it with when they was at Chit Chat, they got into it with them henchmen niggas.
Who niggas?
Man, I think them niggas all I rent them folk, man. You know, on phone been going back and forth, they gonna answer.
All I rent?
Nah, not him, but like his little young nigga.
Oh yeah, I heard that little hits me shit.
Yeah, Quay say when B Slime just had the show, on phone B Slime them got down, rushed to the car to get the file, some shit they hadn't got into it.
Yeah. That's crazy right now.
My cousin just called him, so he know what he told me to pull up. He got down, he know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm finna pull up and got down, see what the hell going on.
So what the hell he was coming from the car?
Yeah, man, they went LaCour, man.
Oh yeah, so I thought he went to traffic or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, cause everybody going to traffic. I be telling that nigga let go to traffic. But I ain't even saying that to him last night. I seen him putting his clothes on.
Lou this morning up by 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
They like somebody got shot in the car, but they ain't really showing that.
Yeah.
I get on Instagram by 6, 7, like 7, 8 up or something. I'm like, damn, that way the war.
Hey, yeah. Man, I ain't know, man. Them folk blowing my phone up.
You know what I said? Them folks were on. Them folks, they ain't seen none of them niggas in the car.
Nah,
Like,
man.
them two?
Yeah, it was just them two, I think. I don't know. But I ain't heard nothing, bro. I ain't called nobody.
Man, that nigga running, man. What the hell wrong with this nigga, man? That nigga walk so goddamn fast.
I ain't talking nobody but Ed B.
Oh, Ed B.
Yeah, you know he on though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ed B just laying low.
Nah, he with his folk.
Okay. Yeah, the girl in charge is tripping, man. I called his phone, somebody, this ain't his number. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
man.
that was.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we started playing at 3:37. Want to ask you a few questions about that call before the next call. Were you familiar with Demekion Garlington's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And was Demekion Garlington one of the individuals on the phone call?
Yes.
Right. During the call, you heard them talk about umfunk. Is that the same umfunk that we talked about earlier in the pictures?
Yes.
Did you hear them speak about umfunk getting into it with the henchman?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the henchman?
I am.
How?
I have worked some investigations and spoken in person with their leader of that gang.
Okay. And with the henchmen, do they have any alliances?
They do.
And what is one of their alliances?
YFN.
All right. Now, you heard them talk about they were coming from LaCour. Are you familiar with LaCour?
I am.
Okay. What is LaCour?
It's a nightclub lounge on Metropolitan Parkway here in Atlanta.
And through your investigation of working the Christian McMiller, Darius Ford homicide, are you familiar if there was an event at LaCour on the night before they passed away?
There was.
And based on your investigation, were Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford at that location prior to their death?
Yes.
Now, there came a point in the portion of the audio that we listened to where the sound went down. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an example of the minimization that you were referencing earlier, that if it's something that isn't about criminal activity, it will be minimized and then you will pick the call back up?
Yes.
In listening to that call, do you know who Mr. Garlington was speaking to?
Yes.
Okay, who?
It's a gentleman that goes by the name Dwoskin Wright. I know him as Watt.
You said
Watt, W-O-T.
That's his nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. And how are you familiar with Mr. Wright?
Early on in my career, I did a good bit of work on the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang, and he's a member of that gang.
And did you hear them mention SB on this call?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with that nickname?
Yes.
And who is that nickname associated with?
Mr. Shannon Stillwell.
All right. I want to publish our next call, which is on March 12th, 22 at 12:49 p.m. from 00 to 1:12 p.m. I mean, 00 to 1:12 minutes.
Remember, she did some wiretap. She walked through the fact that she had wiretapped Demekion Garlington's phone. and Obama. So that's what we're hearing. These are not jail calls. These are the wiretaps.
What the hell you got going on?
Shit, you got up.
Hey, anybody asked, we went and looked like soon. Anybody just said we went and looked for that motherfucker. We couldn't find it.
Okay.
Don't tell nobody.
Yeah, I know. Well, there you at?
Leaving the room.
Leaving the room.
Yeah.
What you finna
Huh?
What you finna do?
Shit, same old shit.
Same shit.
Same shit.
I'm saying, what you
Someone told me you gonna come pick me up. Shit, that was going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think somebody me, him, and Rodlow. I said, man, Rodlow ain't getting no coat.
Yeah.
I tried that shit yesterday with a nigga I don't got down no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna stop at 1:11 p.m. Again, is that Mr. Garlington on the call?
Yes,
Okay. And did you recognize the voice of who he is speaking to?
that would be Mr. Stillwell.
Right. And in that call, the Mr. Stillwell said, don't tell anyone we went to go looking.
Yes,
Okay. Or we went to go looking, don't tell anyone.
it sounds like that's kind of hard to hear, but that's what it appears to sound like.
Okay. And they mentioned on that call, did you hear the reference to Big Nick?
I did.
All right. And are you familiar with that name?
I am.
Is that the same Big Nick, to your understanding, if Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell are talking, do you know which Big Nick they could be referencing?
They would be referencing Nicholas Carter.
Okay. How are you familiar with Nicholas Carter?
I know Nicholas Carter to be an older member of the gang associated with 2830 Waters Road.
And you said an older member of the gang?
Correct.
Which gang?
YSL.
And you said you know him to be associated with 2830 Waters Road?
Correct.
To your knowledge, how is he associated with 2830 Waters Road?
I remember him being arrested at that location during a narcotic search warrant back in 2014.
And again, he is different from Fat Nick, who we just talked about earlier, also who calls himself Big Nick, who's with YFN.
Correct.
All right. Next, we're going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 1:23 a.m. from 4:40 into the call until the end.
They're about to play a jail call from March 13th. Remember, the two YSL, McMiller and Ford, are killed on March 11th. Remember, Shymel Drinks is killed on March 14th. So we're listening to some wiretapped calls from in between that time, okay? Just keep that in mind as you're listening.
Yeah, for real, right?
Bro, D, it's what you said about Matt Payne for real.
Man, on DB on Saturday here, bro.
I know.
That's why I just had to come drink, bro.
That's why I said I ain't called you. Dad said, D, okay? I said, I text. I ain't want to call him. He said, yeah, he ain't answer. I called him.
Yeah, that fucked up. That shit got me hurt, bro. I fucked with bro.
Yeah, that shit put me on. So I know dude said about that.
Yeah, man.
Damn, big puppy little shit too.
I know it, bro. Damn.
That shit crazy. That part had said they had like 45 gun shells out there.
Huh? 45 gun shell?
Yeah.
Just know, Cash, we gonna get some get back. We already did.
D, you better show that down somewhere.
I am, but still, bro. I am gonna sit down. Listen, I'm gonna sit down, bro.
But you better sit your ass down somewhere, baby.
I am, but bro, nigga think it's shit the game you out here playing. For real, bro. Like, I already going through some shit before that. Like, it like all the type of trying. They got run on my head, bro. Like, and I still just be going places. You see, I don't be worried about shit, bro. Cause I be prepared. I be prepared for shit. If a nigga pay with me, that they know that shit ain't gonna be easy.
Oh, baby.
I just got to do a shootout early.
Why the fuck you get into a shootout, D?
Because it was a car looking strange. And don't say that gun there.
Why would you? Oh my God.
Because the car, they were 3 deep with hoods on, so I had to shoot it. I don't know. On the day, it was the day on Cleveland. On Cleveland, it was a car got. I know it, bro. Yeah, you do.
You need to
Yeah. Yeah, you right. Yeah. That had them niggas follow me. That how they follow me from people. I would have home. Mm-hmm. That's what you doing up at 131. Yeah, phone. I just talked to phone. I talked to him. I told him for the call. He just said, you know what we on every day. Hello. What you doing up at 131?
Right, we're going to pause it at 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the call. Do you know who Mr. Garland was speaking with?
Without seeing the phone number, it's hard to, or a name from the line sheet, it would be hard to tell.
Okay. Did you hear when Mr. Garland said on DB and then he kind of explained something?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with or have you heard that initial DB?
I have.
Okay. And what do you understand or DB, those initials to mean?
They're referencing Derek Benning. He's one of their fellow gang members that was killed years ago.
And earlier when we talked about kind of the timeline after March 11th, there was a shooting on Cleveland Avenue. And you heard it on the wiretap. Was this the call that you were referencing?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was there any police report associated with any shots fired around March 12th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'm now going to publish March.
I'm gonna rewind again, but okay, so McMiller and Ford, March 11th, and then there is a shooting on Cleveland Avenue, March 12th. And so when she's like, you got in it. Why are you getting a shootout for? Blah, blah, blah. Right. So there again, we're leading up to, and just so you keep in mind, Tamikion Garlington, who is the male voice that we just listened to, was one of the people charged, okay, for Shamel drinks, in addition to Shannon Stillwell and Nichols and the fourth person whose name is slipping me. But they're pulling these pieces together. Remember, they showed Shannon Stillwell sad and making a post about Ford and McMiller dying. He makes a post. So obviously he's connected and sad about it. So she's trying to put these building blocks in place. Okay. Again, I'm not saying it's true, just trying to make sure y'all are following. Here we go.
I'm now going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 5:49 p.m., 2:10, 2 minutes and 10 seconds to 3 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 minutes and 10 at 5:49 p.m., 2:10, 2 minutes and 10 seconds to 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
So this is 5:49, the day Shamel Drinks was killed. This is in the afternoon. That's what we're listening to. And thank you, Naughty Girl.
Yeah, I think did that like right there on the scene with Matt Main. He had he was in critical condition, probably like for few hours. He hadn't got shot in the head. I think he was at brain dead or something. I don't know where, but wow, that shit, oh boy. Oh God, I don't know. They said nigga Kill or Murder just made a little song that somebody sent me that. He just made the song. They sent me that. I don't know. They trying to act like they did it. Yeah. Man. Yeah, got some more niggas claim that shit. And they don't even know them though, but they be okay.
Hey, who?
PLK, the nigga who claimed.
I'm going to pause at 3:10. Now, in that particular portion, did you hear Demikion Garlington speak of someone making a song?
Yes, Kel Omerta.
Say that again.
Kel Omerta.
And are you familiar with that name, Kel Omerta?
I am.
How are you familiar with that name?
That is Markel Wright. He's a member of the PFK criminal street gang.
And Markel, right, does PFK have any alliances?
They do.
And is YFN one of their alliances?
It is.
Now, in doing your work, we spoke earlier today about music and gang investigations. In your experience, have you found with gangs that there are times that gang members do music?
Yes.
And have you found in your experience that sometimes gang members use music to promote their gangs?
Yes, often.
And in here, when Mr. Garlington is saying, you know, what did you say his name was? Kello Murder?
Yes.
Okay. Made a song. Was that something uncommon to you as a gang investigator of an opposition making a song about a potential death or bragging about a potential death?
No, they do it often.
And did you hear when Mr. Garlington said some other dudes might be claiming it as well?
Yes.
Did you see any social media posts throughout your investigation while you were looking at social media of different groups claiming to have done the murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller?
Not really. It was mostly YFN and then pages that were trolling, like pages that were just popping up out of nowhere, trolling.
I want to next publish March 13th, 2022 at 6:41 PM. From 00 to 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man?
What the hell going on?
Oh shit, I just got a phone with G baby.
What you talking about?
Huh?
What you talking about?
Oh shit. He was asking what happened.
What happened?
They saying different shit. Just different shit.
Which one makes sense to you?
Huh?
Which one makes sense to you?
You said which one what?
Makes sense to you?
Which one makes sense?
Yeah.
I'm tell the kid. I'm tell the kid. I don't want to, on these phone shit. They be recording, making
Nah,
make
you ain't
sense.
gotta say much. You ain't gotta say much.
Yeah. I told him.
I just wanna know.
Yeah. I already know. I'm tell her. I'm tell her what they said. What the streets saying. Like they send it. They just send. Huh?
Speak on what you saying. Did you wait?
Nah, they keep sending different. They keep sending different pictures. They got the nigga who claimed it, the nigga who out on Instagram claimed it, don't nobody even know him. Yeah, he say he supposed to be PLK or some shit. I seen on phone last night. We ain't even got down. We ain't even really just talk like that. Everybody was leaving. I had one up there with 21 little Chip had an all black party. I had that one up there. Like, I'm walking out, seeing Funk at the door. I'm like, shit, what's going on? Like, shit, well, you know what? Like, shit, you know what we on? I'm like, I'm finna call you. Yeah.
And it's ending right there. Were you familiar with the person that Mr. Garner was speaking to?
From the voice, it sounds like Kenneth Copeland.
And had you yourself had discussions or conversations with Mr. Copeland throughout the course of your career?
Multiple, yes.
Okay. Now, back in 2022, do you know if Mr. Copeland was incarcerated?
I believe he was.
Are you aware of the relationship between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
How are you aware of that relationship?
They were good friends.
And to your knowledge, in 2022, were they good friends?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. In 2015, were they good friends?
I believe so, yes.
And is Shannon Jackson a part of that friend group between Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Jackson, to your knowledge?
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, between March 11th and March 14th, 2022, did you see any members or individuals associated or friends with Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford making posts that appeared to be in response to some of the offensive YSL posts?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to view those posts in preparation for your trial?
Yes.
I mean, for this trial. All right, permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as 464 VV, 455 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Tell me if you recognize those. 464 VV, 445 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
Those are some of the posts that were captured during March, or I know one was definitively March 2022. I'd need to refer to check the others.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of the images that you captured in March of 2022?
Yes.
You're at this time, and I'll try to do it in order. Thank you. The state would like to admit 445 VV, 446 VV, 458 VV, 464 VV, and 475 VV.
Okay, I had thought I heard 454 at one point. That's not one of them.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 446, 445, 446, 458, 464, 475.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's repetitive.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
Ma'am.
We're gonna start with 464 VV. And looking at your chart, will it refresh your memory as to when you screen grabbed this post?
The capture time was March 13th at 5:47 p.m. and the photo says 2 minutes prior to that.
And is this on Instagram? Is this what is called an Instagram story?
Correct.
Okay. And are Instagram stories only in existence for 24 hours?
Correct. They're posted to your profile. They don't go to your main profile. They go to a separate section. They're up for 24 hours, or if you want to delete it before that. And with that post, you can actually take a look and see who's viewed the story.
And are you familiar with the Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
Fortrite_the world. TV world, I'm sorry.
And who is your understanding of whose Instagram post that is?
Javon Fleetwood.
And is that the same Javon Fleetwood we spoke of earlier regarding the shooting in May of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. The same individual with the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Okay. What does the caption say?
F, middle finger emoji, being safe, you got to stay dangerous.
Now looking at 445 VV. Looking at 445 VV, who's the poster of the post, or what Instagram account posting it?
That would be the account associated with Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell.
And do you know what is the date of this post?
Is it okay to refer to the chart?
Yes.
The date would be March 9th at 9:48 p.m. But it was captured 7 hours prior, so it would be like 2 in the afternoon.
Just speak up.
Sorry. It was the capture date is March 9th at 9:48 p.m. But the post said 7 hours ago, so that would be around 2:48.
And
March 9th.
And is that before Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 446 VV. And is that from that same account associated with Mr. Stillwell Jackson?
It is.
Okay. And what does the post say?
That racial expletive, y'all scared of me.
And is there an emoji?
The 100 emoji and like the strong, like it's for real. Like it's.
And what is the date of that post?
March 9th at 9:48 p.m. It's captured 3 hours prior. So it was posted to around 6:48 p.m.
Okay. And was that the same day as the post we just observed?
It was.
All right. Now I want to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 458 VV. And looking at State's Exhibit 458 VV, is that also posted from the same Instagram account associated with Mr. Stillwell? Mr. Stillwell.
Yes.
Right. And what does the caption say?
Ain't gonna be the only one crying.
And when was the date and time of this post?
That was on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m.
And on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m., was that around the same time or approximate time that 12 Atlanta was shot up?
About 2 hours after.
And is that the shooting in which a YFN associate was shot in the head?
Yes.
Now, during the course of this time, did you hear when Mr. Garlington on the last call said that there were people claiming to have done it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any posts that piqued your interest of anyone that could be interpreted as claiming to have done the killing of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Okay. Did you find any, and I'll rephrase, Your Honor, did you find any posts of note to you as a part of your investigation regarding Mr. Kelvin Watts?
I did.
Okay. And that post, what was of note to you in that post?
There were several. Can you refer to the specific post?
Sure. Did you find a post of Mr. Shelkel reposting a picture with Mr. Drinks, Mr. Jasper Walter, and himself?
I did.
Okay. And first, when was that picture captured by you?
It was captured on March 12th at 7:24 a.m.
And why was that picture of note to you?
Because of the emojis and the captions and the people present in the photo.
And have you had an opportunity to see that post today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 460 VV. Tell me if you recognize 460 VV.
I do.
And is that the post that we were just referencing?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the screen grab that you grabbed on in March of 2022?
Yes.
Shannon was on there. True or not, he was on there with energy. Okay. The nigga you scared of me? Well, okay then. That feels like a caption.
You know, this time the state would like to admit 460 DV.
Admit it. Admit it.
I can get some. I don't have some. I don't think I have them immediately, but I can get them.
Now, who is the original poster of the picture?
The original poster would be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And is that who had the #NoLove_nut Instagram handle?
Yes.
Okay. Who is in this picture?
Sitting down with the black coat and the red sneakers will be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And if you could,
Sure. Right here, you'll see this is Shamel Drinks right here. The gentleman in the blue jacket with the black on is going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Jasper Walters. He's a YFN member. He also goes by Lil Man. And then in the all black, you're going to have Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shell Kel.
And did Shellkel_NutLife, the account associated with Kelvin Watts, repost that picture?
He did.
All right. Now there's some words on the picture. First of all, what do the words say? Well, or you can read that whole caption.
Yeah, they say, I'm with ya. And he tags Shell Kel NutLife and Summerhill Lil Man. Hashtag LLN, hashtag Mafia.
And is there a emoji at the end of Mafia?
The bird or the eagle or the bird emoji.
And is there a emoji, exclamation emoji, and a 100 emoji?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for Instagram, that I'm with you, exclamation 100 at Shellkel NutLife at Summerhill.Lilman. Was that caption on the original post by the account associated with Mr. Drinks?
Correct.
All right. And then when it's reposted, do you see some other emojis?
I do.
What are the other emojis?
There are 2 shell emojis, the zipper over the mouth emoji, and then you're going to have a black heart.
Okay. And those emojis, is that from the original post or is that from what Mr. Kelvin Watts posted when that account posted? And can you tell?
Yes. So it's not from the original post, and you can tell because it's outside the boundary of the original post. It's like kind of overlaid on top of it.
Okay. And were those emojis of any significance to you as a gang investigator?
After March 11th, yes.
Why was it significant to you after March 11th?
Because Mr. Walters and Mr. Watts had been very vocal about the deaths of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. So the 2 shells and the zipper emoji were sort of telling.
Okay. And once you saw, and that's Mr. Kelvin Watts posting that?
Correct.
All right. After seeing this post, and when did you capture this post?
I believe it was March 12th around 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m.
Okay.
And it had been posted 6 hours prior. So 1 a.m. on March 12th was when it would have been posted.
All right. Now I want to play for you some additional wiretap calls, but let me ask you this. So let's fast forward to March 14th, 2022.
Somebody all right? Anybody need a break? No, soldiering on. All right, thank you.
I may take you up on that offer in about 10 minutes. On March 14th, 2022, did you at some point have the occasion to listen to any wiretap wiretap calls that were around March 14, 2022 at about 9-something PM.
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you remember when did you listen to those calls? Did you listen to them on March 14th or sometime afterwards?
I believe sometime afterwards.
Okay. And did you find anything of note to you regarding the calls on March 14, 2022?
The people that were speaking and some of the conversation that was being had.
Okay. Now, when you listen to these calls, at that time, were you aware of the murder of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
No,
So you listened to the call before you were aware of Mr. Drinks' murder?
I just don't know what call you're referring. I don't know. Which
On
one.
March 4th, the calls that on the wiretap that were on March 14th, 2022, around 9:45 PM.
I could have, because like I said, I have to go in and review all the calls, but sometimes we're a little behind on that. So you have monitors in there constantly, and then I'll go back on the back end and review and check them. I can't tell you. I don't believe I listened to them originally, but I did go back and review.
After learning of the death of Mr. Drinks, did those calls become of more note to you after learning about Mr. Drinks' murder, specifically the calls around 9:45 PM on March 14, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And why did it become of note to you at that point?
Because those would have been the calls at or around the time the murder was taking place.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
You may.
Thank you for saying that.
And I want to direct your attention to March 14, 2022 at around 9:59 PM.
Okay, I think we're about to hear another wiretap. This is around the time, okay? We're all listening.
Commissioner Publisher.
You may.
And before we actually publish it, with the wiretap information, does the wiretap content include location data?
It does.
And so are you able to see on the documentation with the wiretap where a phone call is when that phone call is being placed?
The majority of the time, it's not always foolproof. Sometimes the location will blank out and you won't have a location, but typically you can click on the map icon and it will show you where the person whose phone calls are being intercepted is at that time. It'll give you an approximate location of what tower they're at, and it will show you an approximate radius of how close they are to that location.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, what the hell y'all pulled off? Nah, call me on video. Hurry up. Call me on the video. Call me. Pick up.
Now, did you hear what occurred in that call?
Yes.
Did you hear someone tell someone to pick up, get on FaceTime? What did you hear on the phone call?
Basically telling someone to hurry up and call me on FaceTime.
And as a gang investigator, is FaceTime significant? As
It
a gang
is.
investigator? Why is that significant as a gang investigator?
Because it's a common belief amongst people engaged in criminal activity that
Sustained.
Have you heard, in your experiences, do you have knowledge of FaceTime
I do.
and whether or not FaceTime calls are recorded? On telephone laws, are FaceTime calls recorded if you get CDR records, call detail records?
If you pull call detail records, you will not see FaceTime communication.
And in your experience in doing gang investigations, have you heard or seen gang members often want to speak on FaceTime rather than talking on the actual phone where their call details can be recorded?
Often through my investigations, you will see that once criminal activity begins to be discussed, they will prefer to switch to FaceTime because FaceTime cannot be intercepted through a wiretap.
And at about 9:59, is that when this call takes place, when someone says, hurry up, get on FaceTime?
Correct.
Are you aware of the time in which the surveillance video that Detective Hogan showed you? What time Mr. Jackson's vehicle was at the BP gas station?
It should be right at 9:59 p.m. Right, it should be at the gas pumps or parked outside of the store at the location.
And from the viewing of the surveillance video, were you familiar with both the car associated with Mr. Stillwell, as well as the car associated with Mr. Carmavius Nichols at the gas station around that time?
I did not know who I didn't know who the car was associated with, the other car was associated with at that time.
At some point, did you learn about who that other vehicle was associated with?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Detective Hogan, were you aware if Demikion Garlington was at the BP gas station?
I was not.
At what point in time did you learn that Mr. Garlington was at the BP gas station?
When I went back and reviewed the wiretap data.
Based on your investigation, were you able to determine if he was in the white Audi?
Yes.
Was he in the white Audi?
Yes, he was.
Once you heard this phone call, were you ever able to do any investigation as to the phone number that made the call?
We were. It took it was difficult to identify the phone number for a little bit.
And did you eventually identify that phone number?
Eventually, yes.
Who did you identify that phone number belonging to?
A gentleman by the name of DeMarco Boyer, who goes by Lil Co.
And based on your investigation, did you ever learn what was that phone at the gas station as well?
It was.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine which car Mr. Boyer was in?
Based on my investigation, Mr. Boyer.
I'm going to object to speculation.
Okay.
You may.
I was about to say, she just started confusing me, but if you guys are not following, right, what's happening is that get on FaceTime happens at 9:59 when they're at the gas station. And this is, she wanted to go. Hold on, hold. I'm trying, sorry, I was trying to find the I was trying to find the video. Since so many people have posted the video, I was trying to find the video because essentially it would be good to have the video. If anybody has the video for Drinks' death, the gas station video, that's what they're talking about. I just need to find it. But essentially, right, if you saw the video from Drinks' death, you know Shannon is there in his Audi, and then you know Nichols is there in the white whatever vehicle they were in, and Nichols is at the gas pump, right? And so what she's essentially saying is, remember, Drinks pulls up in the red Versa. It's a little bit before, oh, here my fingers go. It's going to be before 9:59. Okay. So what's happening, what she's essentially saying is that when he pulls up, and I don't know why they said Boyer, because we know Farley is in that car. So that Boyer part just got a little confusing, unless Miles Farley had Boyer's phone. But essentially, whoever, Boyer or Farley, they call Garlington, who is in the car with Shannon Stillwell in the white Audi that's parked, remember? That car he calls and says, get on FaceTime, get on FaceTime. So then you assume there's a FaceTime call that happens in which I'm sure they're either, this according to the state, hey, ain't this dude, or we need whatever they're going to say. And so the state is alleging that get on FaceTime is what leads them to say, this is a YFN associate, whatever. They follow him and kill him. So it's around the timing. That's what she's essentially laying out. I don't know, the Boyer part is weird, but whoever the Boyer phone is calls Garlington, and Garlington, remember, is in the car with Shannon Stillwell in the white Audi. So the reason why we have this breakdown of the cars is because you saw on video that Shannon is driving the white Audi, and he said it's his car. So we know Shannon is in the white Audi and he's parked up against the gas station. Okay. We didn't know Garlington. I couldn't figure out how they got Garlington there, but we know Nichols is driving the other white vehicle because Nichols also comes in the store. So we're clear about that. Farley also comes in the store. If you watch that gas station footage, you remember Farley comes in there and him and Shannon kind of do they're kind of playful as they're walking out. And then you get to see Farley goes back to the white vehicle that Nichols is driving. So you see those two go into the Nichols car. So that car is set. You know Shannon is in his Audi, but you never see the other passenger, whoever's in that car, that person never gets out. But what they've just said is because Garlington's phone was tapped, it also gives location data. So they're able to figure out where Garlington is, and they're able to say he's at the BP in the gas station with Shannon. And then the call comes into Garlington's phone to say, get on FaceTime. So they're able to kind of put this story together based off of all of these pieces. Because as she said, she had no idea Garlington was at the BP. What happens is I'm listening to his phone tap. He says, get on FaceTime. Where is he at this time where he's telling somebody to get on FaceTime, and who was he talking to? She's putting all these pieces together and kind of paints her story. Hopefully that makes sense. The Garlington tap, it originated with the jail calls. What's happening is they're listening to jail calls. And from there, that's enough of a reason, right? That's enough for them to say, we want a warrant so we can tap his phone because there's a lot of criminal activity happening. We want to understand more. We want more information. So they go into tapping Garlington's phone, but it starts from these phone calls that are happening from the jail. And again, we've gotten to this point. Remember, before they just laid this out, they've laid all of these other phone calls of, man, he died. That these people are sad because their friend has died, and that they've made posts, and that Shannon specifically has made a post talking about how we're not going to be the only ones crying, and the person you scared of is scared of me, right? So this is them trying to lead you up to this. Shannon had reason. Shannon was sad. Shannon was there. Shannon was there. This is them setting that up. And then you have Garlington, who's on the phone tap. He's there. We tapped his phone and you hear him talking to Woody. What you believe happened? Don't say too much. We're going to talk about it later. This is all these pieces, building blocks that they're trying to set up for you. Again, I'm not saying it's all true, but these are the kind of things I would argue. Who knows if the jury's tapped out, but these are the kind of things I would argue that I will be looking for the defense to discredit, to give me another story, to give me another reason, to poke holes in. Like, that's the kind of stuff that, you're going to be looking for Max Sharp to poke holes in. Hopefully that makes sense. I know I get to talking. And yes, of course, the state has not addressed that third car. Don't expect her to. She's not going to. Okay. You're going to look for that kind of stuff. You're going to look for the defense to point out. The state ain't finna be trying to answer to that. They don't want them problems. The defense is going to be trying to pull that stuff out. During this time, Garlington does not know his phone is tapped, according to them. If he knew it was tapped and he was saying stuff that would make him an informant, I'm not saying that's the case. It sounds like he didn't know his phone was tapped and they over here listening and being able to put pieces together. Okay. Hey, Valerie, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. So this is what they're talking about. This is why they just objected, right? The person called Garlington's phone and said, get on FaceTime, get on FaceTime. That's what that very quick. It was very quick, but that's what the call was. What she just said is that phone number belongs to somebody named Boyer. That's why I'm confused, because Boyer, I don't know who Boyer is. And what we know is Miles Farley was there. So I'm waiting to see, is what she's going to say is that Boyer and Farley are related, or Farley had Boyer's phone. And if you saw, Sharp objected, and I think it has to do with who the hell are we? I mean, I'm sure knows more than me, but that was a little surprising for me, is who is Boyer and how did we get to Boyer, that phone? So we'll see what the Boyer part is, because the Boyer phone is who called Garlington, who's in the car with Shannon, to say, get on FaceTime. And just imagine, get on FaceTime because YFN associate just pulled up on the side of us at this gas station. 2 days ago, they killed our boys. Are we finna ride? Basically, that's the picture they're painting. Garlington could have been in the car where the dude got out of the car and went into the third seat, possibly the third car. Garlington could have been in the car where the dude got out. He could have been. You're right, because his location doesn't specify he was in Shannon's car. So maybe he's in another car. That could be true. No, the state has not rested yet. Not yet. Oh, nonchalant Ivy says Farley was in the back seat. So are you saying Boyer was in the front seat and Farley's in the back seat? Oh, wait, you're talking about Farley. So you're talking about Nichols' car. Okay. Remember, Shannon got on the phone in the gas station. He did. You're right. He sure did. I'm sure I can find the video. Sorry, I forgot that that's what I was doing. I'm sure I can find it because drinks video. Although it's probably going to be a bunch of people posting the video from the FedEx video. I don't want FedEx though. I want gas station. Let me try gas station video. Gas station video. Let me try that. I agree with this. Drinks didn't seem to care, but the problem is I don't know if he that moment happened so quickly. This is the question I was having. So I gotta find the video. Them passing happened so quickly that it wouldn't be surprising if somebody else recognized that, recognized, if that's the case, that Nichols is who he was, because it was right there. Like it would, I don't know. But the state's theory is that Shannon was the shooter, so that's what they have to prove. So does all of this matter? In the sense of motive, opportunity, right? Things like that. I think that's their angle, that it matters. When it comes to that video footage actually proving him with it in his hand, pointing out the window, the video doesn't do that, but it becomes circumstantial, right? Have we given you enough to believe that this happened? And though you can't exactly see it in the video, is it enough for you to believe that it happened, right? Like that, I think, is the angle here. They can't, obviously that FedEx video doesn't do it. It's not the exact nail in the coffin, but if they are able to show he was sad about his friend, he gets to the gas station, he's there, there's this FaceTime or this call of get on face, like, is that enough? Like, is it building blocks? I think is their angle. I'm not looking for the video of the FedEx. I'm looking for the video, and I don't even think I did a recap on it, or else I would go to my own video. Looking for the video of them at the gas station. Oh, we back? Am I behind? Oh.
Car he is in.
Never mind. Sorry, guys. I was behind. I'm talking.
I think it's odd, but we're back around. I'm going to try to keep this moving. I think it's odd that a detective or the investigator would give a conclusory statement that so-and-so is in a certain car and just conclude it with no basis, but I will clear it up on cross if I need to. So.
There is a basis because we have a call that's not being played before the jury, but there is a phone call of that phone number associated with Mr. Boyer calling Mr. Garlington's phone a few minutes before the call that we just heard. And additionally, Your Honor, although this is out, there is a basis because she is aware that that phone plotted at that location once she was able to determine whose phone number it is, and we were able to get the phone plotted. So there's a basis of knowledge. It's not.
Right. Well, she has a basis to be able to know. I don't know if she has a basis to be able to know exactly what car he is in, does she? But she has a basis to know pretty close to where he is.
Yeah, because we know that they're talking to people in the other car. We know that
You're just like putting two and two together on the.
That's fine. I'll clear it
I
up
think
on cross.
that's legitimate. Okay.
I'll clear it up on cross. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Are we ready for the jury if they're ready? No. Not like, I mean, like, Hmm? Sure, if you think that's a good stopping point. I mean, do you think you'll get through this witness today? Okay, how much more will you have tomorrow? Huh? Oh, not tomorrow, sorry. The next day, Monday.
Probably about 2 hours.
So we should have done tomorrow.
I understand the reason why, especially given some things that happened this week around with the state's office.
Let's talk about it. So no jury tomorrow. She has 2 more hours. They're sounding like they're planning to stop at 5:15.
Y'all need to get better at your time estimates.
That sound.
All right, let's just get the jury back in.
That sound was. But it sounds what you guys said in there is what Max is raising. You can't confirm which car he was in. There's no actual evidence. That location, that wiretap that puts the location, just puts him at the gas station. And I think to the point y'all were making about that third, what if he was in another car? We don't know. We only know the cars that we saw the people get out of and get back in on video. Those are the cars we can confirm who was in what. Everybody else, we don't know. So I think that's the point y'all were making. I think it's a good one. And obviously Max does too, because that's exactly what he points out. But so are they saying Boyer was there too? I got questions. Yeah, she said was something that happened this week. I don't know what that's about. What happened this week? So it sounds like they want to go another 30 minutes or so. Oh, it was you. It was you that said it. Yep. It was you that said it. Exactly. It was you, girl. Do people call you AJ or do people just say Brett?
Did you have, based on your investigation, some knowledge of Mr. Boyer being at the BP gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after listening to this call in the days after Mr. Drinks' murder, did you see posts from Mr. Demikion Garlington?
Yes.
As well as Mr. Quamavius Nichols?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to look at those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey did at 470 BV and 471 BV. Tell me if you recognize 470 BV and 471.
I do recognize them.
And how do you recognize 470 BV and 471 BV?
These are posts that I had captured during the investigation. It was my wiretap as part of the March 2022.
And are those posts from both Mr. Garlington and Mr. Quamavius Nichols?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 470 and 471 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at, actually it's 470 and 471, both these images just on one page.
Yes.
Okay. And what date were these posted?
Can I refer to them?
Yes.
They were posted on, or they were captured on March 15th at 8:20 p.m. And it says 33 minutes ago, so around 7-something p.m. on March 15th.
And were both images posted on March 15th, 2022?
Yes.
And what does the caption say?
We got y'all boys.
And who is in both images?
In the white t-shirt, you'll see Christian McMiller. And then in the black t-shirt holding up the watch is going to be Darius Ford.
And was this posted by Demekion Garlington?
It was.
And is this the day after Mr. Drinks was killed?
Yes.
So Garlington posts on his social media, "We got y'all boys." The day after, or he's killed at night, the next day, Drinks is killed. That's what Garlington posts on his Instagram. So you get the.
Now, did you also then have the opportunity to see more images from YFN members regarding either Mr. Drinks or Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
I'm showing you 472 VV, 473 VV, and I'll just start. 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Okay.
Do you recognize 461 VV, 472 VV, and 473 VV?
I do.
And how do you recognize those images?
Those were images that I captured during my wiretap investigation.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of pictures that you captured during your wiretap investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish. And we'll start 461 VV. Is that again Mr. Calvin Watts?
It is.
Okay. And does he have any emojis on that picture?
He does.
And what are the emojis?
So you will see in between his eyes, he's going to have the purple, like devil, like emoji in between his eyes. He's going to have the shell. That's something he.
Oh, can you, because they probably can't see. Do you have the pointer?
Oh, yes. Sorry. So you'll see he has like the purple, like the devil emoji in between his eyes. And then from my experience reviewing hundreds of his posts over there, he likes this shell emoji tagging things. And after the death of Mr. Drinks, Mr. Watts began posting these shells. This one, he puts 2 under his eye in the style of like, in my experience or what I've seen through my investigations, like prison or gang tattoos, teardrops under the eyes. So this is after he started doing this after Mr. Drinks was killed with the 2 shells under his eye.
Now looking at 472 VV. And who posted 472 VV?
Jasper Walters.
And what is that a picture of a tattoo?
Based on my investigation, it appeared that.
Let me ask you a better question. Was Donovan Thomas Jr. nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
And was Mr. Shamel Drinks also nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
Okay. And after Mr. Drinks murder, is that when you start seeing the nut life 2 times tattoos?
Yes.
Now looking at 473 VV. Now, looking at it, is this Donovan Thomas Jr.?
It is.
And is this also a post on Mr. Shell Keller, Kelvin Watts' page?
It is.
Okay. And do you see the two emojis or the two shells on there?
Yes.
Now, you just talked about a few moments ago that it looked like teardrops with prison, or his version of that. What do those teardrops mean? What's your understanding of the meaning of the two teardrops?
Traditionally, through the training and experience that I've had, a teardrop denotes somebody you killed. It could denote several things, but one of them is when you get a body, you'll have a teardrop under your eye.
Now, when you went,
You guys, teardrops for the murder of McMiller and Ford, meaning he's responsible for those deaths. That's why they have it. So not for his friend, not for drinks that died, but for the people killed. That's the connection.
I'm going to take you back to March 16th of 2022. And when you went to the home and spoke with Mr. Jackson, you said that he did not give you any information about what happened that night. Is that fair to say?
He was very short. He didn't give me much.
And did you have an opportunity to hear any calls from the wiretap around March 16, 2022, around the time in which the police or after the police were at the location?
Yes, there were calls after the police and myself had left the location.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
I'm just saying that's the connection she was making, because I saw you guys saying, why get two if one person died? But so I was just making the connection. I'm not saying, you know me, I'm not saying what. I'm just trying to help y'all. Just trying to go through what's going on in my brain.
We're going to start with March 16th, 2022 at 12:22 a.m. Yeah, Quentin, though, you guys got kicked out of Zoom for a moment.
She said gonna go to 5:15 today, and then she still has 2 hours left. Hilton has 2 hours left of this witness for direct, but she's only going to 5:15 today. And shells, because his name is Shell Kell, instead of teardrops because his name. I think it was like a play on his name. I still have that poll up.
Now, as we're waiting for the call to get pulled up, after March 16th or March 17th, after the execution of the search warrant, did you learn of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson following a chase from Chick-fil-A on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And after learning of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson, did you begin listening to any of his jail calls?
I did.
Okay. And while listening to his jail calls, did you ever learn if he had a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you learn where the cell phone, and when I say where, the house, where that cell phone was located?
Yes.
They about to break? Oh, they want to talk to each other first. Unmute us, Maurice. The helicopter Chick-fil-A chase was.
Where did you retrieve the phone from?
I ultimately retrieved the phone from his grandmother's home.
Okay. And once you got the phone, were you able to did you get a search warrant to search the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to go through the contents of that phone?
Yes.
All right. Court's indulgence for a moment. We're ready to publish the March 16th call.
All right.
Hey, where the hell you at? Where the hell you at? Hey, ain't like no little back cut. Oh no, what the heck? I think they in the front. Man, they gotta goddamn get through their back. They can't come in the house. Yeah, that was my house. Shut up, open the door.
And listening to that call, are you able to determine who Mr. Garza was speaking with?
I believe he's speaking with Mr. Stillwell.
And do you know what time the police responded to 2830 Warners Road on March 16, 2022?
I believe it was shortly after midnight.
And was this call at approximately 12:22 a.m.?
Yes.
Next, I want to play for you March 16th at 4:33 a.m.
I thought it was Woody too.
Oh, you good, nigga?
Hello?
You good?
Yeah. Who is this?
What the hell you mean, nigga?
Oh, I ain't even say, I ain't saving no number.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Where the hell you at? You gone?
Yeah, I'm about to drop miles off.
Tell my boy, it's all love, boy. I can't wait, boy. I gotta go home.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he just ran in the store real quick.
Yeah, so it's all love. I ain't waiting, boy. I gotta go, boy. That shit just shook the fuck out of me.
Man, what, man? When I seen it, when I seen D, I just...
Man, what? Man, that whole just made, boy, listen, boy, I just said to myself, boy, man, let me out that car. I'm gonna go in.
Now you heard what I said. Man, Miss V, are you Miss V?
I am.
Is that what Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell call you?
Yes.
In, boy, and I ain't coming back outside, boy. I don't care if I have no run or nothing, boy. That motherfucker ain't moving.
Hey, what? I said the same shit, what? Somebody really think I'm like him, man.
What's so crazy, bro? I was just being cheap. Actually, it was being cheap. My whole kid saying, let's get a run like that, man. I'm not gonna pay for no room. Man, listen, boy. I just said, damn, boy. They can send a nigga to right street with their money like that. My nigga gonna spend this shit on them in the room, man.
Man, what? I'm
Fuck,
hey, that's on DB. I'm in there like, but I got to get my last 2,000. I got to get lawyered in. I'm like, man. Well, I'm in that bitch like, man. Damn.
Bro, you wouldn't believe, boy. All the sticks and the guns was in the gray car.
For real?
Man, oh God, boy, and the sticks and shit in the attic.
Ooh, shit. Boy, that was God, boy.
Man, what?
That was God. Yeah. He said it's all Lord. He had to get up out of there, boy. Baby. What doing? Yeah. Hell yeah. You know what I made though?
Yeah, nah, man. You know how far I go.
Oh yeah. Hope goddamn blowed up.
She what?
She blowed it up, boy.
I ain't man. She blowed my shit up.
She said, Shannon, okay, mouse? Hold on, this was too.
All right.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. I'm like, I seen her. You walk past me first, I'm like, well, I know for a fact that's you.
Man, what? You knew who she was coming to then.
She say all this said the same shit though. She like so you, cause she like, who house is it? I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm telling you my first time here. She was like,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Man, listen, bro. I'm thinking. Get what I kept saying. I said, boy, I know D and Mal them smart. I know they soon them folks got her and took her to the front. I said, I know they hit that back cut.
You wouldn't even believe I'm trying to find out the back cut. That's why I called you.
Man, you talking about, well, I would have made one straight through the motherfucking bush back there, boy. I'm telling you, I would have went trucking back there.
But guess what? We only got caught for this dumb ass nigga. Once they legs showing, he thinks somebody in the house dead, bro.
Man, they tell me, they like, so you telling me nobody in the house? I'm like, hell, man, I ain't listen, man. I just pulled up. I said outside for 3 minutes. Top. The motherfucker go popping. So shit.
Oh, God, I said the same shit.
Oh, God. Why I said outside 3 minutes. Popping. Them motherfucker went to popping. So shit. I went to goddamn ducking and running. They to my soul. Why you ain't. They to my so why you ain't got down? I thought it comes on some. They to my so why you ain't got down? Come out when we said Atlanta police. I'm like shit. I don't trust Atlanta police. I'm thinking these folks. I'm thinking these folks trying to get her to come out. So shit. I stayed in.
Yeah.
Oh God. They're like yeah. I'm like yeah. I'm like look, bro. Y'all question me like I'm a suspect. I'm a victim. They're like yeah. You right. They're like but let's do what we gotta do. We're gonna get back with you if everything come out clean. Then let y'all go. Like say less. I'm in the car sleep. I can't when they tell me that I kick back. Don't goddamn go out.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You don't think they can't get the video from Nick camera quick?
Hell nah.
Yeah. Okay.
Man, you wouldn't believe, boy. I'm in the motherfucker like, boy, I know they can't come in here. We good, bro. I'm like, I'm telling bro, like, we good, but they proud.
You told me I was in the woods.
Huh?
You told me I was in the woods.
I was up under the house, man. You don't see how dirty I am?
Oh, we heard them get they like, hey, move. He like, hey, my dumb ass I go out the back door. So I go out the back door, right? So I'm finna go toward the car and hop in the car, just sit in the car the whole time. That's what they hit though. Man, I go to the other side, finna try to hop the fence. They like that, hey.
I'm telling you what you gonna do. Go hit that cut, boy.
I know it. I asked everybody what a cut was. They said they didn't know.
Man, listen, man. You probably made your cut. Yeah, like you ain't from the hood, boy. You know how this shit go. I would have went back there and made me a cut, boy. I would have been trucking through the motherfucker. That's why my goddamn shoes so dirty, my pants dirty, and my shoes dirty.
Real. They say, so this is about Matt, man? I say, ma'am, I don't know.
Man, listen, man. They asked me, do I know Matt, man? I said, I don't know no motherfucking Matt, man. Who are that?
Yeah.
I said, man, I'm not even from over here, bro. I'm from Tumbleville area, bro.
Yeah.
So what you doing over here? I came to see a friend, man. I'm trying to talk about that game, man.
What you talking about? Damn, man. That whole blowing me up. That whole thinking nigga Sheen, all type of shit. That nigga was so cool though. He got damn called it back. I need to put a lock on my phone and take my have my messages pop out.
This shit crazy, boy. I'm finna go in, boy. I'm finna gotta get out the driver's seat, let her drive, tell her drive slow as possible. I got down, my stupid ass went in the car, got my stick out the car and my FN out the car. Watch it right there and got in the car, pulled off. They're really why I ain't want to wait on mine. Yeah. All right.
I'm gonna text you now. Hey, yeah, man. Folks blowing her ear. She called too.
Sure. How she get?
Yeah.
So how she get that though?
I don't know. You know, Kira got my Instagram on her phone.
Oh.
Everybody DMing like, "Is you okay?" So goddamn, y'all blowing up. So she say her and Kira was already on the phone. I get Kira sent her number to
Pope.
Yeah, Pope. All them was on the phone. I'm like, damn, man. But I say, I'm like, here, bro.
Bro, listen, bro. I kept saying to myself, I don't know what the fuck. I'm on drill time though, so I'm really like, but I ain't going nowhere. But I'm telling myself, pull out, AB, pull out.
You ain't hear me say, boy, let go.
Man, listen, you said let go, Miles said let go, Brett said let go, but I'm on drill time, so I'm just like, man, fuck that, boy.
Yeah.
I'm so mad. They tell me they served. He was just telling me like, he was like, either somebody follow D or your girl or it's that whole Elmo, cause they serve Elmo. I was like, man, Elmo, Elmo fuck with them folk.
Yeah. Ain't nobody follow me. Nobody on the freeway when I got off of nothing.
Man, listen, man. Don't nobody know my hoe. Cause my hoe in a runner, man. Fresh runner, new runner. Them motherfuckers just got any run. And my hoe coming from goddamn, all the way from goddamn out here. So, come on, man. Stop playing.
Yeah, man. I know for a fact nobody follow me. Don't even know what I'm in. Don't nobody know I fuck with the hoe.
Don't nobody know what I'm in. That's what I'm telling. Like, yeah. these folks ain't knowing these cars. That's what I'm telling him. Like, bro, these folks ain't knowing none of these cars, bro. All these cars are some new goddamn cars. Niggas ain't played.
Yeah. Damn, man. I hear them boys. Damn.
They're crazy, bro. Don't nobody know. Them folk don't be knowing where that spot at, man.
Yeah.
Somebody get head drop out, boy.
Boy, on God, boy, that's what I believe. On TV, that's what I believe, boy.
Somebody head get it. Hey, boy, I ain't gonna lie, boy. I know you happy like I'm happy, boy. I'm happy as hell, boy. I just was saying to myself. Get what I just was saying to myself. I just was saying to myself, boy. Man, all these niggas might get out except man D, boy.
Oh man, on God.
I'm like to him, boy.
I'm gonna call you back out.
Yeah.
Who were the two people talking on that call?
Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And did you hear when in the call they talked about the sticks? They were happy because they didn't go inside because there were sticks in the attic.
I heard them speak about sticks being in the gray car and in the attic.
When you went and did the execution of the search warrant on March 17th, 2022, did you find any weapons first in the attic of the home at 2830 Waters Road?
I did not.
Was there any weapons found inside of an Audi vehicle?
I believe there was a rifle recovered from the Audi.
Now, when you hear the term sticks, have you heard that term before?
I have.
And how have you heard that term referenced?
Referencing a long gun or a rifle.
And would the gun that was found inside of the Audi on March 17, 2022 be considered a stick?
Yes.
Now, did you hear when either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell mentioned something or an individual by the name of Elmo.
Yes,
Are you familiar with that nickname at all?
I'm not.
Did you hear when either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garner said, I'm on drill time?
Yes,
Have you heard that term drill time before?
yes.
How have you heard that terminology?
Like you're ready to go to war, basically.
Did you hear either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington talk about the camera footage inside of the home?
Briefly, yes.
And again, when you went on March 17th, 2022, was there any camera footage found inside of the house?
No, based on that call, I included it in my items to be searched for in my search warrant, but it had been removed.
And was it this call that you used to base the search warrant for you to go into the home on March 17th, 2022?
Yes,
Now, during that call, did you hear with either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell, I guess, talk about their discussion with the police officers on scene?
yes,
And did you hear one of them say that they told the police that they didn't even know McMahon? They had no idea who that was.
yes,
And based on the social media posts that you observed, would that be not a true statement that neither Mr. Garlington nor Mr. Stillwell, they knew who Mr. McMillan was? Would that be fair to say?
correct. They knew them.
Now, as a part of your kind of continued listening to this wiretap, did you ever find any calls after the death of Mr. Chanel Drinks in the early morning hours of March 15th, 2022, with Demetrion Garlington discussing the shooting or discussing driving back through a certain area?
There was a call where it appeared that he was discussing driving back through and looking at the location.
And have you had opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony?
I have.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit March 15th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m.
Yo. All right, man. There's all kind of shit going on. I just jump in the other car, bro. Y'all nigga don't be getting dropped off and then got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense.
Yeah, yeah,
The fuck you getting dropped off for a nigga ride with a nigga who wrote you?
yeah.
That's stupid as fuck. So any of you niggas be on the gun shop. What the
What
hell?
it?
What's wrong with
We right here. We right here down here.
y'all? What?
Ride past, trying to see.
I'm finna go get I'm finna meet up with y'all nigga. I'm finna go get a fill up.
Gotta get it filled up for Mike, right?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm listening.
Huh?
I said, alright, I'm listening. We're going.
I just I'm pulling out now. Y'all nigga
Get back soon.
you
You say,
I was gonna jump in with y'all nigga.
alright. That's what I'm saying. Cause when you doing?
Alright, I'm gonna get the fill up now.
Alright.
Now, did you hear when Mr. Garza says that he was riding past just trying to see?
I did.
And with this call, sitting here now, were you able to remember if the wiretap picked up location data for that call?
I can't recall offhand. I'd have to review it.
And I want to briefly go back to the call we just heard from the early morning hours of March 16. Did you hear either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell discuss having an FN and a stick?
Yes,
And an FN, is that a type of handgun?
it is.
And the stick, is that, again, similar to what we talked about, a long gun?
My experience, it would refer to a long gun.
And did you have any knowledge of the arrest of Mr. Shannon Jackson on March 17th or anything that was found in the area of where that arrest took place? Did you have any knowledge of that?
Yes.
And did you have any knowledge of an FN gun being found on Meadow Lark Road, and one in the middle of the street and one in the grassy area of Meadow Lark?
Yes, that's my understanding what transpired during the arrest.
And as a part of your work on this case with the DA's office, were you ever asked to locate the receipt for one of those FN weapons?
I was.
And what did you do in order to obtain that receipt?
I believe I traveled to the pawn shop located in Clayton County.
Talking to your mic.
Oh, sorry. There's an Arrowhead pawn shop in Clayton County and was able to obtain the receipt for those firearms.
And who was the purchaser of that FN?
Mr. Stillwell's ex-girlfriend, Taisha Alexander, or current girlfriend. I don't know.
That or current girlfriend was funny. She being funny. To be fair, Taisha said, I don't know if we together or not. So it was funny though.
So we'll be back with y'all on Monday at 9. So y'all have a good weekend. Remember not to let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves. Don't look at any kind of coverage. Don't try to find out through any research anything about the case or anybody involved. That's about, it. Same thing that's been applicable to y'all for the last year. And we will see you on Monday. Thank you.
Oh my, what a time. What a time. This video is set. Well, we've been live for 7 hours. My goodness. I speak only a little Atlanta. I've been gone for a long time, and my husband ain't around his friends, so he don't say it all. He don't talk like it that much anymore. He still say goddamn though. Oh. All right. I have to pick up my child, and if you are in the Patreon, I'm about to do the debrief in 30 minutes. I've been here all day, and I have to get ready because we're going to do
And
it.
as we previously discussed, tomorrow will be an attorney work day. That court will not be in session.
Okay. So nothing tomorrow.
Your Honor, before we break, and I think probably this goes without saying, but I'm going to ask that this witness, Investigator Viverito, be instructed to have absolutely no communications about this case with the state as she is now on the stand.
Yep.
Say it, Max.
You're so instructed.
So instructed.
Okay. Anything else? No? Okay. All right. Y'all, the courtroom should be open for y'all to get in to be able to work with the evidence, work on sorting out the evidence by 9 tomorrow. I will be available, but I don't plan to come down here and do anything. So just if you need to reach the court for anything, just email Ms. Pursfield, as you always do.
Are you okay with 10 o'clock instead of the normal 8:30, 9 o'clock start?
It definitely didn't have to be 8:30. I'm fine. I mean, the courtroom is going to be, it's just going to be y'all, the attorneys in court. It's not going to be anybody else. The courtroom's not going to be open. So it probably would be nice for the deputies to know when it is they should have it available.
Well, we're always here, so we'll defer to them.
Yeah, if it's okay with the court, my preference would be to get her at 10 o'clock tomorrow, just because I have a school event.
10's fine. 10 o'clock. So,
See, we got ESPN. There you go.
yeah. Okay.
I don't know why these gentlemen can't get out of bed in the morning, but
I know.
I'll be here by the time they get here. As far as, well, this doesn't need to be on the record.
Okay. Y'all come on up here if we need to discuss anything else.
Okay, I have to tap out. Finish so I can tap out too, girl.
Yes.
My client would really like to be present tomorrow, Your Honor.
I mean, that's fine with me. I thought y'all might want a day out of court, but
We'd like to be here.
okay, fine.
There we go.
All right, well, y'all can be here too, but court will not be in session.
They, okay, so if you're in Patreon, I'm going to be interviewing a judge, Judge Murphy. So that interview is about to come in 30 minutes. The other thing is somebody said, what does an attorney workday means? What happened is the attorneys wanted to discuss some stuff, or I think Whitaker was like, can y'all figure that out yourself? And we can make the evidence available for you. So that's essentially, they are just going to be trying to figure things out. I think even more to do with like jury instructions and going over the evidence and what's going to be given to the jury, like all of that kind of stuff. So that's what they're going to be doing tomorrow. That's why she was saying she doesn't need to be there. I am tapping out because I have so much to do. And thank you for being here and joining me for 7 hours. I don't know if I'm going to do a recap. Since there's no court tomorrow, I may be able to do it tomorrow. Y'all have a good night. If not, appreciate y'all. Okay, bye. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, 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 bye. You don't want to be all right.